Yeah, this be fun, boy. T'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour aveugle A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça passe, encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Welcome to day one of action here for the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are in La Sable d'Olonne in France. It is a beautiful region of the world, and we're so excited to be calling a lot of action throughout this week. We've got a big 7 days of competition. We're going to be kicking off the first 3 days with SUP surfing, followed by 4 days after that through the end of the week before our closing ceremonies, filled with so many different races between paddleboarding and SUP racing. So it's going to be very, very exciting as we're kicking off the very first morning of the 2023 ISA World SUP and Surfing competition. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth to call to action early this morning alongside the six-time world champion and Casper Steinfeth. Casper, it's great having you in the booth with me this week.
Good morning, Shannon. It's great to be here. Very exciting to be at a World Championship, not competing myself, but being here in the booth with you, calling all the action.
It's going to be so great to be able to have your expertise, your knowledge, alongside that of Bo King, who's arriving later today, to be able to, really dissect everything that is going on from the technical aspects of SUP surfing and all the racing all around. As we've got our first heat looking to get started, so the buzzer's already sounded. Heat is underway. We've got 20 minutes on the clock for all of our heats throughout the day. For our schedule, we're starting out with our men's main event, round 1. We'll have 12 heats in that, followed by our women's main event, round 1. That'll consist of 8 heats, and then we'll go into our men's main round 2, which means we'll be seeing the surfers that advance through in the top 2 positions, competing again later today on the men's side of the draw.
Exactly, and it's also a non-elimination day today. It's we're waiting with the repecharge until tomorrow, so there's nerves in the air, but you have a second chance if it doesn't go your way in the heat today, which I think is a good opportunity for all the surfers out there today to get a feeling, get a taste of what the conditions are on tap.
Yeah, that's right. It's great to be able to run through that first day, of course, with all ISA competitions. We run that repecharge round, which means that every surfer gets a second chance if they lose out in those bottom 2 positions. Top 2 surfers will be advancing. Now in the first heats this morning, we've actually just got 3 surfers that are going to be competing through. We don't quite have that full draw for 4 surfers across all the heats. So that means that there's a little bit more grace in the water this morning.
There's less, there is stress in the water, but less stress, put it like that. If you're only 3 people in the heat, you have less people to fight with to get the good waves. So, you can take a little bit more time, be a little bit more casual out there and feel what the conditions are doing. And, looking at the screen right here, we got a calm ocean. The wind is kind of calm right now. We have a swell that was peaking during the night, but some very nice lines coming in. So I'm really, really curious to see what the athletes can make of the conditions here in France today.
Especially given the conditions yesterday for practice runs. It was pretty sizey, but that wind was up really early as well.
The conditions yesterday, like we spent a lot of time on the beach looking at it, and we had a swell that was, I think, maxing out at 6 foot at 17 seconds. And it was definitely a victory at sea, hard to get out necessarily. It's a beach break here in France. It's a very technical break to surf, as we're going to see throughout the day today.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see these heats get underway. Now, in our very first heat this morning, we have 3 nations represented in Italy, Puerto Rico, and Poland, with 3 surfers that are really world-class.
We have, in red, Leonard Nika, no stranger to competition. I would call him one of the veterans, having competed for many years, followed by Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico in blue, and Przemysław Kowalski from Poland, a newcomer, first time at the ISA World Championship. Excited to show what he can do from Poland, and I think it's a great heat to kick off the competition, and let's see who gets first blood.
We've seen a couple paddles so far, but no one's been able to actually scratch into that first ride. You can see the swells definitely decreased from what they were all practicing in yesterday, but I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of great opportunity out in the water today. As we see our surfer in the blue jersey, Omel now getting things started. Quick check turn to start things off, uses that paddle as he races down the line and flies through that first section. Unfortunately, mistimes the ending, but he'll get that first wave underway.
Yeah, Garcia had a nice start to the wave there. Just casually strolling down through it, kept doing a couple of speed pumps over the face, and looking for that end section to hit. I think he might have seen it being, hoping for more. The waves can be punchy; they can also be crumbly and flat. So I think the athletes also have to gauge what are the conditions today and how much power is actually in the wave. And that first wave kind of shows that it's not necessarily as you think it is. You got to pay attention to how the conditions change throughout the day.
Especially being that beach break condition, there is, kind of that predominant right a lot of the time that's rolling through, but it kind of changes up. You can really see the change in those lefts and those right opportunities.
And you see on the screen here, actually left of the green paddler, you have the rip bolting out to see all the water from the waves just rushing back out. And that's also going to be one of the technical factors, I think, at least, to navigate. 4, 5, 6, 7. There's going to be, the rip that can really make or break where the peak is going to be and where the wave is going to. As we see the replay here, Blue racing down the wave, carrying some speed, setting up a nice bottom turn, hitting the wave. Actually, a really nice hit. Just comes a little bit off right there. The wave didn't have the power to send him back down.
All right, so scores come through for that first wave of Blue. Red now paddling in for Leonard Nica of Italy. Sets himself up with a good-looking turn to start things off. Throws a bit of spray. Now drives off the bottom and connects with the lip line. Working really hard using that paddle to try and get in front of that wave again, but loses the balance and goes down.
That was a nice wave from the regular footer, Leo. He was, he had a nice little first check turn there. I look forward to seeing the replay because he was kind of nursing it a little bit, trying to build some speed, and then just kind of suffers for some reason. I'm curious to see how that mid-section bump kind of hinders the athletes in carrying that speed to the inside.
Another paddle here from our surfer in green for Kowalski of Poland. Sorry, our surfer in blue, taking a look at this one. And just whipping it around after that first section. Really flat. You can see the use of the paddle with stand-up paddle surfing being really important, especially in conditions like this where there's not a very steep section. It's challenging to keep that speed and that flow moving forward, but that paddle makes it that much easier.
The paddle is the key. I think, especially in conditions like this, actually the spot that comes to mind for me is Huntington Beach right there. You have the mid-flat section that you want to navigate after the outside and then, hopefully get that last hit on the inside. That's where the paddle really can come in handy, like when you want to keep some propulsion, some speed carrying through that board. The paddle is your friend. And I think, all the athletes, I would imagine, are eager to show what they got, but sometimes you got to let go a little bit, take it easy, and do what the wave actually allows you.
Well, we've got a few scores down. A 3.17 for Leonard Nica sets him up with the highest score of the heat. Omel with a 1.4 and another score to drop. And as we can see, a different angle from the beach here, a few little waves rolling through. Heard rumors that Drew Murin is down running around the sand and has a little catch-up for us. What's going on, Drew?
Shirt. 0. Okay. Extra large. Thanks, Fede.
All right, we will catch back up with Drew in just a moment. And we've got our surfer in the blue jersey who's just paddling to get over that one. Now, talk to us about the difficulty specifically of being on a stand-up paddleboard and trying to get through walls of whitewater like that.
Well, paddling back out on a stand-up paddleboard is, is one of the challenges, right? Because you cannot duck dive the board, let's say a short board. You're at the mercy of being able to punch over the wave. And that can be tricky, especially when the guys and girls nowadays are riding some pretty small volume boards where it makes it hard to stand up. That's where picking the right line, finding out where the rip current is, making the smart decisions. And I believe today we might see some heats, especially as the tide, changes. We're going to see it getting more difficult to get back out to the lineup as Blue is struggling right there to get over that whitewater. That feeling can be super frustrating.
Yeah, I can only imagine that, all you want to do is get out the back, be able to get in position for these sets rolling through. But when you're just stuck on the inside, especially needing to be in that standing position, there are some rules around that. Is that correct? That you can't paddle down on your knees or your stomach for too long?
It's true. There's, especially since boards have progressed and gotten smaller and smaller, there's been some changes to the rules. As we see red up and writing here.
All right, great looking set for Leo as he sets up this line for a first big maneuver. And unfortunately can't find that projection out of his opening turn, but he's looking for the right sections.
Leo's definitely looking the right places. That was a beautiful wall to that wave. There's a nice right that seems to be the consistent option this morning. Leo is based in Portugal, in Peniche. I know he's grown accustomed to a lot more powerful waves, coming from Italy originally, and now based in Portugal. But I think he was just, excited, wanting to make more of that wave. Leo being one of the more excitable and, energetic paddlers, whether it's racing or surfing.
Yeah, especially like you said, coming out of Portugal, living in Peniche, and surfing at Supertubos often, and that is a powerful, powerful wave. So you can see that he's really looking for something that he connect with like that.
Yeah, and that's this is where the wave here at in Le Sable d'Olonne and Le Tanchette, where the surfers are out right now, is a wild card. It's a joker. Not a lot of the international paddlers have actually spent a lot of time here. So it's, getting accustomed. As we see Leo taking another look at a nice right here. Can he do it this time?
So staying really busy. Little check turn to start off with. Again, just can't quite find that projection. But he's staying really busy. We're down to 10 minutes on the clock, so about halfway through this heat. Leo currently still sitting in the lead with that 3.17 and a 1.37. So judges, when they're, talking about scoring and scores that are going to be able to get into that 5-point range, really needing to see completed maneuvers ridden all the way out of, as well as those combinations of major maneuvers.
Yeah, and of course some critical surfing, being able to take the risk of, going at the lip, going for broke. There's a lot of tactics that goes into producing a great score, and the judges have a certain criteria to look for, which I look forward to diving into and seeing how they're actually scoring today. But I think so far we haven't seen what I would call anything near excellent or great yet. The waves being the challenging factor. So we see it looks mushy, especially in that midsection. Leo having 2 or 3 waves now where he just does not manage to get the speed and maybe goes hopes for more than what the wave is able to deliver. And curious to see how that develops.
We'll have 3 big days of SUP surfing. We're going to run straight through for those all the way to the finals. On Wednesday. It is Monday morning here on the west coast of France in the Atlantic. And once we finish out SUP surfing here for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, we will be rolling straight into our racing side of things. And we'll have 4 days filled with a variety of races.
We have technical racing on offer on Thursday, Friday, as it looks right now. We have the long distance on Saturday, and followed with the grand finale on Sunday of sprint racing combined with the team relay race, and of course the award ceremony afterwards. So I think personally I'm really excited for the racing. This is a cool venue with some conditions. I was talking to a lot of the athletes the last few days, and especially on the race side, there's an excitement like this could be the event, so to say, that can bring back some of those early day stand-up paddle vibes from Battle of the Paddle in California, where you have the waves that are just the X factor that can make for an interesting event.
That's so exciting. Love seeing, the identity that this group of athletes hold within the SUP community specifically, and the paddle community, and to be able to see everyone coming back together. And I'm excited as well to see those races because it's in such a beautiful location, as we can see some of the crew down on the beach. We
got Team England sitting right there with their coach Marcio Diaz. I see Holly Bassett as well. Sarah from SUP Junkie over on the left. They are definitely, they got some good surfers in the lineup there. And good to see the teams coming down as well to support the athletes.
Yeah, it's so good to see that support, but then also to kind of study the lineup, to be able to get to know what this break is really like, how it's going to be, what these waves are going to look like throughout competition for their own strategies as well. So we're down to 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Leo Nika has been the surfer with the most consistency so far, pulling through that 3.17, which was his first score and rolled through as the best score of the heat so far. Garcia from Puerto Rico with a 2.5 as his high score, a 1.4 as the backup. He's sitting in that position right now that will be advancing, where our surfer from Poland, Kowalski, actually hasn't gotten into his first wave yet. So he's still looking for a score to be able to get himself into an advancing position. And we've got a paddle from red is unable to get into it, and we'll track with our surfer in green now for Kowalski, up and riding on his very first wave for this year's World Championships.
Yep, he got his campaign started right there. Might not be how he dreamed it, but here goes Leo again with a nice bottom turn, simple off the top. Does he reconnect?
And he's able to roll through that first turn, looking for this end section. So this could be looking like his best score so far. Already getting a few maneuvers connected together, looking for this stand-up on the shore break, and that's an important moment.
Yeah, there we go. Now Leo started. I think he needed to like reset his gears. You know, he had a really nice bottom turn on this wave, the outside section, delivering a little bit of wall for him to play with, but it was this inside move, the last section where, you know, again, I'm going to compare it to Huntington Beach, and I know you're of course, you're the local at Huntington Beach, but it's that famous connection through the middle section that sets you up for the inside where you can get that last boom.
It's so true. As we take a look here at our surfer in green up and riding once again for Poland. So looking for that first major maneuver if he can get there, putting all that weight on the front kind of portion of his board as well, and just shuffles back quickly now, goes for that turn under the lip and hooks it in. So he's going to have 2 scores to drop through and put himself back in that conversation for that second place position, likely, as we've got that 4.67 that's dropped in for last of Leonika.
So Leo's definitely taken he's taken a commanding lead of the heat now. So Leo's going to be the man to beat. Garcia definitely has some scores that are trailing. Needs to up it. But I think while we were seeing one of the other ways, we got blue here. Garcia that had a nice, really backside off the top, going through the middle section here, navigating the white water, doing a nice little foam climb. I think the judges will appreciate how he stayed on the wave, looking for the potential towards the end as well.
Yeah, just looking to see if he could get one more turn thrown in the mix. So we can see a solid-sized set breaking straight in front of Leo. He just might be able to scratch himself over. Can't quite get there. That's great technique to be able to get the board over.
That's a nice little, I don't know what to call it, fly away, push the board over. That's, especially if you're, going over a bigger wave, like you might want to try to see if at least you can kick the board over. That will give you a good chance to not get stuck inside. But I really like this exchange we had here, Shannon, of a few different waves written. Przemysław Kowalski from Poland riding a bigger board as well. I was talking to him on the beach this morning, and I think in light of the conditions we had yesterday, where the waves were probably double the size of what we're seeing right now, it was victory at sea, where the strategy would have been, had the competition been yesterday, choose a big board, be stable, make sure you get out to the lineup. And maybe the waves calming down enough today that strategy being obsolete, and the bigger board may be the hindrance now.
Yeah, that's a really good bit of insight, especially when it comes to the technical sides of equipment decisions. Where often in shortboard surfing, you'll see on really small days, surfers going for smaller boards, on those big days also going for bigger boards. So similar things happening with the SUP side of equipment selection. Now we're down to 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Really probably enough opportunity for maybe 1 or 2 more exchanges left in this, but likely even just for, a single wave or 2 per surfer. We got that 4.67, which was the last score for Leo, as we can see our Canadian crew down on the beach, bright and early, getting ready for heats that are coming up. And a 4-point ride drops through for last of Garcia of Puerto Rico, which has him in a solid second place position now. That puts the requirement up to a 4.67 for Kowalski of Poland. Now, Kowalski, he's a casual SUP surfer out of Poland, says that he's following his dream despite his age, being a 36-year-old, and it's really exciting to see him here once again at the World Championships, representing his country as the only surfer.
True. He was had a very good sense of energy around him. As we see Blue Garcia up and riding here.
Oh, great looking backhand attack. Great exchange of the paddle as well from side to side. These are all really important factors when it comes to SUP surfing that the judges are paying close attention to. You can see him just
nice.
Throwing it up into that last turn, but can't hold on to the finish.
Comes a little unstuck there at the end. I really liked Garcia's smooth style from rail to rail as he was navigating that wave. He had the patience. You could really see he was eyeing the sections, looking for what was possible instead of trying to force something through that would maybe not be something you could do. So he had a really nice bottom turn. And here we see Leo.
All right, good looking set rolling out in front of him. Really driving hard through that first turn.
Yeah, that was, I love Leo. I've been competing with him for many years. He's very aggressive, and when the wave really does come together, he has the most beautiful style of surfing and really can take advantage of some power. But it just doesn't look like the waves are going his way right now. So he might need to change his gears. But I think, then again, he's in the lead of this heat. He might just be patrolling, having a little bit of fun right now.
Now we do have another score to roll through for the last wave of Garcia, so we're down to 1 minute 35 seconds on the clock. Surfers from the next heat will be paddling themselves out and getting into the lineup as well. And Garcia was chasing down a 3.85. He gets a 2.9 for that last wave, which was not enough to take him into leading position, but it puts a lot more pressure onto our surfer from Poland. now chasing a 5.07 for Kowalski as he's up and riding here. Nice quick paddles, little pump as he comes through this inside section. Now he's going to have a good looking finish here.
That's a nice wall.
Great looking connection with the lip. Can't quite find that projection to ride out of it. But he's had, you know, kind of a short heat. It took him about 13 minutes to get into his first wave of this 20-minute heat. So in the last few minutes, he's really started to step it up.
He's gotten busy. He's gotten some more waves. I think he had some initial nerves probably. As we see Leo once again up and riding.
Great looking checks to start things off. Finds that lip line and just pushes a little too hard. I can see what you're saying here about Leo. He's definitely someone that's got that energy. He's got that aggressive mentality when it comes to surfing, but has to work out that timing specifically on the waves here.
Exactly. It's the timing that's off right now. I think his coaches would be on the beach right now trying to, you know, or at least in the aftermath, they're going to show him the video of, you know, maybe you could have attacked this lip a little bit differently, a little bit more conservatively perhaps, instead of going full overboard.
So down to 10 seconds on the clock. One last ride through to the inside for Kowalski. And it's looking like we pretty much stitched it up. We're not sure if Leo or if Olmev will get one more wave, but we've got another score that's dropped through there, a 3.33 on the board for the last wave of Leo. Nika does increase his leading position and up and riding on one more victory lap as he rolls through. So that's going to be feeling really good for him to just get that campaign started, to get a few scores on the board and looking for one more section to finish off with. That's
how Leo wants to finish right there. He had the speed, nice little hit at the end.
So great surfing. It's Leo Nika of Italy that advances through in first. Omelv Garcia from Puerto Rico in second. And it was our surfer from Poland who came through with that third place finish as our surfer in blue into a huge
nice
re-entry.
That's the style of surfing I love right there, the goofy footer from Puerto Rico. Goofy power.
Incredible. So we've got a score to roll through. We could see a buzzer beater after that last wave. It's a 4.01 requirement, but we can hear the music, so we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more action and the results of that last heat right after this.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to the action. We have just seen an absolute buzzer beater from the Puerto Rican in Omelv Garcia, dropping in a 6.17 for his last wave. That was just outstanding. Casper takes away the lead over really powerful surfer in the Italian Leo Nika.
Yeah, that was a buzzer beater right there. Garcia definitely finding that link at the end with the left. He got I think what the judges must have noticed was his really precise bottom turn, sending him into a fantastic off the top, busting some fins right there. That's what they want to see. We want to see that too.
What a way to start things out this morning. A little bit sleepy in the beginning of that heat. Also, though, it's the first heat of the event. It's always challenging to be the first surfer, the first athlete to put on that jersey and have to perform right away.
I mean, there's some performance anxiety probably, but there's also a huge load of opportunity to set the tone. And, you know, you want the waves to be as good as possible, and you want to get some good waves off the top. But sometimes it's a slow start, and it's a misty morning here, and the atmosphere definitely is just, you know, building. And I'm sure as we go through the day, we're going to see athletes really come into tune with the conditions on tap.
So first two surfers to be advancing through is Garcia and Nika out of that last heat. From Poland, Kowalski drops through into the repecharge rounds as we track with live action now into our second heat of the day. And he goes in for that first opening hit for Noah Stender of Denmark,
Yep.
but he'll go down.
That was Noah right there, a young gun from Denmark. I've been coaching for some years. He's a bright young talent. Very excited to be here. He's actually the junior European champion of SUP surfing last year. He was crowned in Denmark. And I know he was down there at 5 o'clock this morning in the dark looking at the waves.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, it is seriously dark here on the west coast of France. We got into our cars this morning at 7 a.m. to get a ride down to the beach, and it was pitch black. Sunrise isn't until about 8 a.m. So to be down here at 5 o'clock in the morning, to be waiting, to be watching, it's definitely a long time in the dark.
It certainly is. And as we see this heat right here, we have Noah Stender, of course, from Denmark, followed by Bobo Gallagher from Maui, Hawaii, USA. Benedikt Götz from Germany, making out the third person in this heat. And yeah, really excited to see, of course, some Danish blood. I'm trying not to be biased, of course, but some great surfers in this heat.
Yeah, and exciting, to see that next generation starting to step up like Noah. Like you said, current junior European champion to be now competing on the open side here for the World Championships, and to be somebody that has been, a real standout in that conversation so far in Europe. We've got 17 minutes on the clock. We've just got that 1:07 on the board for Noah. So let's go down to the beach and catch up with the buzzer beater winner for that last heat. Omel Garcia is with Drew.
Hey guys, thanks. I'm down with Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico. Great heat number 1, sir. Great job on that. First thing I want to talk about is that, you can barely even see it, but that little thing on your head right there, what happened?
Well, yesterday, heating up for the competition, my paddle slipped, hit me in the head. It opened up a little bit, but my dad worked out with glue and tape, and we're ready to go.
So Dr. Garcia took care of it. How'd you feel kicking this thing off, kicking this 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships off? You did a great job. You kind of set the tone for the rest of the day.
Super excited. I was just excited to be the first team guy from Puerto Rico to be in the water. The team was hyped. I was hyped. All happy, man, to be here and win the hit like that.
Well, I see your sister's over there. She's got Mom on the phone, and she wants to talk to you. Congratulations on that first heat. We'll see more of it to come.
Thank you. Hi to everybody in Puerto Rico. Mami, abuelo, todo el mundo allá.
I'll tell you what, Puerto Rico knows how to party, guys. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Drew. Great to hear from Omel. Exciting to see Puerto Rico get that first win.
Definitely, that sets a precedent for the event. I like the comeback. I enjoyed the fact that he didn't have it secured until that very last wave. It creates some excitement for all us viewers, and that's sport right there. But nerve-wracking as athletes, being in the position, of course, you'd rather have a safe one in the bag, but that's not how it goes all the way.
Yeah, definitely. And to be able to get the highest wave of the heat as well, right before the buzzer sounded, really exciting way to kick things off for this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Now we got a paddle here from our surfer in green, Benedikt Götz, with a good-looking wall opening up in front of him. Great opening snap. Pumps through this section, trying to gain some speed and momentum as he hits that reform on the end. That was well-timed.
That was beautiful.
He goes up for one last throw on his backhand. That was going to be late regardless, but wow, that second turn was
I really enjoyed watching Götz right here, how he, as we see Noah coming up and riding here as well.
Noah up with a quick wave as well. So a little bit of action to kick things off here on the 15-minute mark. Great snap in the section, and he'll kick out with control. That's that wave of Benedikt.
Yeah, Götz, he had a really nice eye for the section coming at him. He had a nice little, initial roundhouse turn on the outside, but he was already eyeing that inside section. And it was beautiful projection, as we'll see a replay, I hope, in a second, where he just really puts the board in the critical spot where he lets the wave do the work for him, like really gets it up. Boom. So, and Noah, of course, the backsider here, he's, I know he always wants to go left, but it was good to see him, take a little right here and find the pocket after navigating that little whitewater section initially. But they're going to be looking for some improvements. And again, they're just getting started.
So scores to roll through for the last wave of Noah and the last wave of Benedikt. As we can see, Noah up and riding again. So we're still waiting for his last score. He's now found a really good right rolling through into the sand. Enough to kick out before, just going too shallow here. And this is going to be an interesting one to see where the last couple scores fall through. At the moment, it's Bobo Gallagher from the USA out of Maui, who's sitting with just that 1.67. So doors are wide open to take away the leading position.
We're waiting for some scores to drop, obviously, see who got the waves that, in the judges' eyes, possess the the potential for a good score. And I think we see some dropping for Noah here. But that final turn by Green, Benedict Gertz, really is the one that sticks to my mind. Like, that was rail turn from the bottom, projecting at the top of the wave, boom. I have a feeling, I'm really curious, but I have a feeling that's what we're going to want the judges to look for.
I couldn't agree more. That was really outstanding surfing. Found the right section, had his timing correct, like you said, just really engaged the rail of that board. So we're still waiting for a score to whirl through for Benedict, which will be his first and only score on the board. Noah dropped into 2.67 to improve on his 2.17 for his second to last wave. We're still waiting on that last one, that sucky little right that he was able to get into pretty quickly on the inside. I'll be curious to see the positioning of the surfers because, we've been talking about similar kind of break here at Tunchette to what we see in Huntington Beach, California, which is a very popular surf destination. It's a very popular contest destination. Specifically, plenty of ISA events have run there over the years, as well as so many other well-known events that, a lot of these surfers have probably attended as well. And so to be able to kind of see that outside section, have to race through that flat, slopey section that doesn't really give any scoring potential, hopefully not relying on that Huntington hop because we're stand-up paddling and we've got a paddle in the hand to really help that speed and that projection making it through those sections.
True. Put it like that. There's a lot of similarities to Huntington Beach. Of course, many of the athletes here have actually competed at Huntington Beach for the APP World Tour. We've had SUP surfing events there in the past. And, talking about the Huntington hop, of course, we don't want to talk too much about Huntington Beach, but the combination of a Huntington hop where you can really pump the board, hop it, carry the speed through the flat section, combined with a paddle in your hand, gives you a lot more interesting potential to use when you actually get to that inside section, can deliver that final maneuver. But we're not in Huntington Beach. We're in the Sable d'Olonne, Plage de Tanchette here. So, this is another wave entirely. So I'm sure it's going to change as well as we see the tide swing.
It's so true. We could see it yesterday really, standing up with some pretty great sections, and it'll be interesting to see how it shapes up throughout those tide changes. Hopefully that wind stays really light today as well. It's beautiful, clean, glassy conditions this morning on the west coast of France. We are so excited to be here, to be back in Europe for another amazing event alongside of the ISA, and we're so thankful for the local organizing committee for all the work that's gone in behind the scenes to be able to make this event possible and to bring the paddle community together once again. As we've got some live action here, let's track with our surfer in red. Bobo tries to get into it, is unable to, but he stays on his feet. He's going to paddle himself back into position quickly. Benedict as well, looking to get himself in position, and he'll just sneak over the top of this wave.
That's a really nice set just rolling through. I think most of the paddlers caught out of position a little bit. Maybe Noah in blue will be able to capitalize on this left coming through. He's definitely put himself in the position.
Noah looking to get into that first wave is unable to. Bobo as well. So it definitely seems like positioning is a little bit challenging. Priority hasn't really come into play yet this morning. Of course, we've got priority. You can see that our surfer in green has first priority, blue with second priority, and red with third priority at the moment. Now that they're kind of getting a little bit closer together, we'd likely see that come into play on the next set.
We're going to see it. They're close. The initial waves, there's no priority at first when they get to the lineup. Now green has cemented priority. He's been out by the peak for the longest, has the priority to choose whatever wave he wishes to take off on. Blue, second priority, red, third. So this is the pecking order, and as soon as, say, green catches a wave, that means that priority will shift to blue. And that's, a secondary game inside the heat that actually I think is a really cool addition as an athlete because it can be a dogfight otherwise, scrapping for the waves. And this creates a little bit of order and ability for the athletes to pick and choose.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, priority is it's been such a big, change to the game when it comes to competitive surfing across all disciplines, whether it's SUP, shortboarding, longboarding, and anything in between. We're down to 10 minutes on the clock, and the score that came through for that first wave of Benedict Goetz was a 4.50. That was that wave we were waiting on for a little while. So the judges, liking the look of it, not quite into that kind of mid-range 5 zone, but just shy. And he does have that single highest score of the heat.
Yeah, he's got a good place to build from. Definitely the wave of the heat so far. So we see 2 surfers taking off.
All right, so our surfer in blue had priority over red coming into this wave, so red ducks out of it. Blue up into the lip for Noah on his first re-entry.
Noah taking a really nice left-hander there, the goofy footer from Denmark. He loves powering off the bottom, looking for a section to hit. Curious to see a replay of that from another angle. The drone really showed, he picked the nice line on the wave. I'm curious to see how much curve and power was actually in it. And another thing to consider is like, how are the judges? I'm curious to see how the judges score one big maneuver versus a combination of multiple smaller maneuvers. What is going to provide the bigger score? And as the heats progress, I think we'll know more and more. So we're also sitting here learning with all you out there watching the webcast.
So true. And often, it's not the number of maneuvers, but it's the quality of that maneuver. So that's where we're seeing that 6-point ride that came through for Garcia at the end of that last heat for Olmev. Walked through with the highest wave of the day so far. Benedict with that big maneuver, but maybe if he was able to get that solid combination with a second strong opening turn, we could have seen him going into that 6-point range as well.
We probably could, yeah. And that's, where the judges they have the ability to look at the replays. They can go back compared to other waves in previous heats as well. They have a lot of tools at their disposal to really analyze and make a decision that sets a precedent for the rest of the day. And as surfers, you're really trying to tap into the mindset of the judges to see what the criteria is today. As we see on the beach, Team Denmark cheering on Noah. This is a system, that's the head coach Jesper right there, holding number 2 up, which I'm actually not sure what it means. I haven't paid attention to what their strategy is this year and what the numbers mean. But
yeah, we'll definitely have to get some insights. I've never seen a strategy where there's an actual number system. Often there will be like a coach maybe with a bright, colorful towel or something and kind of pointing in different directions for positioning.
It could be positioning. It can be what scores you need. There is a need to communicate between the team and the athlete, and it can be what scores you want or who do you need to cover. It can also be a color, like say you need to stick to green, cover him, make sure he doesn't get any waves. But I think Noah just wants to stay busy right now. He's he's got the surfing. He just has to put the pedal to the metal and get busy.
Currently sitting in the lead is Noah Stender of Denmark with a 3.17 and a 2.67. Benedict has been the kind of more composed surfer of the heat, just the single score, but with the highest. Hasn't caught a second wave yet. Noah now on the inside section, looked almost, more like that was just to get himself out of that position, find himself into the rip, and find an easier place to paddle out to.
I mean, it's a wide open heat. If you look at it, there's no one that really has a commanding score that puts them out of range of anyone. Benedict sitting with a 4.5, taking the charge, but he doesn't have a backup score at all. So that it's really wide open. Bobo, coming from the U.S. might be suffering a bit of jet lag, but I think, he might look. Here he goes.
All right, good looking set opening up in front of Bobo and connects with that first section, just holds on to that turn, flies up into the second one. That's a good combination, and it'll be his best score for sure. He's chasing out a 2.84 at the moment to get the advancing position.
I think that will very much put him in contention, moving up the ranking. He had 2 really nice turns there. The first one, nice and critical. The second one, really projecting the board into the critical part of the wave. So I'm curious to see what the judges like there. But Bobo definitely getting busy. He's got just under 6 minutes to get things to go, and I'm curious to see again, how the judges reward 2 maneuvers like that.
So score to roll through for last of Gallagher. He's now up and standing as he paddles his way back to the lineup. Now we do see the surfers that, fall off their boards, they're trying to get back out, or even just standing and balancing out at backline as they're waiting for a set to roll through. But we know there are some rules specifically around that in the SUP surfing world, where you're not allowed to sit on your board for too long. You're not allowed to take too many strokes in a prone paddling position or even on your knees.
There's a very clear set of rules, and I think I need to follow up on what they exactly are, because there was a briefing the other day where the judges shared this information with the athletes again. But at the end of the day, you're not allowed to lay on your stomach too long. You're not allowed to paddle in a prone position, as we see Benedict Götz up and riding again from Germany.
All right, so he started out with that 4.50. This is now just his second ride, so he's been super patient throughout this heat. Nice slash to start things off, and you can really see the movement of the feet as well to position in the right part of that board to try and find that momentum. Goes up for a really critical section, but is unable to make it.
I like the bottom turn he had on that wave. It really, you can see his board carries a lot of speed. It accelerated through that bottom turn. It didn't have a huge section to hit initially, then gets to the end section, sets it up for a horizontal roller coaster little roller coaster, but he just comes off the board there at the end.
Yeah, that was a really good bottom turn. I like the, pulling out that sort of moment, and that wasn't able to find that projection to finish, but the setup for it looked really good.
It was beautiful surfing, yeah. And, it also goes to say that, he has patience. Having a good score of, a decent score of a 4.5 puts him in a position where he can pick and choose a little bit more. But with 4 minutes remaining, it's good that he has a backup on the board now. So now he can spend the last few minutes working to improve the house that he's built, improve the foundation.
All right, now Bobo dropped in a 3.93 for his last wave, which has him set up into that second place position and has pushed Benedict down into third. Now we are waiting for that last score of Benedict to drop through, and there it is, a 2.27. Changes the whole situation. Benedict goes into the lead. Bobo down into third as we see Noah now in second, chasing a 3.61 to get himself into that leading position. He's currently in advancing position, but it is so tight in this heat. This is a really important moment for him. Nice transition of that paddle from side to side with his hands as well. And he'll finish off on the inside section. As we take a look here at Bobo with a good looking section, great positioning as well. We've seen a few of the surfers paddling to try and get into a wave and unable to. He put himself in the critical section, goes for that big layback as well for the first turn. Pumps and paddles through to the inside section here, up and off the lip.
Oh, wow.
And looking for one more maneuver.
Bobo Gallagher, that wave really opened up for him right there. He kept that flow, like, thought he was done after one turn, second turn coming up, and boom, a third one. I really like his style, Bobo being a very accomplished hydrofoiler, wing surfer, crossing multiple channels between the Hawaiian Islands. He's a kid with a lust for adventure and surfing in many forms.
Oh, incredible. I loved the flow within that wave. You could really see it come together out of that first snap, which was really dynamic and powerful, but then to be able to just connect the dots in a really smooth way as well.
Exactly. And as we see, we still are waiting for some scores to drop here, but Noah actually in a little bit of a precarious situation in blue. He is in second place right now, which is advancing, but he doesn't possess one of the highest scores. He has two, okay scores, but nothing that sets him apart from the others. And this is a wide open heat. We got a few minutes left, and as we see the replay of Bobo here doing a really interesting kind of laid back front side turn, pumping it through the midsection here, sets up for a nice horizontal float off the whitewash, setting it through, hitting the end section, coming up with a nice, controlled approach. I think he tried to make the most of that wave right there, and I think he can look back and say, okay, I'm in a good position now to just look for that final score that can make or break my heat.
All right, so scores to roll through for last of Gallagher. He's currently sitting in third. We're down to about a minute 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and he's chasing just a 1.91. Now he's going to get that score. Will he get a score that's big enough to take him into the leading position? He could likely do that as well, which could knock the Danish surfer Noah Stender down into that third place repechage round.
And as we see, it's a 4.17 that drops.
There we go. So Bobo Gallagher of the USA with a 4.17 into the lead. Benedict Goetz of Germany down into second, and Noah into third, chasing a 3.61. This is a really well-matched heat. Those couple fours on the board being the standout moments, but those requirements still being quite small for our bottom two surfers to be able to take over even that leading position. As we take a look at Noah now on his forehand, snaps through for a beautiful carve to start. The goofy foot has been eyeing up those lefts as much as he can and made the most of that first turn.
He made the most of that first turn. It looked like Noah was a little bit out of sync on that wave. Maybe he was already eyeing that end section a little bit too early. It definitely didn't look like he quite got the board and the body in the right position. Came, off in the middle of the maneuver. But then again, like we saw in the first heat with Leonika, the waves are tricky out there. It can be, punchy one moment and then gutless the next moment. And I think Noah just, overestimated the wave a little bit there. I don't think it's going to be the score he's looking for, so he's going to be busy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important for him to try and find one more opportunity, especially with that missed in section. Tracking with Benedict now on the inside, really small wave as it's rolling through. It hasn't given him that real pocket section that we saw from his opening wave, that 4.5, which was a really exciting way for Benedict to kick off this heat.
He had a fantastic start to the heat. I think that wave, the 4.5, really sticks out to me as the one that I remember from this heat. I hope we see more maneuvers like that where the wave also allows for that critical approach, that very aggressive style of surfing. Because there's a ton of guys in this draw that can light the waves on fire.
Now, last score of Noah was a 2.67, which was not enough to change his situation. That'll hold Bobo and Benedict in those advancing positions. We are waiting for a score now to drop through for Benedict, chasing a 3.60 to get himself into that leading spot. We can see the surfers in the next heat are getting themselves into position. That buzzer hasn't sounded yet, as we're still waiting for scores to roll through to see if Germany can take away the lead. And he wasn't able to get anything substantial out of the first section of that wave as we picked him up kind of, towards the inside. And it's just a 1.33 for Benedict Goetz, which means that Bobo Gallagher, off the flow of that 4.17, holds on to the lead.
Great for Bobo off the plane from Hawaii. I know he's probably suffering from some jet lag at this moment, but the story also, I think Bobo being a great accomplished surfer already, Germany being the standout for me here. Surprise also. Germany being a country that doesn't possess a whole lot of coastline, but they have great surfers. They have hungry surfers, and that's, I think, what we're seeing here today.
Yeah, what an exciting way to start things off. Day number 1 for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We've got so much more action to come. Casper, thank you so much for calling these heats. We've got Anthony Vela, who will be jumping in the booth with me to call the next couple, and we'll be back and forth throughout the day, so it's going to be a great day of surfing. Stay tuned, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We've got a big week of competition ahead of us, kicking off day number 1 with our SUP surfing division. We've got 3 days of this, and then we will be into 4 days of racing, which is technical races, relay races, sprint races, and the distance race. So all very exciting to see get underway. We've already got some waves being ridden in the water as well, as we're down to 18 minutes on the clock. This is Jesse Cohen of Canada, who's currently up and riding. He is in the water up against Kapono Fukuda of Japan and Jethro Johnson of South Africa. This is going to be another great heat and a great way to start out the first couple this morning as well, with some 6s on the board. My name is Shannon Hughes, now joined in the booth by Anthony Vela. And Anthony, you've got a plethora of responsibilities this week, but we are so excited to have you join in the booth throughout this morning because you've got so much knowledge on the surfers and on what's going on behind the scenes.
Well, thanks, Shannon, and this is the most fun place to be, to get all the action up close and have access to the best camera angles, and I'm very excited to be able to call some of this action. I met Jethro on the plane ride over, so it's exciting to see him in the water now.
Oh, it's great. Team South Africa seems to be a really good unit coming together this week.
It's great to have them back. We've seen former champion Taryn King, who's back. And Thomas King, her husband, he was in the final back in Fiji. So having South Africa back is great. And Jethro's out there enjoying the waters.
So exciting. Of course, the King family have been a real standout within South African stand-up paddling with the different races that they do, the downwinds, as well as competing on the surfing side of things. So it's great to have them in the mix this week. And we've got some scores already on the board. First of Japan, for Kapono Fukuda, drops through as a 4-point ride, which is going to be a really solid way to get his campaign started and really set himself up in that leading position.
Kapono I met the other day. He's new to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. As we've seen many, many years, a number of Japanese, both on the male and female side, have made the final. And although he's going to be a newcomer this year, they are just very experienced surfing in Japan. SUP, longboard, everything. So we'll look to see how Capona does, but starting this heat off in the lead.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a very strong start. Given the kind of context of scores today, we saw a 6-point ride as a buzzer beater from the very first heat of the morning, but just 4s made it through for the top 2 surfers in that last one. Taking a look now at Jethro from South Africa. Finds a bit of power out of that second turn, now pumps down the line, looking for a good finish as this walls up in front of him, and that was a great way to start things off.
Beautifully ridden wave, and you can tell Jethro has a little bit of a lower stance, so his center of gravity is much more conducive to these challenging waves. And we saw Bobo ripping in his heat, but he stands a little more straight up, and Jethro's experience in his strength in his legs is going to play. You can see how tricky the water is right there, both on the wave paddling, on the wave surfing, and also paddling out.
Yeah, how challenging is that? I mean, the strength in the legs, having to balance and everything when there's just so much water moving. But let's take a look first at the replay here for Lasso Jethro. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you can see just how bumpy it is, and he does a great job executing that turn, getting the board, driving back down the line, setting up for this one, and just bangs one off the top right there. That was one of the smaller kind of inside maneuvers, but that's the way that you want to finish a wave, putting an exclamation point on it.
All right, so some scores to roll through. It's a 5-point ride for Jethro. Judges loving that combination surfing.
Yeah, it was that, that opening turn, and then just he had good patience to set up the section to drive down the line, showing that speed, and then the commitment on that final turn was awesome.
And we've got a good-looking set rolling through here now for Capono. He's already got that 4-point ride on the board. Sets himself up here with a nice snap to start on his backhand. A little bit wider and in the face, and now starts to engage with that critical section of the wave, as well as, sliding that blade from hand to hand, all the different positioning being really important.
And it's very interesting to see how quickly some of the Japanese stand-up paddlers have transitioned from shortboarding. For me, it's the use of the paddle that is the difference between shortboarding and stand-up paddling, and they've done a very good job of transitioning, and they obviously have the shortboard experience. The way that stand-up paddle surfing has evolved is it's more like shortboarding now, and you see these guys and girls, and they're just right in the pocket, they're crisp turns, and it's phenomenal.
Well, we've got some scores in. Jethro currently in the lead, Capono currently sitting in second, and Jesse down in third with a 2.53. As we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew Murin.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the 14-year-old Bobo Gallagher from the island of Maui, riding for Team USA. And Bobo, great job out there, brother.
Thanks. Yeah, it was a fun heat with some of the other guys from the other nations. And, yeah, it was tough conditions, but managed to get 2 in the last 10 minutes. So, yeah, it was a fun heat for sure.
Let's talk about your equipment a little bit. You got this Dave Baney and Special behind this Infinity. You haven't been on this board long, correct?
No, I got it the day I left for here in Les Sables d'Olonne. But yeah, it's a great board. Love surfing it. It's probably one of the best boards I've ever ridden, so it's great.
Good job, Dave Baney. Well, Bobo, congratulations on that first heat. Way to get you sort of settled in. We'll look for you coming up in upcoming heats, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much.
14-year-old Bobo Gallagher from the island of Maui. And I'll tell you what, all of our thoughts and prayers going out for those friends of ours out on Maui right now. I know my good friend Zane Schweitzer out there in Maui really helping out the island, trying to keep it going. And I'll tell you what, you guys, all the way from France, our thoughts and prayers are with you. So if the rest of the countries out there that are watching could definitely pass that along, we greatly appreciate it. Thoughts with you. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Drew. And yeah, thoughts and prayers with the island of Maui after the wildfires in Lahaina. And great to see Bobo, coming through with such a great performance and giving some love and inspiration to the home.
Yeah, Bobo is just amazing, and you can just see the youthful excitement on his face. Yeah, and but he did well pronouncing Les Sables d'Olonne, so that was very impressive. He must have been practicing, and then, of course, we saw Soren Preston and Campbell Carter holding the U.S. flag. Both were bronze medalists in the junior technical race last year in Puerto Rico. So U.S. has a little bit of a younger team, and then some of the veterans are in. You see the Kanani Yachman and the rest of the U.S. team. So a youthful team, and it's awesome to see.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see some of these teams as well that were able to fill out, a full team. The kind of powerhouse nations that have had a lot of success through ISA, SUP, and paddleboarding championships in the past, like Australia. USA and France, of course, that are possibly looking to go for a three-peat for that team gold medal this week, but also to see teams like Spain showing up really packed out, and it's going to be a really solid fight to see who can walk away with that gold medal with such incredible names in the draw. As we take a look at Jethro, that was such a good finishing section.
Oh, and I love his timing on that was phenomenal, where he didn't go all the way up to the lip. He did kind of a mid-face turn. And as we see our surfer in blue, Jesse, having a look at that one. But yeah, you mentioned the team battle. That's going to be one of the exciting things this week. Spain obviously has a very deep team, as does France. France, of course, wanting to win not just for the third time, but also they're the host nation. So this team battle is going to be incredible. And don't overlook Japan also. They were in a tight race for the bronze last year, and they've got a full team as well. So it's going to be an exciting race.
So much to look forward to throughout this week. We're in day 1, day 0 sort of yesterday with our opening ceremonies. That was an exciting thing to be able to see the parade of nations walking through the streets here.
I don't even know how to explain how amazing that was.
I think the smile on your face is definitely enough for me to understand how it went.
It was, the whole city came out to experience this. There was a drum line leading the parade, and we had some ISA dignitaries and, of course, all the teams. But it was packed for it was about a mile walk, and the streets were packed. Everyone was excited. You can just feel the energy, and you know, it's going to be great when all of those people come out for the weekend to watch the finals of the racing. But it was, I mean, I've got to say it was one of the, if not the best opening day parade ever.
Oh, it was incredible, especially, you know, it was a Sunday evening, 5 o'clock. Everybody was out enjoying themselves. The weather was beautiful. It was sunny. It felt like a really great beach day. And to be able to see all of these athletes walk through the streets with their teams was a really exciting thing here in France. As we see Capono with some great backhand technique here as he flies through to the inside. So getting a lot of important work done on the outside section. This is really heating up to be a solid heat between Jethro and Capono on this opening exchanges.
Yeah, it's kind of a mix of Jethro's has a little more power, and it looks like he's reading the waves a little better. These surfers have not had that much time to get out there. Had some, here we go.
Here we go, Jesse up and riding for Team Canada. Big looking wave, now redirects here just to, you know, kind of have that S turn and get himself out of that opening section. Looking for this reform now. You can see him checking left to right if this wave is going to stand up and give him that critical section that he's really going to need to capitalize to be able to get that score into a good space. So that wave didn't facilitate too much scoring potential, but looked like a pretty fun ride.
Looked like a good wave, yeah. And Jesse's just, you know, Team Canada making their way here, and you know, not perhaps don't have all the coastline that some of the other places have, and it's cold. They do have some very fun waves to surf, and Jesse with just a 1.6 and a 0.93 that may better those scores. But right now we have the battle for the heat lead with Jethro and Capono, and I was talking about Jethro having that power. Capono looks like he's a little spicier when he's on his board, and I think when he gets a section, it's going to be exciting to see what he can do.
Yeah, so true. We're down to 8 minutes on the clock. Jethro's dropped in another 5, so he's increased. His opening ride was a 5. He's now got a 5.4. He'll have one of the higher heat totals of the day as well, with those two scores being on the board. And Capono now with a 4.6 and a 4-point ride for his first two. A 3.77 for his last wave doesn't factor in to his top 2 scores as we take another look here.
So great patience on that bottom turn, and a lot of surfers use this cross bow where they have their paddle on their heel side and then go across the bow of the board. And this is a lot harder than it looks, and I think a lot of surfers should just keep the paddle on the toe side and pivot off of the toe side instead of doing this cross bow. And you can see him making that connection there and not able to finish that wave, but great job completing that wave, great job making it through that section, giving him one more attempt.
We're taking a look at this one as well from Jesse.
Yeah, this was a really good wave. I think there is some scoring potential on that wave, and you can see him redirecting, and even just changing direction, that's how you gain score. So I think that's going to be one of his better scores.
So this one rolls through as a 1.73, does roll in as his best score of the heat so far, and he's chasing down a 6.87 to be able to take the advancing position away from Capono. Now you're talking to us about the transition of that paddle from side to side and where it possibly is better technique to be keeping that paddle on the toe side of the board? Well,
you want to show variety, but you can see on that wave of Capono, he started off and it was on his heel side. And it's a little bit natural as it takes your shoulders kind of around, thinking about what shortboarders do. So having a paddle and then moving it from one side to the other, it's very difficult. And a lot of times, surfers try to do what they see Kai Lenny doing, right? And so Kai was one who really, it looks so fluid and beautiful, they want to try and do that. But honestly, when, I'm coaching surfers, it's like, okay, you can do that, but also you want to have it on your toe side as well. And a lot of times that just feels more natural. So the turn is actually a better turn, and you can plant your paddle on your toe side a little easier if you just keep it there rather than going from heel to toe. And if I can just mention, this drone shot is great to see the conditions. You can see that rip current that's on the left side of the screen just going all the way out to sea. So that shows how much power there is, and we have live action.
All right, Jethro up and riding. Great breakdown of paddle technique. Really specific to what the judges are paying attention to as well when it comes to good scoring potential. And we've got 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock with a quick in and out from Jethro Johnson, the 43-year-old from East London, loves surfing out at Nahoon Reef. Now that's a heavy wave. It's got a lot of water moving around it, so he's used to being in water with these kind of tricky conditions. That is a reef break, so different than the sandy beaches that we've got here. But East London itself has some really high quality beach breaks.
And you can see he looks comfortable out there on that inside section that's kind of doubling and tripling up, and it's almost like he's looking for that inside tube ride. Someone will get a tube today. I'm predicting it, just looking at the way that the waves are coming in. And we see a set on the outside, and I'm going to get back a little bit later talking about the toe side to heel side and the applications of that, as it looks like a bomb set coming in.
All right, so looking at positioning, it's our surfer in the red jersey who does have first priority. He's on that inside position as well. Nice little chip in with the foam as he sets his rail and looks to project down the line. Finds that second turn up into the lip. Can't quite get there for a third one. You can see that little bit of frustration maybe coming through with him as well.
It looked like a good wave as it was opening up, and I was looking at the left as a goofy footer, and he chose to go right, so maybe you can tell the body language, he wasn't happy. You can tell there was maybe some scoring opportunity there that he wasn't able to capitalize on. But he'll get back out there, and this is kind of a warm-up day with the rapid charge round, so no surfers will be eliminated in this first day of competition. So that's a great thing for these surfers to kind of get their feet wet, so to speak, and figure out what the judges are doing. And you can see here, maybe it wasn't a left, maybe it was just my imagination, but as this wave reforms, he's going right, then he does the crossbow there, changes the paddle back to his toe side. You can see on that bottom turn, he doesn't use his paddle, so maybe had he used it, he could have gotten up and into the whitewater, and that would have helped make that turn look a little more critical.
You can even see that little left right on the end section where it did hold open. It just had that shoulder to it where the right was just that, sucky closeout. So I like where you're heading there, Anthony. Great to be able to call some of the action with you here to get some insights. Of course, we're in surfing at the moment, SUP surfing, but we're going to have a lot of racing, which you're particularly invested in.
Oh, the racing is just, we have an amazing venue, and looking at the start list for each of the races, we're going to start on Thursday, so 3 days of surfing. Thursday we'll get into the heats for the technical race, 2 heats of men, 2 heats for women. And then we'll have 6 finals on Friday, starting with the junior technical. Then we'll get into the paddleboard technical, and then finishing with the open men and women technical races on Friday. Saturday we'll have all the distance races, and Sunday the sprint and relay.
Very exciting things to come throughout the week here in Les Sables d'Olonne as we take a look at Jesse Cohen flying down the line for Team Canada. Checks into that next section. Tries to throw it up into the lip, doesn't quite find that momentum to roll through with it. But he will be putting down another score. He's chasing down a 6.87, which really speaks to the strength of his requirement against that of the top scores from our first and second place surfers. Jethro for South Africa holding the lead as we see Team South Africa down the beach.
Yeah, we can see a beautiful looking wave here on this left. I know the other surfers would have liked to have been on this wave. So they're just a little bit unstuck and misses a scoring opportunity. Comes off the bottom and redirects right there. So I think this will be his highest score, especially if he had finished that last maneuver. And live action now.
All right, our surfer in green back into the section for that first turn. That was a really beautiful wrap. Sets himself up with a nice tail slide, but can't hold on to it. Love the progression that he's throwing in for Jethro.
Oh, that was, you said it. This opening turn was beautiful right here. So just great style and great knowledge of this wave right here. And you can see him rapid. This was, I think we missed that opening section. And then here's the turn that we saw. So that turn right there was beautiful. So there was a little bit of the wave that we missed. It was good. Man, had he finished that, I think that would have been right up there with his other two top scores.
All right, so scores to roll through for Jethro, currently sitting in that leading position. That last wave, a 2.97, so it doesn't factor into his top two. Surfer in red, currently sitting in second, chasing down a 5.80 to get himself the leading position as we're down to the final minute. And our surfer in blue, down in third, hasn't been able to scratch out of that requirement of the 6.87 as we see a quick opportunity there from our surfer in red. He's unable to get into that wave. We can see surfers in the next heat already out in the water. They'll be ready to go as soon as the buzzer sounds. But will this be the 5.8 for the wave that we're looking at for Kapono of Japan? Nice turn to start things off with. Finds a great lip line floater. Nearly finds the finish.
Wow, that was incredible timing. And I love the way he cut that first turn a little bit short to be able to execute the second turn, or attempt the second turn, I should say.
And our surfer in the lead, Jethro Johnson, just goes down on that finishing section on the inside. He's had such a standout performance. The most consistent of the competitors that we've seen out in the lineup so far this morning. So he's going to walk away victorious. We do have that score to come through for last of red. I think with that finishing section, it could have been close to maybe that requirement, but without the ride out on the end, it's going to be a challenging one.
That was a committed final turn, the airdrop, and had he stuck that, he has those youthful legs, so I thought he might have stuck it, but he was unable to.
All right.
Jethro's stoked.
Stoked. What a performance for the East London local. His wife, Kim, and kids, Riley and Lila, will be stoked tuning in back at home. I'm not sure what time it is in South Africa, but hopefully they're awake and getting to see part of the action with Dad out in the lineup. Absolutely ripping and walking away with the win. We're still waiting for that last score of Kapono, but chasing down a 5.80. It won't be the score that he needs. It would have had to have been the highest score of the heat so far. So it's Jethro Johnson with the lead, Kapono Fukuda from Japan in second, and Jesse Cohen of Canada in third. We've got more action to come, a big day of SUP surfing. We're currently in men's round one. We've got 12 heats total, and we'll be rolling into women's round one after that. We'll be back with more right after this.
Ta-dam!
We're back straight into the action here for the ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. Flying down the line is Wes Fry of Australia. Hooks it under the lip for that first section. Great wave selection for his opening opportunity. Finds a second backhand attack and a third. Builds from strength to strength with each of these turns so far as he flies down the line, engages that paddle into the face of the wave to just torque that board around even more. Goes up for a huge foam climb on that last turn and has maybe one more in him on a very challenging section, unable to ride out clean, but what a performance and a way to kick things off, Anthony.
Holy moly, Macanoli. I'm going to say that the judges are right now determining, is that an excellent score? And I mean, that had all the criteria. That was one of the bigger waves we've seen. Huge open face. And this was also, it looked like they split the peak. So here's our surfer in red from France, Gabrielle. And the regular footer going left, and you can see using that same, crossbow that we've talked about. And he didn't know that on the right, that the right looked way bigger also. So that's the same wave that the Australian Wes Fry was on. And we'll get back to that replay in just a moment.
As we take a look at some live action with Marcio Diaz of England, up into the section, and nearly makes the finish. Just can't quite keep his toes stuck to the board, unfortunately, on the end of that one. Gabriel now paddling himself back out into the position. And, I mean, wow, what a way to start things off. Let's take a look now at that first wave of Wes Fry.
And he's flying, and what a smart turn right there, just to make sure, and then straight up into that little bit of an airdrop. And this turn right here is the money turn. Bang, right there, staying nice and low, super composed. And see, he's doing what I was talking about, the paddle staying right on his toe side. And this little foam climb right there, not very critical, but it looked fun. And I think that's a great addition to what he had already done. So 3 completely different turns, power, flow, everything. And that was a huge wave.
That was huge. It had such a good section, great shape to it as well. So it really offered that scoring potential with each of those sections. And Wes, he just put that board in the right position the entire time. I like that mention as well for the paddle positioning, but we're going to get back to that because we've already got the winner of that last heat down on the beach with Drew Murin. Take it away, Drew.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jethro Johnson from South Africa, one of the elders in the competition. I'm what, 43, 44?
43.
43, yeah. So, hey, congratulations on that heat. Let's talk about the conditions out there. Looks like it's breaking a little bit hard on that shallow section. Why don't you tell us a little about that?
It is very shallow and breaking hard. Man, I got caught in that inside. You can't even stand that.
We've been talking about it all week. We've been talking about how the conditions change day by day, hour by hour. Why don't you walk us through that?
Low tide's very, very shallow, breaks hard on that bank. The high tide's a lot softer, so it should get easier during the day.
And what'd you do to prepare for this event this year? I know you've been out in the water quite a bit there in South Africa.
Yeah, just surf. Surf as much as possible.
Well, it's good to have some of the elder men out here showing these young guns how to do it. What's the forecast or what's the outlook for your team here at this ISA World Championship?
I think we're going to take it. All 4 of us.
I think you guys can do it.
Yeah, we got a good shot.
There he is. Jethro's always a comedian out there. Great guy to be with in the lineup. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Jethro, and I love that confidence. Team South Africa is stacked. They've already got a gold medalist on the team and Taryn King on the racing side, but fantastic surfers as well between her and her husband. And it's going to be a small team, but one that's very, very powerful.
And it's great. The King family, they brought the whole family, the kids, the parents, everyone's here, and great to see them back. Taryn also a phenomenal longboarder. I believe she's the current South African longboard champion as well. So a number of these stand-up paddle surfers. Also, Casper was talking about Bobo Gallagher, and Bobo loves to do everything in the ocean. And most of these athletes, cross over to many different disciplines, which is what stand-up paddling is. It's a combination of several disciplines, and it's exciting, for me to watch and to just see all the different styles and the way that longboarders come in or shortboarders come in, or there's a whole new generation that are just stand-up paddlers because it's the first generation of stand-up paddling. So it's exciting to see all the different transitions that these athletes have made.
Well, talking about some exciting things, Team Canada down on the beach supporting their surfers that have already competed today and more to come. But we've got a big score on the board. Now, you called it, Anthony, into the excellent range. For Wes Fry, it's an 8.17 for the Australian out of Byron Bay, who has spent the last couple of months road tripping through WA, through Western Australia, with his partner, Skyla Rayner, who's also competing on the women's side of the draw, and kicks off his campaign with an 8.17.
Yeah, and this is one of the waves during the break, and here we see he's up and riding again, trying to get a backup score. Oh, this is that same wave, excuse me, and that beautiful combination there. That was the money turn, and right here, just hopping over that bumpy water. And you can see on that turn right there, his board was bouncing. He's doing a great job absorbing those bounces, and that foam climb, that was like trestles right there, and just going for the finishing turn. It's great to see all of the athletes really, this is a world championship. Everyone's attacking that last section, and our first wave into the excellent. I thought it might have been a little higher, but the conditions are going to get better, so the judges left a little bit of room for things to come later.
Yeah, especially, if he'd been able to ride out of that finishing maneuver, maybe getting that extra, couple points into the scoreline, getting him to maybe an 8.5. As we take a look now at Gabriel Blanchette with a 4.83 for the start of Gabriel, and connects with that lip line on his backhand. So he's now going to put a second score down on the board for Team France.
That was a great wave right there, very much on rail. And I think with stand-up paddling, sometimes the turns can get a little flat, and the better surfers really separate themselves by getting on rail. You can see him fumbling with the paddle there, and just a little check opening turn. He's missing the top of the handle as he's transitioning, so he's maybe newer to stand-up paddling, but this turn right here, just great rail-to-rail turn, right in the critical section. So not really much before that, but that turn was executed very well.
Gabriel is 26 years old for Team France, lives in the Mediterranean coast, so spends a lot of time stand-up paddling as well as racing on that side of the French coastline. As we take a look here at Marcio for Team England, and just transitioning through that flatter section on the outside, looking to switch that paddle in his hand and now start to engage with that lip line and throws the claim down to the beach after a well-ridden wave.
First claim of the event.
First claim.
That was for sure claimable. And when we watch the replay, you can see he just, sometimes it's hard with stand-up paddling to figure out what to do with the paddle. And on one of those turns, he had the paddle on one side but completely missed the water. So as we see, the goofy footer gets his feet positioned and switches the paddle once, switches it again, and trying to get back into the wave. And this is the one right here as he does a little stall, and he's setting up. This right here we call baton twirling, right? So right there, didn't do anything with the paddle, just kind of twirled it like a baton, but right there, bam. Yeah, that was, I love how he shifted his weight to the back foot right there just to make sure the nose didn't dive, and you can see how much water is moving out there. And I think when the tide starts to fill in, it's going to get smoother, so that wave of rest fry that we saw later is going to just line up better without the bumps. And that's why the judges left some room, because that 8.7 on a higher tide might have been a 9.5, just the way that the wave was going to be a little smoother.
Yeah, I love that insight and seeing the changing of conditions already in comparison to the first couple heats that we ran through this morning. That rip is getting so fast. It's like a river running out to sea. Helpful for the surfers when they're trying to paddle their way back out, getting back up onto those feet if they can find that little, line of projection through the rip and avoid getting hit by too much whitewater. But it does make the surface of that water really have a lot of texture and really challenging to keep that balance in a standing position.
And they do have to paddle out. If you're in the rip, even though it's very turbulent, you're allowed to lay down if you're in the impact zone. The rip current, it's a very clear channel, so they're not in, you can see right there, they're not in the impact zone. So each paddler has about 15 seconds. There's a judge specifically looking at the prone paddling rule. If they fall, you can prone paddle for up to 15 seconds if you're in the impact zone. You can sit down and kind of retie your jersey or your leash, whatever you need to do, but then you must make an attempt to stand. The first time is a warning. The second time is a non-priority interference, and the third time is the same non-priority interference. So there are rules that are enforced here with laying down. As a lot of other contests, maybe that is not applicable due to the number of staff that's required.
Yeah, that's really good insight as far as rules going on behind the scenes. As we take a look now at Gabriel, putting down a 5.33 for his last wave. He's currently sitting in the lead. That was a powerful maneuver.
That was very nice. And that was a smaller wave, and as we see these waves continue to be ridden, we can really highlight how big that wave was by Wes. And that was a smaller wave, but I think he timed it really well. Just the one turn, but it was a nice turn nonetheless, so it's going to help his score line.
So scores at the moment, we've got Gabriel Blanchette, who is currently sitting in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.83. Wes Fry with that 8.17 on the board as his only wave, so he's just patiently been waiting out a second one. Let's take another look at this one for last of Gabriel.
I like how he took that high line at first and then went around that section. He was eyeing that section from right when he took off, highlined it, and then went around the section on the bottom turn and finished with a bang, and the judges liked it. Great, well timed.
Now, Marcio dropped in a 3.17 for his last wave, which was his best attempt so far on his fourth wave, to put him into that, position that doesn't have a huge requirement in front of him, chasing a 5.01. And Marcio's one of those, SUP surfers who's also so well-rounded when it comes to water sports. He comes from a solid background in surfing, had competed on the WSL World Qualifying Series in the past, but also has spent so much time, foiling, wind foiling, toe surfing, body surfing, kite surfing, windsurfing, pretty much you name it. He has been on a craft that allows him to be in the ocean as much as possible.
Well, this is the great part about being somebody who enjoys the water nowadays, because you can do it in so many different ways. You can literally, as a surfer, you used to not want wind. But then if you're an aerial surfer, you kind of want wind. Or if you're a wing foiler, you want wind. So there's all sorts of conditions out there in the ocean. That's the exciting part about surfing contests and SUP surfing, is it's a dynamic environment. And so you're not only competing against the person in the heat with you, but you're doing your best to try to pick the best wave. And that in and of itself is very challenging. And then you've got to go and execute the turns according to the criteria. So it's a very complicated sport, surfing.
Down to 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. SUP surfing specifically is what we get to watch this week here at the beautiful coastline of France in the Atlantic Ocean, with some great swell that has rolled through for opening day of competition. Gabriel on another wave on his forehand. Can't find that projection out of the finishing turn. He's already sitting in the lead, though not by much, considering the fact that West Fry has an 8.17 on the board and is chasing just a 1.99 to take the leading position. But you gotta feel like with a start as strong as he had, he knows it just takes 2 waves to win a heat if you get the 2 highest scores.
And you can tell he just, is playing the patient game, but also he knows specifically what he's looking for. Australians, as we know, are very experienced surfers, and his crew with Kai Bates also, who we'll see later, who's a phenomenal surfer, and you mentioned his girlfriend, Skylar, who's also here. So, they spend time surfing a lot of good waves. He knew what he was looking for. He found that first wave, and there's no need to tire yourself out and, go for a bunch of smaller waves. So he's well in the driver's seat right now. We saw that last wave ridden by Gabriel. It's very soupy, and it's difficult out there, and these guys are doing great, and I can't wait to watch the women.
Yeah, it has seemed quite challenging throughout the morning just to kind of get a feel for the break at Tanchet, where the surf competition is rolling through. Of course, when we move ourselves into the race side, we'll be running all of that from La Grande Plage, which is right here where the opening ceremonies were yesterday. It's a section of the beach that doesn't pick up quite as much swell, which is why surfing's being run at a different area. And it's going to be exciting to see that part of competition get underway throughout the week. We're quick in and out for Wes Fry. Now, he'd been waiting for a really long time. Probably at this stage, coming down to that 5-minute mark, he'd likely have a watch on his wrist, but also hearing from the beach announcing team all those situation updates and score requirements and times as well, knowing, all right, now it's time to just get that second score on board.
Yep, and I think that was also combined with the announcer jinx. We were talking about how patient he was being and knew exactly what he was looking for, and that wave didn't look like much, but I agree he was, knowing he needs a backup wave, and he's a little further inside than he was sitting before. You can see the set wave coming, so he's just trying to get a backup score. And he's got a small board, so he's having a little bit of trouble out there with the turbulence of the water. So you can see he fell, so now he's past the wave, so he had to had that 15 seconds to get up. He got up, and he's trying to get back out to take advantage of this set.
Now just digging in to get himself out of the way as we see our surfer in red with a nice snap to start. Just driving down the line, looking for that next section, up into that foam. And beautiful wave that's starting to open up in front of him. Now you can really see this is an important moment, and what an incredible way to ride out.
That was fantastic, and love these drone angles. So this is live action as well.
Marcio with a quick in and out on the inside section. And there you can see our surfer in the red jersey, Gabriel, as well, after riding out of a really clean section. So the start of Gabriel's wave, a little bit slower, a little bit sleepy, got some maneuvers done, but nothing with a lot of punch until that finishing moment.
And you said it, he really had to stick that landing, and I thought he did a great job of the weight distribution to kind of project out a little and land on the whitewater to make it a little less harsh. But you can see how shallow it was when he stood up. He was about knee deep. So he's, free falling 3 feet in about 1 foot of water as they try to make their way back out. Very tricky.
Yeah, that's such a good point. It's so shallow out there. It is so sucky. You can see that sand that's sucking up into that shore break as well. So just adding every different element of challenge as we take a look at some replays here.
So here we see our surfer in green. That's Marcio from England, and he's just a little behind right there, trying to catch up. And finally gets caught up with the wave, bangs it off the whitewater there. Kind of too little, too late sort of thing to really put himself in a position to advance, I believe. But nonetheless, you still want to get those makes, right? So it may not be enough for this heat, but he's building momentum for the remainder of the second round or the rapid charge round.
It's so true, and that's a great thing about all these ISA events. Not a lot of events around the world these days run a rapid charge round, but ISA is, stuck to their guns on that side of things, and it always gives every surfer that second opportunity, which is amazing coming from, so far around the world to be able to see these athletes get a couple of opportunities. Wes Fry now up and riding. He put down a 0.93 as his last score, which wasn't enough to get him into that leading position specifically, chasing down the 1.99 with this one.
Wow, it's very surprising, and it's hard. This is why surfing is so such a fun sport, because he wanted to play that patient game. He had the high score, and another strategy would have been to just go get a backup score right away and then wait for a bigger one. But it's way easier to run a heat from here rather than in the water. It's
so much easier from the booth. It's always a bigger challenge when you're actually out there in the jersey. So Wes, having a little scratch there, you can see that sort of not necessarily anxiousness, but just that kind of hunger to really make sure that he finishes off strong coming down to this final minute. He's got that 8.17 on the board, so we know from a skill perspective he's able to drop down, excellent scores, which is challenging to come by in a world championship. So exciting to see a score like that drop so early in competition. He's going to put himself in position for this one here. We're still waiting for his last score, which may be enough to get that near 2-point ride to put himself into the lead, but he's not going to take any chances and sets himself up here for a great re-entry on that backhand for a single maneuver.
Yeah, that was very nice. And a little foam climb, not able to ride out of that one. But these surfers, they're fighting for advancement, but they also want to win the heat so they can get an interview with Drew. And so he's trying to get back up to first place so he can give a shout out to the family and friends back home. I think that's a fun part of the event as well. We all want to get interviewed by Drew, so.
As we take a look now at Gabriel, he's down into second as a 2.2 has dropped through for the previous wave of Wes Fry. Now we do have his last wave to drop through as well, which will likely build on that score line. Gabriel currently chasing a 5.05 to get himself into the win on this last opportunity. I loved that fade around. Didn't quite finish off that turn, but it was looking really nice.
It was looking really nice and had it opened up. That's one of those maybe he just kind of does like the John downturn, instead of trying to wrap it all the way around. And judges, the judges that we have, they're so experienced, and so they know. As surfers, we want to always hit the whitewater, but just that like arcing downturn shows a lot of power as well, and I think that's a maneuver that we don't always think about, and probably because we're not John.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little challenging sometimes, especially in sections like that, but that was really great surfing for the last wave of Gabriel. Now scores to drop through. The previous score of Wes Fry was a 3.27, which did increase his heat total again, so he will successfully take away the lead. Gabriel walks away with second place position, and it is our surfer with fourth going to Marcio Diaz of England. He'll be into the rapid charge rounds. We've got more action to come. It's going to be a big day of surfing, so stay tuned throughout to see your favorite SUP surfers. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, Casper Steinfeth will be jumping into the booth.
And welcome back to the 2023 ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne, France. My name is Casper Steinfath. I am joined here in the booth by no one else than Anthony Vella. We're in day one of the stand-up paddle surfing. The waves are materializing. We got some action on the water, and we got heat number 5 coming up here. And as I said, joined by Anthony Vella. Welcome, Anthony.
Thanks, Casper. It's exciting to watch this action and to be in the booth with you. You're a great addition to the broadcast team, obviously competing in many ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and now adding the broadcasting to your repertoire that's very extensive. And we've got, again, we're talking about the conditions, and you can just see that, you know, the white water and that white of the rip current just, you know, wrecking havoc on the lineup.
As we see in heat number 5 here in blue, Kai Bates from Australia on a nice looking right, does a huge slash, unfortunately comes unstuck on that. Anthony, what do you make of that move by Kai Bates?
Well, as we know, Kai is just an incredible and phenomenal progressive surfer. So Kai is not going to hold anything back. And we see Kai Bates is our surfer in blue. We have Benoit Carpentier, 2-time world champion in red, and William Frey in green.
Yeah, and as we see heat number 5 of the stand-up paddle surfing get started here, we have Benoit Carpentier from France. We got Kai Bates from Australia, and joined by William Frey from England. That's a good, what do you make of that lineup, Anthony?
Well, Kai's been in the semis before. Benoit's been in the finals several times, 2-time champion. And of course, he wants to do his country proud. So this heat's going to be a banger. We saw phenomenal heat in our last heat, and the action's just getting started here at the ISA SUP and World Paddleboard Championship.
The action is definitely getting underway. We got some beautiful conditions on tap here this morning. The wind is remaining calm. As we see on the screen right now, Benoit Carpentier from France, I believe the 2019 ISA World Gold medalist, making his way down across this wave, hopping, keeping some speed, waiting to see what this wave might do on the inside, and it's definitely ramping up, but a quick in and out.
Yeah, Benoit, you were talking about the Huntington hop, you know, earlier, and talking about how with stand-up paddling we can have the hopping, but also using the paddle as well. So we've got two forces kind of helping to drop in, and that wave not really allowing him any maneuvers, so he smartly just kicks out the back of that wave.
And that was Benoit Carpentier we saw riding here. Not a hometown boy, but part of the French team that is very much the favorites going into this event. As we see Kai Bates from Australia in blue taking a look at this nice little ride, walling up in front of him, a sweet little slash off the top, building some speed. You know, here comes the section. You can really see he's eyeing something. Yeah, nice little off the top. The wave kind of fading out, getting another turn in. This wave is going to town for Kai Bates. How is he going to finish it off? With a nice little snap off the top. Kai Bates, ladies and gentlemen.
Smaller wave, but a lot of opportunity for turns. He covered a lot of area on that wave as well, so you can see where he started and where he finished, and he threw in 4 or 5 really good turns. Of course, the judges want to see a bigger wave, but
take us through the replay here.
Yeah, so here's that first turn, bang. And this is right here, this little, double pump down the line right there to avoid that section, enabled this turn here. And then he does a great job of, keeping the weight on the back to not nosedive, and then setting up for this final turn. So a great combination of maneuvers as well.
As we see green up and riding, William Frey from England, quick in and out. Benoit Carpentier doing a nice roundhouse cutback, getting a little bit stuck behind this section, making his way around it. Very nice wall. Slam off the top. Ooh, comes down. Wow. That's what we want to see, right?
This is, we need to come up with a name for the end section, because everyone's going for it. That's what you do at a World Championships, and you've got to put everything on the line. This is what they train for. It's spent a lot of time, energy, money, and to get here, and so you have to go for it, and that's exactly what Benoit did.
As we see the athletes making their way back out to the lineup situation, we are with William Frey in first place now, sitting with a 2.33 and a 1.53. Benoit Carpentier in red in second place with a 2.17 and a 1.1. Still waiting for some scores to drop. We got Kai Bates in blue. Take us through this replay, Anthony.
So that's our current heat leader, William Frey. We missed this wave, and you can see that opening turn there. And getting a little bit caught on that white water, rides down, dives off, checks the bottom, and
I like the form on that inside. Like, it's really got some punch coming into it, right?
Oh yeah, it's the wave. There's room for maneuver on the outside, but then once it doubles up and then it just, goes from a 7-mile-an-hour wave to a 12-mile-an-hour wave very quickly, and they're able to accelerate. I think we might see some aerial surfing, later as well.
Absolutely.
So
crossing our fingers, we're going to see someone take to the air as we have just under 13 minutes remaining in this heat number 1 of the men's SUP surfing. If you're just joining us, we're here in France at Les Sables d'Olonne. We got the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship underway. We're just getting started, and the waves are definitely looking up. What do you make of the conditions out there right now, Anthony, and the forecast we got in front of us?
We have got a great forecast for these 3 days of surfing. Today may be the biggest day, today and tomorrow, and then just dropping a little for Wednesday for finals day. The great part is we see out there we don't have very much wind. I shouldn't even say that out loud.
No, don't jinx it.
But we have great conditions for a surf contest. Every heat we've seen each rider with at least 4 waves. And so that's what we want to see in a surf contest, is opportunity for these athletes to have scoring waves.
Absolutely. And as we have a little bit of a lull in the action right now, I'm very curious to see the tides playing a role, because as many of you know that have been to France, there is a huge tidal swing between high and low tide during the day. And as we've seen the last few days, the beach just grows and shrinks. What do you think how's that going to affect the waves throughout the day?
I think it's just going to clean it up. I think it's going to, just have more scoring opportunity, not be as bumpy. We see Kai Bates dropped a 6.5 for that last wave that was a little bit smaller, but he was still executing, a variety of turns and had a lot of speed. And I think, again, if that wave was a little bigger, that score would be bigger, but a 6.5, a great score.
It's in the good range. It's definitely something that he'll keep in his tally. Kai Bates in first place right now with a 6.5, followed up by a 1.5. He's got some backup to work on. William Frey from England sitting with a 2.33 and a 1.53. William definitely looking to keep that second place and strike towards the first place. Benoit Carpentier, I don't know how you feel about him, Anthony, but I am very excited to see what Benoit can bring to the World Championship. I believe he was a last-minute entry, actually. He wasn't supposed to be here, but has made it home to France, representing, on the home stage.
Well, he was an alternate. You must be on the alternate list, so he was an alternate because they weren't sure if he was able to make it. He was, as we've talked about, a number of these athletes being multidisciplined, so he was in a wing foil event. And lucky for us, he got out of the event and he's here.
As we see red, Benoit Carpentier paddling, making it into this nice-looking right, just eyeing what is this wave going to do, doing a nice little roundhouse, and he's got some company on the wave. Okay, Benoit kicking out and letting Kai Bates, his good friend actually, continue down the inside of this wave. Kai making a nice little bottom turn here, going off the top, getting a critical section, slides those fins out, and he's seeing if the wave can do any more. It cannot do any more. Kai Bates exiting this wave. Anthony, take us through what happened right there.
That wave, well, first of all, we had a priority situation, and so Benoit, knowing the situation, he had to pull off the wave because there was priority with our other surfer. Kai Bates right there just went to town on that turn, and that turn was way harder than he made it look. He made that, great athletes make hard things look easy, and that's exactly what Kai Bates did. But even though there were fewer turns than his 6.5, I think the judges may reward that turn.
Take us through Kai Bates right here.
And you can see him just, fading right here to execute this beautiful carving cutback right there. And this is the money turn, highlining it and then just double pump bottom turn straight off the top. But he made it look so smooth and casual on that airdrop at the end. That was a great combination.
As he took that wave, Benoit got a 1.83 for that quick in and out. Still waiting for the score from Kai Bates. His last wave, of course, is 6.5, but waiting for the score for the one we just saw the replay of. How do you see, Anthony, the judges rewarding those critical maneuvers versus, more multiple safe turns versus that critical maneuver? As we see on screen right now, Benoit Carpentier, a nice-looking right. I love how these waves are shaping up. He's got his rail game on point, a little bit of a mushy wall, waiting for it to come into the inside and see what it can do. Benoit casually standing around. Now making a move for it, hitting the section. Boom.
Yeah, boom is right. Benoit's, that's it. Benoit's very seasoned. So, he's not going to rush himself. He's going to be very casual out there. That's his style. He's You know, again, one of those athletes that just is in the water all the time. You can see Kai Bates having a look at this one.
Not quite. I believe Benoit riding the SMIC SMIK boards from Scotty McKersher out of Western Australia. But Kai Bates definitely in a good position for this heat, still sitting with standing with a 6.5, waiting for that score, that great score, we believe, to come in a second. In green, William Frey still getting a start to his campaign in this heat. We haven't seen much apart from a 1.53 and a 2.33. William out of England, definitely, you know, up against two powerhouse names in the sport of stand-up paddling, both Kai Bates and Benoit Carpentier, regulars on the APP World Tour. As we see scores come in for Kai Bates, Anthony, a 7.5. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that judges are spot on in my opinion. You know, again, I talked about that wave, just only the 2 turns, but it was a great combination, and that last turn was fantastic.
Speaking about combination, Anthony, tell us what. And as I just hear, we have on the beach right now, Drew on the beach. Take it away, Drew.
Talked about it a little bit earlier with your son Bobo about all that Maui's been through with the wildfires, and you were there that day. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, gosh, I mean, it was a crazy day. I think it was a combination of the winds were so strong, the power lines, we were heading over to the other side so Bobo could wing, and the power lines had blown down, and we continued into Lahaina.
Red's last wave, 5.67.
And the fire got worse, and so we were trying to head back out of Lahaina. And then the power lines, more power lines came down. And so it was just tough. I mean, we eventually got home, you know, and we're blessed. Our home was spared, but we have so many friends and so many people. I mean, probably, I don't know, maybe 40% of the people in our church lost their home.
So green
it's been a tough last couple of weeks.
Still a lot of people missing, still a lot of people displaced, and a big shout out goes to Zane Schweitzer. He's a former ISA world champion. You know, Connor Baxter, another ISA world champion from the island of Maui, who are doing everything they can to support that community, and they need support right now. So what could we or the people out there watching do to help the island of Maui, and especially Lahaina?
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of people that are stepping up, and so, you know, Zane and Connor being both those guys. I think the main thing is, you know, when you get farther away from the fire, it's easier to forget, right? And it's easier. I mean, the needs right now are pretty acute, right? I mean, bottom line is, a lot of people have, if they didn't lose their homes, they probably lost their jobs. And so they're kind of suffering in that way. Housing is really tough. They're starting to, you know, try to open back up the island, which at one level sure needs to happen so that, you know, the tourism that the economy feeds on, you know, can be helped. But at the same time, that's going to displace a lot of people that have been living at those hotels and resorts that most people that have been to Maui have stayed at. And so it's tough in that way. So yeah, I mean, I think, again, in the next coming months, that's going to be a lot of the challenge, and as far as that goes.
Well, a big shout out, like I said, to our ISA family, you know, the Schweitzer family, Connor Baxter, and all of the great Maui boys out there that are hustling. We saw them bringing in supplies from the ocean on jet skis and boats, and I mean, the work that those guys did was phenomenal. So if you guys are watching out there, Maui, we're thinking about you. And any last minute words to say?
Yeah, just a couple things. One, on Bobo's Instagram account, we set up just recently a list of GoFundMes of people that actually lost their homes. So if people are looking for, you know, a way to give or a need, you know, and want to kind of help out, then they literally, like, it's just a link to, like, on Bobo's account that'll take them to, there's probably 100 GoFundMe.
And what is that account?
Well, it's Bobo's Instagram account, so Bobo Gallagher. So, yep. So.
Well, Andrew, thank you so much for the updates. Like we said, we're thinking about you. We're going to go out. We got some great surfing on the water, but thanks for the update there in Maui and Lahaina. Our thoughts are with you.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew. Thanks for the update. As we're back to live action, we got Kai Bates in blue up and riding on this nice-looking ride, doing a nice little off the bottom, climbing the white water. doing a little bit of a stall right here, waiting to see what this wave will materialize and do for him to improve his scores. Nice off the top. As we see Kai Bates make it to the inside here, is this wave over, or is he still going to get one more little hit, just casually riding the whitewater out? As we say thanks to Drew down on the beach for the interview with Bobo Gallagher's dad, of course touching on the devastating fires in Maui and Lahaina in recent times. Yesterday we saw at the Sands of the World ceremony the USA contingent sharing sands from Maui and Lahaina in particular, which is a very great testament to the sport of surfing. But back to live action right here. We have a situation in the water. Kai Bates from Australia, commanding lead of this heat, Anthony. He has a combined 14-point total, with Benoit trailing him with a 5.67 and a 2.17. What is happening in the heat right now?
Yeah, and Kai Bates just got another wave right there that might be in the middle of those two. It was kind of not as good, as critical, I should say, as the 7.5. Maybe a little bigger of a wave than the 6.5, and of course he surfed it great. So Kai's going to have another score. We'll see if he can better his 6.5. And just want to mention, we're talking about Maui. I know that Laura Clayton, who's been a former, I believe she made the final 1 year. Laura Clayton lost her house, but also want to, shout out. We'll get back to that.
We'll get back to that as we see Benoit Carpentier from France taking on a little left, but actually now going back right. Did a nice little fade, climbed some white water there, making the most of this wave. And I love how Benoit is very casually approaching these waves. He's not over-forcing it, but building speed, momentum, eyeing a section, and just casually riding out of that and seeing that with only 1 minute and 30 remaining on the clock, it might be time to call it quits for this heat or see if he can make it out one more time. How was his wave, Anthony?
His wave was good, and they're also trying to get over, I think, the left side of our screen. That's where that rip is. So we saw Kai Bates, continue to ride the wave in the whitewater, not necessarily for a score, but to put himself in better position.
We have a replay right here.
Look at him just fading casually. But that turn was he threw a lot of water there on rail, using his paddle to set up this whitewater climb there. And Benoit just kind of going to town on this one, little leaning back on his paddle. You mentioned just how casual he is, but don't be mistaken how difficult the maneuvers that he's doing, even though he makes them look casual.
Mr. Casual is back in the pit. We have just under 40 seconds remaining of this heat. William Frey from England in third place, sitting with first priority at this point, but has some work cut out in front of him. He needs a 7.17 to move into a qualifying position. And just to reiterate, this is a non-elimination round we're in right now. The number 1 and number 2 position surfer from this heat will advance to round 2. The third ranked surfer in this heat, Anthony, going to the repechage.
So every surfer has, you have to lose twice to be out of the event. So you can either continue to win and go through the main round or into the repechage round.
As we see William Frey going up and down, making a little check into this wave. Doesn't look like it's going to improve his scoreline a whole lot, but trying to stay busy as we see Kai Bates again. These rights are coming on fire. Kai sending the board into orbit right there. Nice off the top, but comes unstuck on the second one. A little bit of flying board there at the end. What is it? Don't you always try to put your hands up right there?
Hand helmet. You called it. That's exactly what I was thinking.
The hand helmet.
Yes. You want to do the hand helmet every time. It's better your hands get hit than your head. And fantastic heat right there. Kai Bates dominating. 3 good scores. His third wave was, he bettered his 6.5 by 1/10 and earned a 6.6.
Kai Bates, definitely a competitor to look out for the rest of this event. We have Kai Bates and Benoit Carpentier advancing in first and second position. Kai Bates making a comeback, and we are going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with heat number 6 very soon. Bonjour and welcome back to the 2023 ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard World Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne in France. We're here for the SUP surfing today. I'm joined in the studio by Anthony Vella. We've just seen heat number 5 wrap up with Kai Bates from Australia put on a masterpiece in the first round of competition. How's it going, Anthony?
It's phenomenal. Thanks, Casper. You can see Team Australia is stoked right there as we set up Heat 6 of round 1. We've got So Nomura from Japan in red, Dan Thompson from Canada in blue, and Tom King, former finalist back in Fiji, in green.
As we have a little lull in the action here, but great to get going here with heat number 6. We have a super international lineup here, 3 continents, Japan, Canada, and Republic of South Africa. Tom King here with his whole family, his wife Taryn competing as well, and I believe they brought their 2 young kids along as well.
Yep, that's really enjoying France as we see live action.
We have Red Sonamura up and riding on a nice looking right-hander, the goofy foot, opting for a nice little horizontal cut back, playing with this wave, building some speed, nice roundhouse back to the white water, moving across the face of the wave, looking for a vertical section to hit, and it got vertical right there.
A little too vertical, just mistimed that a little bit, but you can see he had the right idea, and that's the exclamation that all of our surfers are trying to put, is that end section. We saw Kai Bates earning a high score for kind of a transition maneuver and then a closeout turn. So that end section has a lot of potential for a score.
The end section being what the athletes are looking to complete the wave with, but with only 20 minutes out in the heat, you also want to be aware of choosing the right waves, right, Anthony? You have a difficult shore break to navigate getting back out to the lineup today, so you also don't want to take too many waves and too many chances.
Yeah, it's a long paddle out, especially during a set, and we have a great vantage point there of the break, and you can see a whitewater takeoff from Dan Thompson.
Dan Thompson in blue from Canada, fading right. Is it a left or a right? Just comes into that middle section there that seems to be mushing a little bit. We've talked a lot already about, and we've got to reiterate, we're not in Huntington Beach right now, but there is a little mushy section the athletes are looking to navigate. We got just over 16 minutes left in this heat. We have 3 competitors out there as we see Team Japan on the beach, the team cheering for their teammate So Nomura. And Anthony, what do you think of the Japanese contingency at this event?
Well, we have a long history of phenomenal Japanese surfers. We have the Horikoshi brother and sister combination of Yuka and Ricky, who are former medalists for Japan. Last year we saw the Kaede and the Inoues, who both made the finals as well. And now we see So Nomura off to a good start. And So, interestingly, is on a board that he shaped himself, which I think is
really
pretty cool. Yeah.
That must be an incredible feeling to develop your own equipment, shape it, test it out, and go. I mean, hopefully it works, right? But at least if you're the shaper, you can complain to the shaper yourself.
Great point, yeah. So
as we see 15 minutes left of the heat situation right now, we have So Nomura in the lead with a 3.33 for that last wave we saw him ride. Dan Thompson with a 1.0 and a 0.5. A couple of scores on the board, but nothing special at this point. The heat is still to come alive. We've seen that with a few heats already this morning where, it took some time for the swell to roll in and for the athletes to crack that code of where the potential on the waves were. On screen, we see a whitewater takeoff by Dan Thompson, making it through this middle section here, trying to find some wall to work with. And let's see, maybe as it comes closer to the inside, it'll open up. And sure enough, moving that paddle around, making his way down the face of this wave, does not connect with an inside finish section. How was that one, Anthony?
he ends up standing up at the end, which is always kind of cool. So I think that's the, and we see that's Tom King, or this is live action, or this is the replay of Tom King, who was on that wave as well.
This was behind the wave we saw before. Tom King here.
And he's just heading all the way into that inside. You can see he's got great style, gets nice and low, bangs it off the top, finishes that turn. So a great wave, jumps off nice and clean, and you can see he uses that pencil dive right there at the end
to effectively penetrate the water and exit the speed that you've built up over the wave. We see Tom King, a very accomplished longboarder as well. He has a style that You know, he's a very aggressive surfer, but I love watching his fluid longboard lines. Sometimes that gets mixed up in between the very aggressive top-to-bottom surfing.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. And so looking at a good-looking wave right now.
A very nice wave for our Japanese rider, Nomura. A little bit of a mushy wave on the outside, fading right, going left, back on the left here. It's kind of materializing as he plays with the white water, climbs up and over. Let's see what it can do for him. And proceeds to do a very stylish dismount.
He didn't want the inside section. You can see, you know, maybe as you're talking about complaining to the shaper, the board or him has not cracked the code, as you said.
Absolutely. And I have received news that we have Drew Murren with the winner of that last heat down on the beach. Drew, take it away.
Hey guys, standing here now with Kai Bates from Team Australia. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. That's a lot better than the first take. Hey, great scores out there, throwing up some of the highest scores of the day so far. Let's talk about the conditions. Seems like things are really starting to turn on.
Yeah, we've been lucky. The forecast has come through, and yeah, we've got some waves, which is nice. It was pretty small the last kind of week, and yeah, it's turned on for us, which is good.
And that totally fits your style. You like these kind of conditions, a little big, powerful surfer like yourself. You like a little more power behind your wave, don't you?
Yeah, we have a lot of like rippy beachies at home, so I guess it suits. Yeah, we like some power. It's nice to be able to show some maneuvers and not just grovel it out.
And let's talk about Team Australia. You know, years ago, you guys used to come with 20, 30 people, and it seems like things have kind of softened up. This year, you're bringing only about 6 folks from Team Australia. What is the current climate of the watermen there in Australia, and how come we're not seeing all those athletes again?
I think there's a lot of competitors still, but I think a lot of the focus has gone to the foiling potentially in Australia. Like a lot of our good stand-up paddlers have put their energy into foiling, but not to say that they won't come back. Like they still do all sorts of sports. So yeah, I think it's just been hard because we're so far away from a lot of these events, so it costs a lot of money for us. So I think we're just maybe lacking a little bit of funding as well. So yeah, but hopefully we'll be back. We'll be back in force hopefully soon.
Well, the ISA has got to put a little like fire under the Surfer Federation of Australia to get you guys some more money.
Yeah, Surfing Australia, yeah.
We'll work on that.
They're still looking after us. We can't complain. Yeah.
Hey, let's talk. Really no air movement out there. A little hot. You getting a little temperature heat out there in that water? Or how's things varied from previous days?
It's really still. So we got like glassy kind of nice conditions. So you're not really getting cooled down. So I got a springy on, but I'm actually cooking. Yeah, I probably could just go out in boardies. It's pretty balmy in France.
Well, Kai, go get ready for upcoming heats, buddy. Always good to talk to you.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Team Australia, going after it this year. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew. Back in the studio here. Great to see the likes of Kai Bates back in competition. I feel like it's been quite some years since we've seen us, Kai Bates in particular, competing. He's been a staple on the stand-up paddling world tour for many years. And, you know, just such a good energy he brings with him. How do you feel about seeing Kai Bates back in the jersey?
Oh, I feel a lot happier than some of the competitors. I wouldn't want him in my heat. But, you know, Kai's just got a great style and great energy, and he's rocking a good mustache right now also.
As we see up and riding, Sonomura with a lot of speed, carrying into a roundhouse cutback, hanging out in the whitewater, eyeing the next section, does a nice hit right there. Carving, having a low center of gravity, playing around with the wave as he makes his way through this whitewater section. He has some nice exits, don't you think?
Oh, I think the other one was the one previous to this had a little more flair. That one, at least toes were pointed, so it was phenomenal. But really going to town on that wave. That one had a lot more flow. The board, it still seems a little jittery, but I think that's the surface texture of the water as well. But he was able to make some nice lines on that wave.
Absolutely. As we go back to an overview, we have just over 9 minutes remaining in the heat number 6 of the first round. In first place, So Nomura, sitting with a 6.0 and a 5.0. Tom King in second place. He got a 4-point score for the wave before, his single wave score in this heat so far. Dan Thompson from Canada with a 1.67 and a 1.0. Take it away, Anthony, with this replay of Nomura.
Oh, a dreamy left, and you and me are both goofy footers. So all the way back into that section and stood a little straight up, but he was able to get in a second maneuver, and that last little turn, nothing really there. So 2 very good turns linked together where they would see Eiji Suzuki, the Japanese team manager, always down there cheering, supporting his team, and Japan's one to watch for. And you know, it's always for the overall team points. Is it racing first or is it surfing points? And that kind of establishes the momentum. And so if whatever team does well in the surfing is going to really give them some momentum and some energy for the racing later in the week.
Yeah, so touching on the whole team competition, that's one of the unique formats here about the ISA Worlds. Like, of course, the athletes are looking for personal glory, right? But they're here as a team. They're competing for points for their nation. And how do you think that factors into the athletes when they're competing? Like, I just remember for myself, like, I never really had a full team for Denmark to compete to. But with the Japanese contingency, they have a very strong echelon.
You know, and they've got great experience and also, you know, some excellent youth. We've had their junior technical racers were medalists last year. Of course, Shuri, you know, won both the first male to win both the distance and technical. But Rai Taguchi is also here, who wasn't here last year because of the COVID regulations that we had. And Rai Taguchi has won a number of races against Shuri and the rest of the world. So the males are phenomenal. Their paddleboarders have won medals. Japan is a very experienced and thorough team.
They are, and they're going to need everything they can muster to bring the fight to France and Spain. France looking for a three-peat of the team competition. They've won the previous two editions in Puerto Rico and I believe in El Salvador in 2019. So they have, all the other teams have their work cut out if they are to dethrone France of the team standings. And we'll return a lot more to that in the coming days. Next heat coming up, we have, we definitely see Peru walking down the beach right there.
Yeah, that's Sebastian Gomez, and he'll be relishing in this condition. Sebastian is a big wave surfer. He spends his summers in Puerto Escondido getting tubed with a couple summers ago. He was hanging out with Zane a lot, but he travels around, surfs in some of the big wave contests in Peru, and Sebastian's going to really enjoy the power of these waves.
As we see in the bottom of our screen, in blue, Dan Thompson from Canada, taking a look at this left, having a nice initial wall. I like this angle, seeing the left really come alive. Does a nice, simple series of slash turns, making his way down, floating. Is he coming down? He is riding the rodeo bull, but just doesn't quite make it down to the bottom of that wave. The lefts are looking kind of fun out there, don't you agree?
Lefts are looking very fun. I agree with you that didn't quite complete that maneuver, and even if he did, it wasn't necessarily as critical as some of the other closing maneuvers where they go all the way down the bottom and off the top. He kind of, you know, stayed on the top, and then Bronco rode the whitewater down. And just so the judges, you have to ride out in front of the whitewater. If you're in it, they still consider it an incomplete maneuver, and they won't factor that into the overall score.
So situation right here, just under 6 minutes on the clock situation. Sonomura from Japan in first place, sitting with an 11-point heat total, a 6.0 and a 5.0, followed by Tom King in second, needing a 7-point ride. Tom only has a 4-point ride in his scoreline right now, single wave. Tom has been playing the patient game, but he's got to soon start moving. There's only just over 5 minutes left. Dan Thompson from Canada needs a 2.01 at this point to advance to second place, which is the advancing position to the next round.
Yeah, I think Dan Thompson may still better his scores, but had he finished that final turn, for sure would have been a better score. He had a great wave, and you can see this looks like a bigger set as Tom's having a look, as you said, playing the patient game.
A nice looking set rolling through right now as Tom is making up his mind, left or right. Looks like he's taking a look at the right, weaving his way through. As we see action from the drone angle here, it's really cool to see two waves. You've got Tom in front, and I'm not sure if that's Dan Thompson behind him, but Tom King making a lot out of this wave. Some nice, smooth maneuvers right there. The wave walls up and down. Does he come out? Ah, that was a nice one, though. Take us through it, Anthony.
Oh, that was incredible. And I mean, that wave was well worth the wait, and it almost was like one of those growing waves.
Yeah.
It was, you know, kind of big on the outside, and then once it hit that shallow water on the inside, that wave really just sort of jacked up. And
we're going to see a replay of it right here. Take us through it.
So here he goes. He's just, you know, setting up. He has a look down the line right there. He knows what he wants. Again here, just kind of setting up. That was a very nice setup turn, though. And look at this right here, just off the bottom. And enjoying that one. And this is the critical turn. This is the one that the judges, you can see the wave growing, bang, right there. And this next one.
This one.
Boom.
Ooh. What do you think happened right there?
There was just, it's hard to time those turns. I think you want to be, live action.
As we got live action right here with Sonomura from Japan going to town on this right. Again, the outside is not standing up with a whole lot of wall, but he's making his way, pumping, paddling, using that combination you talked about of paddling and pumping, setting up for a final turn, going left again. Wow. Wow.
Oh, that was,
holy moly.
Gravity was in play right there, and he totally got separated from his board. And
it looked like he was standing on one foot for a moment right there. Yeah?
Yeah, that was incredible. And they're committed. Everyone's committed, and that's what the judges want to see. They want to see you going for it. And, even though you're committed, you may not land it, but that's what's going to, the surfers who have the most commitment and the highest degree of difficulty, those are things that are in the scoring criteria, and it's the World Championship, so you got to go for it.
And you got a panel of judges looking at every single wave, applying that score, what do you call it? The score, they got a criteria they're following, and the athletes are doing their best to read the minds of the judges, see what it is they're looking for. As we look at the clock right now, 2.5 minutes remaining, situation still in red. First place, Sonomura from Japan with an 11-point total. I believe we're still waiting for a score to drop, but in second place, Tom King with the 4-point totals right now, but he still is waiting for a score for that wave to drop. I'm questioning whether that incomplete maneuver at the end, look at screen right here. Here we have the family of Tom King.
Yeah, and there's Taryn, and there's their youngest one. I mean, what a great day on the beach. All smiles. They got the team pants going. This is what it's all about.
A family on an adventure.
And there's Jethro, heat winner earlier in the day, part of Team South Africa. So, and South Africa's Jethro's pick to win the overall title with the 4 people that they brought.
Oh, really?
So you had mentioned the judges and the scoring and the criteria.
Yeah, what is the criteria actually?
Well, they're looking for speed, power, and flow. All that has to go together. They're looking for major maneuvers in critical sections. They're looking for commitment, degree of difficulty, and there's also kind of some bonus points for progression. And then it's how you formulate all of these things together. The commitment we'll see at the end section. They also want to see major maneuvers on the opening part of the wave where the wave is the biggest. But also I want to let people know how many people are involved in one heat of surfing. You have the 5 judges, you have the spotter who's telling judges red's going, blue's going, so that it's hard to see all the surfers in the lineup. You have a priority judge who is, we haven't talked very much about priority, but it will come into play later in the heats as these athletes continue their rounds. But then you also have one replay camera for each of the surfers. Not our webcast replay, but replays that the head judge has access to in case the judges want to see a wave again.
As we see Tom King from South Africa taking a quick look at this little wave rolling in. Seems like we have a set approaching the lineup with just under 30 seconds left of this heat number 6, round number 1. Situation still in first place, red. Sonomura from Japan with an 11-point total. Tom King's score has dropped a 5.7, which puts him in a solid second place with a 9.7 total. Dan Thompson from Canada needing a 7.7 to advance. As we see Tom King up and riding, nice little climb of the white water, but opting not to continue down that wave. And I think that marks the conclusion of heat number 6 here in the first round of the men's SUP surfing. What do you make of this heat so far, Anthony?
Halfway through round 1, and looks like So is going to advance in first. Tom King with a shaking the cobwebs off. Hasn't competed a while here with the ISA. And Dan Thompson's going to be in the repechage round, and there's a happy team manager right there, stoked his Japanese competitor will be staying in the main round.
Yeah, the main round is still on, halfway through. Coming up in the next heat, heat number 7, we have Jonathan Noves from USA. In blue, Jose del Castillo from Peru, and Benjamin Bosak from Germany. So stay with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break right here, but when we return, it'll be with heat number 7 of the men's SUP surfing, and the waves are pumping. See you soon.
welcome back to the action here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We've got some action right off the buzzer with Sebastian Gomez of Peru. Straight into the lip, holds on to the finish, keeps those knees nice and tight as he rides out of a challenging section, and he's going to put a score down on the board to start things off with. Team Japan down on the beach, feeling really stoked after that last heat, Casper.
Well, Japan can only be stoked with a very solid win there from Nomura. He commandeered that heat, and seeing the whole Japanese team there encouraging each other, that's the spirit we enjoy seeing. But this heat coming up right now, also something to keep your eyes on, and definitely Sebastian Gomez meaning business right off the bat, as we have a replay, I believe, right here of Red taking a nice little line through the midsection, a little bit mushy wave at first sight, carving, moving around, waiting for it to materialize here towards the inside, and yeah, just doesn't quite get the rail in the right position to make some transaction at the last section.
Yeah, to really be able to find that exclamation point that the judges are looking for on the finishing section. We've seen some really important moments on waves so far today, and a lot of the bigger scores have come from those combinations of major maneuvers, finding that good outside section, but really capitalizing on the wave selection that kind of rolls into that bank on the inside section and stands up really nice and critical.
It has been. It is definitely, as Anthony said in the previous heat, the judges are looking for a combination of being able to show some intention, strong intention on the outside section especially, and milking it all the way through to the inside, because that's where there is the critical, crispy lip to hit a lot of times, and showing commitment throughout the wave, but also willingness to take risk is what we're seeing being rewarded so far.
So exciting. 16 minutes on the clock, and Team Japan victorious in that last heat. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew Murin.
Thanks, guys. Here with So Nomura from Team Japan. Congratulations on that heat.
ありがとうございます。
He said thank you. I'll translate that. Hey, interesting story about So. Now, a lot of our athletes, they have other jobs. Some are firemen, firefighters, lifeguards. But So actually shapes and designs his own board. And if you look at the style of it, our good friend Jerry Lopez back home would be very stoked on that. So tell us what goes into this. How long have you been shaping boards?
どれぐらいシェイプしてますか? First of all, I shaped this one.
Yeah. How long have you been shaping?
1 year.
1 year. He's been shaping boards for 1 year. Very interesting design. Suzuki, ask him what makes this board so unique and what was his thoughts behind the design.
どういうコンセプト作ってますか? 切り返しがいいボードです。
This board is good on turning the rails to rail. That's the point of this board.
Well, you got a good team behind you. You got an excellent coach, Coach Suzuki here. You got to be stoked about that.
良かったです。Good team.
I'll tell you, this team, I got to brush up on my Japanese. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from the shaper himself in So. Incredible performance that he put together in that last heat, and knowing his equipment is just as important as knowing the waves.
That's got to be something special, being the surfer and the shaper combined, where you get. I think it's something a lot of surfers actually dream of being able to do, but very few actualize, because it just takes so much learning and so much commitment to actually master the skill of crafting equipment. So great on him that he's in that process, and definitely he'll have some immediate feedback he can take with him. So a win for Team Japan sends him to the second round, and he'll appreciate not having to surf later today and can rest up before going in tomorrow.
Yeah, it's so good, especially considering that we're running 3 tight days of surfing specifically. So there will be a lot of surfing coming up in the next few days. As we take a look at some live action here with Jonatas for Team USA, drives back into the section after that first opening maneuver, and that speed just gets away from him there. Can't quite engage that rail to get back into the lip.
Jonatas not quite getting in sync with the wave there. I think this will be a wave he'll disregard towards the end of the heat, but again, the waves proving trickier than they look on camera. And of course, when we see the waves on the same screen as everyone out there, it's hard to make out exactly the challenge the athletes are facing with positioning themselves right, being the right place in the right time to capitalize on the good waves coming through, because there are a lot of good waves, but there's also a lot of, joker waves that are not going to send you to the top of the scoreboard.
It's so true. A lot of them that look like they're going to stand up well, and they just don't have that power on the outside section at all. And so some of that missed opportunity, if they can find a wave that has that good critical section off the start and start to build that score line straight away, is really important.
It sure is. It sure is. And with ever-changing conditions, that's going to be a returning factor. I think, well, actually, I was speaking to some of the coaches on the beach this morning, and, the key is to also understand what is the flow of the water going to be doing during your particular heat, because the tide changes like multiple meters during the course of 6 hours here, and that means that what was covered in knee-deep water at one point might be, dry sand half an hour later. So, so very challenging conditions for the athletes, but that's also what I think in the mindset of an athlete is the interesting thing. You got some parameters to work with and play with.
Yeah, it's really interesting to be on the coast of Europe. The tide changes are always very dramatic in comparison to a lot of other regions of the world. And so the conditions just really shifting. As we can see, the German team down on the beach feeling stoked for their 14-year-old team member in Benyam Bosak, who is competing on the junior side this week as well, but flying the flag for Team Germany in the Opens, which is really exciting. He's been training really hard with his friends in Holland and with his dad, Jorg, in preparation for this event.
Yeah, that's actually really cool to see a young athlete especially taking on the men, but also going multidisciplined, because it's not so often we see the surfers interacting in the racing now. There was a time back in the day where it was like the norm that everyone would both do the surfing and the racing. It was just expected that that was what we were going to do, right? But in recent years, I've noticed everyone has been specializing more and more. And what's cool is to see a young kid actually try both and be open-minded enough to not just lock in on one from an early age, because there'll be plenty of time later in Benyam's career to tune in on what it is he does best and prefers.
Yeah, I love that kind of insight on these, competitors as well, knowing that Benyam's going to be competing in the junior SUP technical racing. That's the only division that we have a juniors category in. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah. And it's definitely one to look forward to.
So that'll be really exciting. And then some of the other surfers, that are competing, or competitors that are young, they'll be out here competing in the Opens division instead. Sebastian Gomez with a great forehand snap on the last one.
Sebastian Gomez, one of the, I want to say a young face in the world of stand-up paddling still, but he's been around like for 10 years now. I saw him the other day, and I couldn't recognize him. He has a beard now. He's a great guy out of Peru. His dad also a great surfer and competitor on the ISA. Sebastian had a really nice exit turn right there. I'm curious to see the replay of it, because he is one of those surfers that, in my opinion at least, possesses that critical ability to just manhandle and tackle a section of a wave that he can throw some spray, put it like that.
The 25-year-old from Punta Hermosa has put himself in the lead. He's got a 4.83 on the board from his second wave, a one that he opened up with, and we are waiting for that last score to drop through, which was a really good in-section finish. Jonatas currently sitting in second.
Here we go.
As we're taking a look here.
Sebastian Gomez getting a nice soft start to that wave. Actually almost doesn't even look like the wave's going to do anything. Plays around, hangs around, starts building some momentum, powers off the bottom, and here it is. Wow. Throw some buckets of spray, but the execution of that carve in the lip was fantastic. That's beautiful surfing, in my opinion.
Great surfing from our surfer in blue, and he drops in a 5.67, so he's put himself into the double digits for the heat total, which is awesome, and puts a big requirement onto Jonatas of a 8.17 now to put himself into the leading position. Benyam, down in third place at the moment, has a single score to drop to put himself on the board with that 0.83, so he'll be looking for something better to really get his campaign underway.
Yeah, and it's still a wide open heat. Like, you got to remember, there's, when you go into one of these first round heats, there is the repechage round that you can go into, but then again, like, the heats are a little bit casual, and it's still wide open. Of course, with Sebastian taking a strong lead in this heat so far, but it's I believe between Jonatas and Benyam, there's a lot still to be played for, and for a young kid like Benyam, I think. The success parameter, I mean, at least for myself, I was his age, like a success parameter is just being there, absorbing information, seeing what the good guys are doing, and, just learn and take the experience in that kind of way.
Yeah, I love that. Anthony was talking about the fact that there's a young generation that are very first time, like a first generation of stand-up paddlers where a lot of the older generation came from a surfing background specifically and then jumped onto a board with a paddle in hand, where a lot of these young competitors are able to just start straight onto a stand-up paddleboard, start surfing straight away on a board like that. So it's cool to see some of those younger ones getting into this conversation now, like Banyam, who had an opportunity on that last one. But like you said, you know, they've got some of the heroes of the sport competing here this week that they can look to know, you know, in the next 2 to 5 years, this is what they want to be able to do in their own performances.
They have some targets to chase. They have some, you know, some legends and some role models to look up to. And I think that's one of the bigger differences, like where some of us that maybe started earlier, like we had people to look up to, but it's different. It's different now. More opportunities.
Oh, beautiful bottom turn into an open face snap for Sebastian. Sets his rail here. Smooth surfing so far. Uses that paddle to gain some speed and momentum as he releases the fins on the second turn up into the foam on the third. Looking very strong for the 25-year-old.
He's building some momentum, and you know, when you go into a heat like that in the SUP surfing, it's always, you know, there's multiple different strategies you can apply, especially in the beginning of a heat where no one has a score, no one has priority. That's where you want to maybe start just getting something on. But now that Sebastian has already 2 decent scores and probably a third nice score coming as well, you know, now he can be more selective. Now he can be patient, wait for the good waves, and you know, surf a little bit defensively. So that's always fascinated me, the mental strategies inside a heat.
Up and riding now, Jonatas, 41 years old, out of Ventura, California. Loves spearfishing, jiu-jitsu, and playing the guitar when he's not on his stand-up paddleboard. Started stand-up surfing when he was, back in 2017, so about 8 years ago, and has really enjoyed his time and was just so super stoked to be able to get the call up and be invited to join the USA team this year.
That's always something, being on the national team, representing your country, going to a world championship. I think regardless of which country you're from, it is an honor, and it's an opportunity as well. Seeing, you know, also I think it's cool to see some new names on the roster. Like, you know, it goes for all the teams at this world championship. There's the returning legends, there's the returning champions, and then you have the newcomers, young and old, and that always mixes up the bag. And only speaking as an athlete, I would say that's also what's nerve-wracking, right? You don't know who's going to show up and be the problem for you this time.
Team Peru down on the shoreline. And I'm sure there's a few paddlers, a few racers in the conversation that are pretty happy that you, the 6-time world champion, are not competing this week.
I don't know if they'll admit it, but it's definitely... yeah, I could imagine. I would feel it strange if suddenly someone wasn't there. I think we've shared a lot of history, and I've been fortunate enough to share a lot of history with many athletes at ISA World Championships and on the World Tour. So yeah, I would like to think that they are happy I'm not here, but who knows?
Well, it's great to have you on this side to be able to give your insights, just knowing, you know, all of the technical nuances to the sport when it comes to the racing that'll be coming up later this week for those of you tuning in, as well as SUP surfing. And that's a solid looking set that's taken out Jonatas.
Yeah, that was ramping up right there. I was wondering if he was going to try to spin it and make a takeoff right there, but yeah, there's a time to go and there's a time to just accept I'm going for a tumble in the washing machine.
20-minute heats are going by super fast today on the opening day of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're down to the 5-minute mark for heat number 7 out in the water. We've got 12 heats in this round, and then we'll be heading into our women's main round, number 1, which will have 8 heats in it. And then once we finish that, we'll be heading into our men's main round 2. Jonatas now up and riding, so he's held on to that second place position really well. Nice snap for that single maneuver and gets in front of the foam before he hits eject.
Exactly. He hits the eject button, and we've already seen quite a few people do that today when they're getting entangled in the inside section here. Jonatas needing a 12.6 combination score to make it into first place, but currently sitting in second place. I would say he's got his eyes on Benyam Bosak. Benyam needing a 3.7 to sit and get into that second place position. So it's still to play for the two gents in green and red. But yeah, it's definitely some conditions as we see that. You kind of start seeing now the tide is coming back in, and it's starting to change the dynamics of the lineup. And yeah, I'm just nerding, sitting on the screen right here, seeing what changes are happening. But it'd be great to get some insights down from the beach at some point.
Yeah.
See how the change of the tide is affecting the surfing.
Yeah, affecting positioning and everything as well.
Yep.
So Sebastian in the lead with that 6.93 as his last wave. So he's just been going from strength to strength. He started out with a 1, built to a 4.83, then has been able to ditch that as his backup score, as he's got a 5.67 and a 6.93 now on the board, sitting in that 12-point heat total range. Jonata sitting with a combination requirement, meaning that he needs 2 scores in order to meet the combination of the 2 scores that we see from our heat leader, as the surfers in the next heat are getting ready to paddle out, getting those stretches, those warm-ups all good to go, as we see Banyam flying down the line. That was a great looking wave.
I love how he makes the wave look so big. Like he adds like, he adds another factor to it where he definitely positioned himself on a really nice looking wall. Got the speed. I don't think found that end section to really do something with, but there's just something cool about seeing a surfer find that sweet spot, power down the line. But he's got some more cut out for him if he wants to advance into the second round at this point. Looks like Jonatas has the second place covered off at this point.
A 3.17 is the requirement for our surfer from Germany, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Here he is on the inside section, just getting one more wave. He's got a couple more minutes left if he should choose to turn and try and get back into the lineup. But it does seem to be one of the more challenging things is actually just getting a SUP board out the back. It's a lot of foam, it's a lot of water moving to be standing on your feet the whole time.
I mean, it is funny. We're talking about the actual waves they're riding, right? But something that we oversee a lot of times is the struggle getting from the beach to the peak out in the lineup, where that's an odyssey in itself sometimes, where you got to go through huge white waters and you got to navigate treachy currents. But I think that's also part of the tactical game we're seeing the athletes play, and especially if conditions change during the course of the day, you got to be adaptable and ready to try something new. And it requires a certain amount of physique. So I think us racers, we've always loved surfing when the conditions were rough and wild because it gave us a benefit. Whereas maybe the more hardcore surf-oriented guys, they could struggle when the waves got to a certain size.
Especially considering that if they're coming from a surfing background specifically, they're used to being able to duck dive and to be able to get under the waves. But on a stand-up paddleboard, you have to go through the wave or over the wave in order to get yourself through, and that's a whole different challenge in itself. Benyam now up and riding. Huge re-entry on his forehand. Sorry, Sebastian Gomez in the blue. Incredible performance for that last ride down to the final minute. And what a great way to finish things off.
Another great wave for Sebastian. So we see Jonatas up and riding here as well, making a final round.
So just getting himself through that section. He's unable to connect really with the lip line on that wave. And we'll see where the judges go with that last score. Could it replace his 5.67?
I didn't pay close enough attention to it. I'm curious to see the replay. The judges might also compare his recent score to the 5.67 to see what differences are visible and what approach might have actually could alter the score. I think Sebastian, regardless of the score, is pretty confident to make it through this heat. 20 seconds remaining. He realizes he's not going to make it back out to the lineup, and just casually accepting that. And I'm not even sure that is that Sebastian Gomez still?
Still in the blue jersey, and he's just taken out the win for Team Peru. So a great performance with that 6.93 and that 5.67. We're waiting for that last score to drop in to see if he's able to change the situation, but it looked like it was just the strength of that single maneuver.
It definitely was, yeah.
And just waiting for that last score. We're still waiting for the last score of Jonatas as well, but again, he was in that combination situation, so he will not be able to take away the leading position, although he will hold on to that advancing position, as we saw Benyam Bosak of Germany come in a little bit earlier on, still with a couple minutes on the clock. So great performance. Team Peru takes out the victory. Team USA in with a second place, so they'll be advancing straight through to the next round later today and avoiding the repecharge round, which will run through tomorrow. We've got more action to come, so stay tuned, and Casper and I will be back in your ears right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We've got a long week of surfing ahead of us. 3 days specifically for SUP surfing, and then 4 days of racing to follow for paddleboarding and for SUP racing. So it's going to be an exciting week ahead of us. We're down to 18 minutes on the clock. Currently heat number 8 for men's round 1 in the water. We've opened up with men's round 1. We'll be running into women's round 1 after this, followed by men's round 2 to round out a big day of competition. And out in the water right now, we've got 3 fantastic competitors.
We got Marco Gerasitano from Italy, Max Torres from Puerto Rico, and Tomas Lacerda from the island of Madeira in Portugal.
So Italy, Puerto Rico, and Portugal all with an opportunity to keep themselves in the top 2, which means they would be competing again later today in the main round. The repechage will have a skip until competition tomorrow. As we take a look now at Max Torres. Board looking pretty light underneath his feet. Gets that first turn, goes straight into the lip on the second, and nearly hangs on to the finish, but can't quite get there.
Nearly there. And actually funny, as you say, board looks very light. I'm pretty sure that is a very light board he's on. The way it was reacting to the pumps and the input he was giving it. Curious to see how that actually pans out. But you know what I noticed right there, Shannon, on that wave is I feel like a lot of the surfers that are just getting out for their first waves of the heat, they are, kind of struggling a little bit to gauge the actual power and speed of the wave. So they have to change gears almost, like we saw with Leo Nika in the first heat. It almost takes 1 or 2 waves just to adjust to what the actual pace is of the wave.
Yeah, that's so true, where Wes Fry was able to get that 8-point ride, pretty early on in the heat and really just start out strong. But a lot of what we're seeing today, probably due to the challenging conditions that are here and the way those the tide swings so much on the Atlantic coast here in Europe, the way the conditions are just changing so much that it does take a little bit to find that rhythm out in the water. As we're looking now at our surfer in red, Marco for Team Italy, just rides out of the chandelier on the finish.
Quick in and out. He got his campaign going now.
Down to 16 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Hey guys, here with a name you might be very familiar with, Sebastian Gomez. But it's not that Sebastian Gomez, the one that competed in multiple ISAs in the previous years. I'm here with the younger son, Sebastian Gomez Jr. How's your dad doing, by the way?
My dad is currently working in Miami. Yeah, he's working there 4 years ago, and he's still surfing. And we miss him in the competitions here, but he's probably watching us right now.
Oh, I'm sure he's watching right now, the big wave surfer. Let's talk about your heat, though. Congratulations on that victory. You looked very, very composed and very in control out there as things start to build out in the water.
Yeah, thank you. This wave, I like this wave. It's a beach break, very strong. I got really good waves at the start, one good one, and then I moved to the other side to find a more longer wave. So I got to find one which I did 3 maneuvers, and my last one where I did a very good last turn. So I'm very happy with my surfing.
Now I see you're on an Infinity, one of Dave Beatty's creations from California. How long have you been on the Infinity board?
Yeah, I've been surfing with this board since last year. Yeah, I've been surfing big waves with this board and still working with this beach break and small waves. So I'm very happy to surf with this board.
Nice. Nice. Well, Sebastian, congratulations. We'll see you in more upcoming heats.
Thank you.
And a big shout out to your big dad, the big wave surfer, Harito. How do I say it? Harita, that's right. Harita, if you're watching, hello from the ISA. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Sebastian. He put together such a great heat in that last one. Really found a few great waves, so it was exciting to see him get into that double-digit heat total.
It sure was. I actually had a moment there. I was questioning myself, is that Sebastian right there? Because I haven't seen him for a few years, and he has a little beard now and very grown up. Fantastic to see a young, very motivated guy.
Great to see the growth of surfing coming out of that region of the world, of stand-up paddle surfing specifically. We're down to 13 minutes on the clock, so time is ticking away pretty quickly. Max Torres with a 2.5 on the board as his high score. A 4.83 through for Tomás Lacerda of Portugal has him sitting up in the lead. And you can see the field is just widespread at the moment as our surfer in that kind of middle position, I believe that's red, Marco, almost had a look at that wave, decided not to go. And here we can see a good view of the whole beach. So currently the surfing side of this event for the World SUP and Paddleboard Championships is running at Tanchette, which is just south of where we're currently sitting at La Grande Plage, which is where the racing will take place.
Absolutely. This is the surfing venue we're looking at, and a great drone view of the actual peak. You can see kind of the A-frame potential of the left running off. You can see the whitewater line just a few moments ago. Left really being pronounced, but you're having the right that we're seeing a lot of athletes also finding some huge potential on, and that, I think it's cool to see that actually athletes are a little bit split out right now. They're not bunched up in a tiny little pack, so they're actually giving each other a lot of breathing room, which also is not really bringing the priority system into so much of a play right now. So, but each athlete looking for their specific peak where they want to perform.
Yeah, it is extremely spread out at the moment. Max Torres sitting closest to us on screen from Isabela in Puerto Rico. The 21-year-old is a really exciting competitor to be, seen across a lot of different sports. Loves to play golf and swims for his university as well. He took a 6th place finish in El Salvador at the ISA SUP event, and he's an APP junior champ. So he's someone that we would really expect to find some great waves within this event and put himself into that conversation towards finals day, as he's now paddled into this wave. Nice check off the top for that first section.
Max Torres means business. He's, that wave actually was really interesting. He got going, he got some speed, but the wave was pitching. And I think we're seeing the low tide starting to come into effect here, where it might have caught him a little bit off guard, and the wave closing pretty quick before he could really get to work. But Max Torres, no stranger to the element of SUP surfing competition, a regular on the APP World Tour, many championships behind him, but energetic and fired up, which is always great to see. He's one of those guys you're really stoked to run into as another athlete, because he just froths and gets fired up.
I love the way that he was, nearly falling as that wave kind of picked him up, and he put his paddle down into the water just to balance himself.
The paddle is a tool, and you got to remember that. And all the athletes are using it not just to actually catch the wave, but also when they're on the wave, they're using it as a, not a brace, but maybe like a ski pole. You're using it to project momentum. You're using it to also stabilize yourself in moments where you're actually off center and off balance. So the good SUP surfer, and that's something the judges will notice as well, is where are you utilizing the paddle to actually improve your surfing, and not just use it because you have to, but if you're trying to get an effect out of it. And that's a great example there. If you see someone really leaning on the paddle, that's a good sign.
Great sign of control and use of all factors of the equipment. Team Spain down on the beach. They've put together a very stacked team rolling into this year's World Championship. So it's going to be exciting to see how their team continues to go throughout this event. They've got Guillermo coming up in the next heat. Guillermo Ceracero.
Yeah, Guillermo, another household name in the world of stand-up paddling, many championships behind him. And Guillermo, actually educated as a doctor, but living as a full-time influencer now. Very cool guy, great surfer, especially when the waves get challenging. He wakes up. So that'll be a great next heat. But the heat we have right now in front of us, one guy that I'm actually, really excited to see both surf and race is Tomás Lacerda. Thomas, a great young athlete from the island of Madeira. has recently accomplished a pretty incredible open ocean SUP expedition between 2 Portuguese islands. I think it was 90 kilometers he covered in one day between some treacherous islands.
Challenging, to be sure, as we take a look now at Marco for Italy. Cuts back into that second section now after his opening maneuver. Looking for some speed into that kind of bowly section on the inside. And he won't be able to find another maneuver, but he does manage to maintain control throughout.
Maintains control, definitely, moves the board rail to rail, got some nice little carving setup turns. Didn't get that critical maneuver, and especially now that the inside is bowling up, proving it has some potential. That's now that the judges are going to want to see you attack that inside. If you hesitate and don't do it, you're also limiting the potential score of your wave. So Marco missing that final move to really make it a score above the average.
Yeah, the judges have been loving those, those finishing maneuvers. Really, if a surfer is able to get that board right up into lip on the end section, then it's been scoring really well. There's been a lot of attempts and not too many that have been super successful with it, but a few that have been able to find themselves into that 6-2 excellent point range. We did see that 8.17 earlier on today as well. So it's nice to know that those excellent scores are out there. You just got to be able to find them.
You got to dig them out of the rough conditions out there.
Now, Max was just waving his paddle back and forth. I've got to believe that that's, more than just balance, but maybe to even signal to the beach announcers that he needs some situation.
It certainly looked like he was using his paddle for communication purposes. And when you wave your paddle, like a surfer might wave your hand, it is because of you're trying to get some communication or some information from the beach announcer, maybe the score line or the time remaining in the heat.
Down to 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. It looks like the ocean has gone just a little bit quiet. So while we wait for the next set, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew.
Hey guys, I'm here with Leo, one of our beach lifeguards here, and I'll tell you, Leo has some extensive knowledge of this beach and this wave. He's been a lifeguard here for over 11 years. And Leo, why don't you sort of give us an update of how the conditions are? Is this pretty normal conditions for this break?
Yes, it's a good condition. In general, it's like that. It's a very good day. I think it's a good week for surfing and for all the day, I think.
And what makes this beach the best surf break in all of France?
Because very good exposition for the swell, and it's we have the walk in and the walk on the spot, and the close the beach, and the swell is compressed, and it's very good place. And sometimes a good wave here, sometimes it's here, sometimes it's in front. It depends the tide. So when it's low tide, it's a little bit better here, and the high tide is better, I think, in the central and this time.
And this swell that we're currently in right now, how do you see it shaping up for the rest of the week for our competitors?
Yes, I think it's a very good week for the competitors. Yeah, very lucky because good swell is coming in France, and I think it's very well.
And let's talk about how it is on low tide. Low tide, it was a very sort of like almost square wave, and now as the flood tide starts to push in, it sort of gets big and more round and soft.
It's when it's low, as the wave pumping, and when it's the high tide, it's a little bit like marshmallow, but it's a big section, Yeah. And but when you are close to the shore, it's good because the wave suck, and you have a second section, speed section. It's very well. Yeah.
And how big does it get here? I know a lot of people. We saw some like 8 to 12 feet here in the previous weeks. How big does it really get here on the beach?
2.5 meters. Yeah, 2.5 meters. Sometimes in the winter you can have 3 meters when there's a big swell, but it's rarely. 2.5 meters, so yeah. Maybe this week we can have 1.5 or 2 maybe, tomorrow on Wednesday. Yeah.
Well, thanks for keeping our beaches safe, and thanks for the update. There's your lifeguard update as part of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Thanks, Leo. Now get back to work. You're supposed to be working. Who's watching the beach? Nobody's watching the beach right now. People are drowning. Back to you.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from that local insight, a surfer himself that knows the water here so well. Of course, great to have the water safety teams that are working behind the scenes throughout this event. But love to hear the insights in the prime location specifically for Plage du Tanchet, which is where the surf event specifically is taking place this week. Like he said, we kind of got the rocks on either side. We've got the harbor on the other side of the beach here that blocks a little bit of swell. but it can really come through super well right where we're sitting. As we take a look at Max Torres with a great re-entry on the inside.
Really nice wave right there, a re-entry at the end. You know, he built so much speed through that wave. Did a combination of a very horizontal cutback and then a very strong boom at the end.
Marco now up and riding for Team Italy. A 2.73 is his high score at the moment. This is going to erase that without a doubt. Gets 2 nice turns connected together. He's looking maybe for even more, decides he's actually going to kick out of that wave. Chasing down a 3.18 to take himself into the advancing position.
Yeah, Marco's got some work in front of him. There's a good chance this wave will improve his score line, but he's probably going to need something, you know, in the fair range to seal the deal. So he's making his way back out to the lineup really quick, and you know, with only 4 minutes remaining, that's the point where in the athlete's mind things start, you know, racing a little bit, and you want to bring out your A game and push as hard as you can.
Tomas for Portugal, now up and riding. He'll be competing across a lot of the racing divisions this week as well, so well-rounded on all types of craft. Great finish, 2 turns, gets a quick kick out. He'll hope to get himself back in position where he can maybe regain priority as well, as both Max Torres and Marco were down on the inside. You can see them with a long paddle in front.
They all have a very long paddle out, hoping the set lets them back out. Thomas's wave right there, really beautiful. I love his style, very, you know, rounded, very fluid. Gets a nice first check turn and then, you know, goes to town on the second one. Thomas, a very accomplished, not just SUP surfer, but a very accomplished big wave surfer in general. He surfs some amazing big waves on the island of Madeira. Recently moved, I believe, to Lisbon to work on his studies. But an incredible athlete that I've had the pleasure of seeing grow up, you know, in recent years, taking on, you know, the role of the Portuguese waterman.
Yeah, incredible, especially, you know, to be able to move from the home island of Madeira across to Lisbon and still have the coastline right there, and to have so many waves that he can be in the water and enjoying just as well.
As we see Thomas's wave right here, beautiful, you know, nice check turn off the top, building some speed, taking a high line, eyeing the section, and puts it all on there. A little, didn't quite get what he was hoping, but 4 nice turns on this wave. You know, he maintains control. He has an element of putting it on the line, also taking a chance. But let's see how the judges reward that one.
Taking a look at this one from Max as well. We've got scores coming through across the board.
Yeah, this wave of Max was a beautiful wave. This was his earlier wave, I believe, where he did this turn right there. The last one was what stuck to my mind. As you know, he just got the fins super released. He got the center of gravity changed. Fins were spinning. I mean, I know the feeling when you're able to execute a turn like that. Just feels like hell yeah, give me more of that.
Well, Max has dropped in a 5.77 for his last wave to improve on the 3.5, so he now sits in the lead. Tomás Lacerda from Portugal is down into second with a 4.83 and a 4.13 on the board. All scores are in. And Marco Giracitano from Italy sitting with a 2.73 and a 3.77. Marco now chasing a 5.19. So he would have gotten the requirement that he needed off of that last wave, but with the scores dropping through for the other 2 competitors, that requirement has jumped greatly out of the 3-point range into a mid-range 5 to get him into the advancing position to avoid the rapid charge round. Now he up and riding for Thomas. Great looking snap. Gives a
I'm not sure what
great
that
claim as well.
Was that a claim? I'm not sure.
That was definitely a claim. There's no way that was not a claim.
Yeah, Mr. Casual right there. That was a nice last turn. You could see, you know, I'm guessing what went through his mind was he had some, you know, nice turns on his previous waves, but he wanted probably to take it up a little extra notch. So he put some more effort into busting the fins, getting some more flick into that last move. So let's see what the judges think. But I would say Thomas's mindset is, you know, he will know the scores from the beach announcer, and he'll, you know, have determined at this point that he's playing a defensive game towards Marco from Italy.
So down to 15 seconds on the clock. And Thomas has taken away the lead with that last score, 4.53, takes him into first. Max Torres up and riding as the buzzer is about to sound.
Wow.
Huge blast of the tail. And, I thought he was going to maybe be able to hold on to that. Fully release the fins.
I don't think it was just the fins. Like half of the board was sticking out of the wave there.
So it slaps the water. You can feel that, you know, bit of sadness as he was chasing just a 3.59. Would have had it with that single big maneuver.
Yeah, but Max Torres, of course, no stranger to competition. He knows the success criteria for this initial round of competition is you get going, you get the momentum built. You're not, winning or finishing second place is not alpha omega, because he's still going to advance to the second round and have, another heat to surf later today. So, yeah, I'd say he's probably pretty content with the way this heat has gone.
Great surfing, and it is Thomas from Portugal and Max from Puerto Rico who advanced through into the main round. They'll be up later today, and Marco of Italy goes down into third place and has to surf through the repecharge rounds tomorrow. We've got more action to come. Still 4 heats remaining in men's round 1 before we see the women hit the lineup. Stay tuned for more right after this. Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are on the beautiful west coast of France, and we've just seen the Italian team go down in third place position, but got that team camaraderie down on the beach, and they'll be ready to battle back in the repecharge rounds for Marco. Now currently in the water, 17 minutes on the clock, and we've got Juan Berini of Costa Rica, Guillermo Caracedo of Spain, and Nick Kretenand from Switzerland in the water, ready to battle it out for a spot to keep those top 2 positions, Anthony.
Yeah, great to see that team camaraderie, the racers down here supporting the surfers, and that great camaraderie, and live action, bang.
Oh, throws that board straight up into the lip. Little flyaway to start things off for our surfer in red. And our surfer in green, Nick, goes down in the outside section as well. So trying to see, did anybody find some success out of that first exchange with 3 minutes to go. We've already got a 1:07 on the board for Juan. We can see him there on the inside section. And some sizey sets starting to roll through.
That's exactly what I was just thinking. I think either maybe they went on the first ones or were caught a little bit off guard. But that heat, there's looks like the Czech team right there having a look. So they've brought a pretty full squad. And I think some of those athletes are raring, ready to go.
Very exciting to see that crew down on the shoreline, following along on scores on their phones as well, and really just wanting to find out exactly what is happening down on the beach.
And if you're following along at home and you go to the ISA Surf website, isasurf.org, you can watch live, and you have access to lots of different stats as well. You can pull up all the highest scores of the day, the highest heat scores. We've seen the Australians dominate in that category, with both of the surfers having the 2 top highest scores, and also the highest single wave scores, and also the highest heat totals as well. So our refreshed scoring company integrated in with the website, and we have lots of fun information and action to bring to everyone watching at home.
Yeah, it's really awesome to be able to track with that for stats for what's happening throughout the event, but also to be able to check out the team bios. There's, a bio written up for most of these athletes throughout the week. So if it's someone that you're not familiar with, someone that, really impressed you with their performance, or maybe you picked up a bit of their posty interview and found their story to be pretty interesting on how they got here, then you can take a look on the ISA website and even read more about each surfer as they're preparing for their week.
Yeah, it's great. It's great information, and I think, all the athletes will agree. Yes, we, want to win medals and things, but it's just getting a chance to meet everyone, and you might remember a face but not remember the name. You can just go look it up on the website, and you're good to go.
Nick putting himself in position here. He started out with a 0.2, and Guillermo for Spain now racing through the section. So start off on the outside, nice snap. Throws a lot of spray. And just reads that wave really well to hit that oncoming section and finish off.
Yeah, Guillermo Carrecero, got to try and roll those R's. Phenomenal surfer, and you can see he's, just trying to get a wave under his belt. And, we've talked about the strategy as we see some waves ridden on the outside.
Juan now up and riding, and just a quick duck out. Was hoping that that wave would hold open a little bit longer, but with those low tide conditions, it can be a little more challenging to find a wave that will connect through the inside without that closeout.
And it's always interesting, it seems like, the ocean ebbs and flows, and, the waves, the sets as well. And so might have a couple of good heats and then a couple of heats where, the waves are a little confused, and that's kind of every surf contest. It's like, you really don't want to have good waves in the heat before you, because you know that when it's your heat, maybe the waves aren't going to be as good. Obviously, we've led to have perfect waves in every single heat, but those are dreamy situations.
Very dreamy when you actually have an entire day of competition where everyone feels pretty satisfied with the waves that came through in their 20 or 30 minutes. 20-minute heats go by really quickly as well, especially when you're in a stand-up paddle heat, because it's a real challenge to get that board out to the back of the lineup. As we can see our surfer in green taking off on another big closeout for Nick. So he's just looking to build on that score line with every opportunity, putting himself into some real committed takeoffs.
Yeah, and you can see Guillermo still, that's about the 7th wave, at least on screen, that we've seen him take on the head after his ride. And, that's really what takes a lot of energy. It's your body moving around, and, I think that's, in big wave surfing as well. It's not necessarily the surfing, it's just the moving around under the whitewater. And you see Guillermo trying to get under that one and takes another wave on the head. The leash and the board drag you back, getting back to your board. All of that takes energy, and then you have to be fit, have a high level of fitness, because when you get the wave, you have to then go and execute the maneuver. There's a lot of variables that come into play.
So many variables, and the fact that, bailing on a wave like that, you've got to hold on to that paddle, because if you lose it, it'll float, but it could get washed away with that water as well.
That is a great point that you bring up. We haven't seen anyone.
It's really challenging.
Yes, that is such a great point, because, you're talking not only minutes that it may take to get your paddle if it gets washed in, but also the energy to go back in, and you cannot catch a wave without a paddle. So.
Well, down to 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. No major scores. Guillermo with a 4.17 at the moment, sitting in the lead. And with that, let's go down to the beach, catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, guys. I'm here beachside. The sun is trying to pop out as Tomas Lacerda comes out of the water, winner of that last heat, all the way for a first time competing in the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, the country of Portugal. I love port wine.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. It's our first time on the ISA World Championship. We are really happy, a small team, really young, but with a lot of energy, and we really want to do our best to see the result.
Well, I'll tell you what, you didn't surf like a young team. You actually ripped it up out there. And I want to talk a little bit about your equipment here now. A lot of people running a 5-fin setup. You're sitting here with a 3-fin setup. Tell us about your fin setup for your board today.
So the conditions are not really big, so I prefer to use thruster. This one is a bit different because this fin is a bit bigger, so gives us a bit more speed and also control. So that's what I need to perform well on these conditions.
And as things start to build here with this flood tide moving in, are you going to change this setup at all throughout the week, or you think you're going to stick with it?
I'm probably going to stick with this, but I need to check the conditions every heat, so I will choose the board. I see the conditions, and after that I choose the board. But if the conditions are the same, I'll probably choose the same board.
Let's talk about when you surf back home on Nazaré. Same setup, same board?
No, it's totally different. I'm also a big wave surfer. I represent Team Red Herrings in Nazaré. It's my second year surfing Nazaré. I normally use or a 10-foot board for paddle, or a 510 with 5 kilos or 10 kilos for the big days.
And they get big out there. Well, congratulations out there, representing the home country of Portugal well.
Thank you.
There it is. Mr. Lacerda Look for him. He's an up-and-comer and one of the top picks in this year's ISA World SUP and Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. Back to you guys.
Well, great performance from Thomas. Interesting to see that tail design on his board as well with his fin section.
Yeah, and he obviously knows his equipment, you know, going through the different wave heights and wave powers. And, you know, even you can tell English is not his first language, but he was able to explain the reasons very eloquently. I look forward to watching him going through the competition, a surfer that Casper was talking about, some of his channel crossings, and just like we keep mentioning, all of these athletes doing so many different things. And I think that's the way to really understand the ocean. The more time you spend in it in a variety of conditions, you really get a chance to understand how it works and try to get in tune.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it seems like, you know, the kind of resounding conversation is that each one of these athletes that's here this week, they're watermen and waterwomen. They love spending time in the water, and whatever craft is going to get them out on the water more often, whether there's waves and they can be, you know, surfing on a stand-up board, or if it's a bit flatter and they're out there paddling and racing, you know, whether it's prone or stand-up, anything that gets them on the water is a great thing.
Yeah, and this is the irony, as we may have trying to get into it, not
really
quite.
Committed, gives a good dig, can't quite get there for Juan, but it is going to reposition himself for this next set that's rolling through. Guillermo now up and riding. He's got a lot of speed coming through that first section as well, so that's important as he opened up with that first snap. Now driving through, really getting a lot of release out of the tail, using that paddle for torque as well. Little double up section, got a little funny on the finish, but some great surfing.
Yeah, fantastic wave. Unable to complete it, but you know, it's talking about the irony of, you know, the shortboard SUP, you know, we're not really accepted sometimes.
Rivalry sometimes.
Yeah, and so, but the reality is all of these good stand-up paddle surfers are also very respectful and talented in other avenues of surfing. Most of these guys and girls rip on a shortboard and or longboard and or big wave. And so it's just like anything in life, you know, you shouldn't really be that closed-minded that you're going to have an opinion on somebody out there enjoying the water, but the respect is the key thing. And I do know, you know, all of these guys and girls are respectful out there, and that's how we can change the perception of, you know, when stand-up first came, it's just bigger board and people in the way, but now the sport has come a long way to where you have elite athletes doing it, and I think these are all great representatives of the sport.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Seeing the progression of the sport over the years has really started to change the perception of seeing a stand-up paddler paddle out into local lineup amongst a lot of surfers, which maybe wasn't so welcome anymore, but now you're really starting to see that progression roll through as Juan goes in for that deep takeoff.
There it is, first tube ride of the event.
You've been waiting for it all day, haven't you? Heat number 9, didn't take that long to get there.
No, I think he knew there wasn't that much, so he kind of tucked into the little bit of a cover-up, and, you know, there you see again the teams down there fully supporting, waving the flags, and that's got to feel good when you're out there, especially if you're maybe struggling in a heat. You just, you know, kind of look back to the beach to find your positioning, and you see your team there cheering for you. It's got to just give you that energy you need. In 20 minutes, you know, it goes by fast, but you get tired, like we've been talking about, and every little thing you can get to give you more energy.
6 minutes, 43 seconds on the clock as Guillermo goes heavy into that first section. Love that kick out of the board as well. That's a kick out, something that you see a lot in longboarding because the boards are so big. You just want to get them over the back of that wave. And Juan, trying to stay active here, just gets a bit stuck on the timing with that first turn.
Yeah, it was interesting because, you know, the board's going to go where you look and where you want it to go. And halfway through the turn, I thought he still had the possibility to make it, but then he kind of was looking out the back. Maybe had he kept his eyes forward, his body might have followed it. He may have made it.
Nick goes in for a proper barrel ride there. That was a meaty section. You can really tell that tide has drained, and it is hard to find a wave that's going to hold open.
Oh, that was meaty. And you can just see white water down the whole beach. Oh. All 3 of our surfers on the inside. And there's our lifeguards out there on the skis. And hopefully they're not buzzing around too much, sending some wakes into the athletes. But we have a nice set rolling through. And, you know, in a contest, you're going to have all these tidal changes. But all the surfers are stoked because at least there's waves. And this is what we want.
Yeah, we definitely want there to be waves. We want it to be contestable, to have plenty of opportunity for everyone that's out there. Even if it's not the best opportunity because it's windy or it's challenging conditions, at least it is opportunity. As we take a look at some replays here, with, at the moment, the Spaniard currently sitting in the lead.
Guillermo Carrecera, he's been to several events, competed at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship several times, and he's one of those many, many Spanish athletes that are here. And, you know, Spain and France in stand-up paddling, but also throughout history, have had a number of rivalries, including, you know, border disputes and all these different things throughout the years in control of the Iberian Peninsula. And I think all that kind of comes together, and, you know, they're within driving distance, so they all arrived together in a bus, and it was this whole big thing. And I'm just really excited to see how it all unfolds with not just Spain versus France, but all of the other teams, and who's going to be that, you know, X-Factor team that steps in there and has a few of the athletes, you know, kind of go above and beyond what they're capable of.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting, especially considering that home team advantage goes to France. You know, the French team is competing in a location that they would have been able to actually put practice hours into specifically. They've been working together as a team in the lead up to this event. But they're also coming off the strength of the last 2 wins for the team gold medal at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships between El Salvador and Puerto Rico over the last few years. So they've got that momentum carrying them through. And I do feel like with that, you know, kind of history between Spain and France, that Spain showing up with such a strong team this year, it's exciting to see them in that conversation as a real threat to try and keep France away from that three-peat on the gold medal.
Yeah, they are definitely not just going to hand it over to them, and you know, it's going to be exciting. And I think one of the standouts for France has been the power of their surfers, and we saw in El Salvador, Benoit Carpentier won for the men, Justine Dupont won for the women, and so the surfers have kind of given them that edge. On the racing side, you know, there's a lot more kind of luck and things that are involved in a surf heat. Did you get the waves or not get the waves? And, you know, kind of one bad heat, and all of a sudden you're out of the competition in the quarterfinals or whatnot. Whereas the racing, it seems like the top racers are going to be the top racers. And so one of the strengths of France has been the consistency of their SUP surfers.
Yeah, that's such good insight considering that, you know, those SUP surfers are really talented surfers and know the ocean so well. And so they're able to adapt to those changes and all the nuances that come within heat surfing specifically, which is just wildly different from paddling out for free surf at any break around the world.
It's true, and you know, you see it in all disciplines of surfing. Do you want to be a good surfer or a good contest surfer? There are some similarities in both. To be a good contest surfer, you have to be a good surfer, but you also have to learn how to surf waves that maybe aren't the best waves and days that you may not paddle out.
Nick now up and riding for Switzerland. Nice snap on his forehand. Looking to maybe just get that extra point in on his backhand as well. Doesn't quite connect with that foam, but he's going to stay up and riding on his feet. He'll now look for that little rip to paddle himself back out to. Sitting with small scores at the moment, but his requirement is only a 1.27. So at the moment, it's really tight between Nick and Juan in that second and third place position, and that's really the critical point, being that top surfer is going to advance through into the main round, already guaranteed to at least advance through, you know, to repecharge round 3, essentially. And then for that bottom place surfer, it'll be straight into the first round of repecharge.
You save a lot of time and you save a lot of energy. And there's our Brazilian team getting ready. So we'll see them coming up later. But yeah, it's great to have that second chance opportunity. And we've seen a number of finalists and event winners that have come through the back door, so to speak, with that repecharge round. And you know, so at some waves, like maybe in Fiji, you want to go to the repecharge so you get a chance to surf more.
Just more time in the water to break like that's always a positive.
Yeah, but definitely don't want to risk it. And I don't think anyone really loses on purpose. But if you do get relegated to the repecharge round, you have to find a way to mentally, get back into it. And that's one of the hard parts about contest surfing is just if you're given the opportunity and you have a great wave, but you fall on that turn, you know, what are you thinking as you're paddling back out? Are you replaying the fall? Are you getting focused for the next ride? And that's the difference between contest surfing and free surfing, like we were just talking about. the mental strength to surf your best no matter what the conditions. It's very difficult.
Yeah, and you know, those are the kind of things that really separate the bottom of the pack from those that become the champions. Being able to reset that mentality straight away rather than dwelling on the negative side of something, refocusing, getting that, you know, that shift as quickly as possible to be able to find that positive, to get back out there, to get another good wave, and then to go back afterward to rewatch those heats, to chat to their coach, to chat to their team, and kind of assess, all right, where were the mistakes made and how do we move forward from that?
Yeah. And you can see our surfer in red, Guillermo, he's, it appears that he's sitting down on his board, but he's actually crouched down, still standing. Blue went down and is, repositioning with the prone paddle. So right there, he would have up to 15 seconds to then stand, live action.
As we see, the timer has clocked out for heat number 9 out in the water. It's been an exciting day of surfing so far. It's our surfer from Spain who's been able to hold on to the lead, Guillermo, and we can see him with that victory lap on the way in. And it looks like our surfer from Switzerland was able to get himself into that second place position. Nick, on the strength of his last effort, put him with a 2-point ride to just take away second over Juan out of Costa Rica. So it's going to be Spain and Switzerland advancing through into the main round. They'll be competing in that later today for men's main round 2. And we've got 3 heats remaining on the men's side of the draw for round 1 before we hit women's action throughout the middle section of our day. Let's check out some action that we saw from the opening ceremonies. It was such a fun way to kick things off yesterday.
Hello everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time. It's a special time. Join, riding, and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are in day 1 of 7 days of competition. First 3 days on the calendar will contain SUP surfing. We'll be crowning our champions on Wednesday. It's currently Monday. And then we'll be heading into our racing for the final 4 days of the event. As we take a look at the draw for our heat number 10 for men's main round 1 with Oihan Azpuru of Spain, Marcel Oliveira from Costa Rica, and Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands.
Another stacked heat as we're in the last quarter of our first round. You can see how small Oihan's board is. It's underwater as he's paddling, so he's going to have a difficult heat trying to maintain standing in all of the rules with that bumpy water. It looks, the drone always kind of cuts down the bumps and makes it look a lot cleaner than it is.
It is a very different view to what we see standing on the beach or that camera angle from the beach that really just gives that true perspective of what the surfers are dealing with. Also helps us to kind of identify wave size and where those sections are really standing up and which ones are actually a little bit flatter. So quiet start to this heat. We've got a 2.83 already on the board for Oihan from Spain. So he was able to kind of get that first draw that also sets him up in third priority. First priority has not yet been established between blue and green because neither of them have had their opening rides. So it's whoever has that inside section. Now it looks like we've got a split peak as our surfer in blue took off to the left, kind of looking down the line on the right for Marcel, gets that first score on the board. And we had Aaron from the Channel Islands get going on that right to start things off.
Leaving Oihan out the back all by himself, and he's having an aggressive paddle for this wave.
Strokes into this one, strong as he can to try and have a lot of speed and momentum as he connects with the lip on this first section. Drives off the bottom and pierces through for that final re-entry and just adds a little style, a little crouch on the finish there as well, which was looking like he had a lot of control and he's having a lot of fun out in the water.
Which is key, and that's what they always have to remember, going back to that, mental toughness side of it. If you're, not having fun out there, it's going to be a lot tougher to keep that mental toughness. And I remember back in Denmark, there were some challenging conditions for the SUP surfing, and Kyle Vaz, one of the legends of the sport, he had one of the best interviews that I've ever heard in describing the waves. And I think it was partly his broken English, but the way that he said it, they said, Kyle, how are, the waves and tricky conditions? And he said simply, if you think the waves are bad, then the waves are bad for you. And it's just so, pertinent to surfing. There's always going to be some heats where the waves aren't perfect, but if you think they're bad, you've already lost.
That's really, really wise words from, a competitor that's able to figure out a break like this. And at the end of the day, it's going to be two surfers that find advancing positions and someone that's not going to be getting there. And so figuring out how to be in that top 2 position is really, really important. You can see the replay here from our surfer in red from Oyen, who dropped in that 283 to start with and is building on it with this one.
Oh, that opening turn. I think he thought it was going to kind of open up down the line more. And then you can see the bottom just drop out. And just to make it all the way down was a feat in itself. You can see Aaron having to look left, having to look right. Hits the top there, uses the paddle to brace, lands it, jumps off, happy days. And one more, Oyan again, and you can see him, he's looking at the rights, and just not enough speed to really get around that section with speed for a powerful maneuver, but then that last turn had a little more speed and a little more degree of difficulty that the judges will like.
So great exchange between these two. Aaron Rowe with a 2.77. We haven't actually had a look at his wave yet, which was that split peak with Marcel. Marcel dropped into 2.43 for his, which was that backhand attack. And we're now waiting for the last wave of Oyen to drop through to see how much of an advantage he'll have over the rest of the field, having those 2 scores on the board. There it is, a 4.67. So now the requirements in the 4-point range to be able to take away the lead. As we're down to 15 minutes on the clock. Few clouds in the sky this morning, a little bit of drizzle as we showed up this morning, but it was already pretty warm, and we know that the temperatures are going to get quite hot throughout the afternoon here on the west coast of France. It's been really great to see the wind conditions favorable this morning, because yesterday morning it was already, kind of that cross shore from pretty much waking up as we see Aaron Rowe digs deep into that bottom turn but can't hold on to it.
Oh man, he was carrying so much speed, and he's right now just you can see him slap the water there. That's a missed opportunity. And it's so hard to kind of compress and absorb all that power on the bottom turn, and he was flying on that wave.
He was going so fast, really hopeful to be able to connect with that. Talk to me about the differences between, engaging the rail on a shortboard in a bottom turn like that compared to the width, like the thickness, as well as the length of the rail of a stand-up paddleboard.
Yeah, it's a very good question, because obviously you need a little more volume. The boards are getting small. They're not under 6 foot, but some of these guys have boards that are close to 7 feet, maybe a little under, maybe a little over. But the rails are always going to be a little bit thicker. As we can see, Oyan, he's crouched down, which is legal, right? So they're in the tower looking at that. But you have to just, I think, draw it out a little bit more. You can't just, come off the rail. So I think it just takes a little more patience and a little more leg strength as well.
A lot of differences between riding a shortboard, a normal shortboard, compared to riding a stand-up paddleboard. Let's track with live action here as we've got Oyen having a paddle, digging into this one. And you can see that wind is starting to come in a little bit more. Those light offshores that weren't here as we started out competition this morning. Well, he kicks out on the inside section. And as we wait for scores to roll through, it's Aaron Rowe that's sitting out the back with priority. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew and the winner of that last.
Hey guys, I'm beachside right now with Guillermo Caracilla from Team Spain, then the winner of that last heat. And in case you didn't know, he has 4 million followers on Instagram. Let's talk about the surfing first.
First of all, hard conditions, but really fun to surf here for my first time in France. And it was a hard hit with really cool guys and really cool competitors. And finally, I found a good ride there that make the chance for going to the next round. I'm really happy.
Well, congratulations on that. But I want to get back. 4 million followers. Now, he makes his living. Surfing is just for fun. You make your living as an influencer.
Well, I studied medicine. I specialized in traumatologic sport medicine. But finally, you never know how you finish like in a different completely area. And now I'm making a living with influencer. So good, really happy.
And these aren't bot followers, correct?
Yeah? No, never.
No, never.
All of that. You can check it if you want.
4 million followers. Absolutely, I'm still stuck on that. But Guillermo, your surfing is really, really good. So I'm sure your influencing is just as good, huh?
Oh, I just share my adventures, share my way of living, and I'm really like I am in my social media.
All right, so you have 3 seconds to promote your social media channel right now.
Okay, my channel is Guillermo Carracedo. Try to find it because it's not right to spell it. But a big hug to all my family, to all the Spanish team, to my girlfriend that is here back here, and really happy. Let's go for the next one.
Man, you are a personality. No wonder why the guy has 4 million followers on Facebook. Hey, I want to talk about one thing. The women are coming up, and you got some of the top surfers and some of the top contenders in this World Championship, kind of Abea and such. So let's talk about that.
Yeah, we have a really, really good team. We are really motivated for going this time for the gold. So let's go for all the Spanish team.
Can I have a couple of those followers of the 4 million?
We can do a pic together.
Okay, we'll do a pic together. Hey, back to you guys. 4 million followers.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Guillermo. And a lot of followers around the world, I'm sure, tuning in to see him just rip apart the conditions this morning.
Yeah, they'll be stoked he won that heat. And let's get Drew some more followers. At Drew Murin. Come on, you guys out there. Drew's very humble as well. He's a, big personality in Lake Tahoe, puts on events and a lot of fishing stuff, and we're very excited to have Drew on our announcers team. And I believe it's one of the best announcing teams that has been here at the ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Of course, bringing in Casper Steinfath. Casper was talking about Guillermo a little bit earlier, and he just looks like a happy-go-lucky guy, but in his mind, he's very smart with being a doctor. So you never know what these guys do in their free time.
Yeah, it is really exciting to kind of hear more of those stories and to track with what's happening with each of these surfers. Like you said, it's so cool to have Casper on the team. We've also got Bo Nixon that'll be joining in throughout the week, which is going to be a really exciting addition with another competitor who's, actively been on the ground in events competing against a lot of this crew. So that's going to be really exciting throughout the week. We're down to 9 minutes on the clock. Oyen is currently sitting in the lead. Situation hasn't really changed much. Aaron holding on to that second place position. Goes in for that quick whip on his backhand. Can't quite hold on to the finish as he's into the shallows. And Marcel currently sitting in that third place position with a 2.53. He's chasing down a 1.45 to be able to take the advancing position away from Aaron as we've just got a few minutes on the clock. Talking about Guillermo being a doctor and having studied that behind the scenes, that's what Oyen, also for Team Spain, is working on. He's in his final year of medical studies right now.
Yeah, Oyen having a look at this one.
Quick paddle here for the medical student. Nice check off the top to start things off with. Throws a bit of spray. You can see that power coming through in his surfing. Driving around into this section. Nice rail work. A little bit of pumping here to just try and gain some speed. And great redirection from his backhand back to his forehand again. And that's going to be that kind of flow that we're looking for in the surfing this week.
Yeah, he was excited with that one. That was a verbal claim, I think. It wasn't a big claim, but he's stoked. And I think he's, again, making his way down to that left side of the screen where perhaps either board change or to get into the rip for an easier paddle out. And Oyen, I used to put on along with Candace Appleby, we did a junior pro SUP surf event. And he reminded me before I had seen the name when the Team Spain showed up at the board storage area. And he's like, hey, remember me? I was in Huntington, or Bolsa Chica, actually, we put on the event. And so he competed there, way back when. And he's taken a break from competing in SUP surfing, obviously to pursue things that are going to help pay the bills a little bit more. And it's great to see him back. And, the Team Spain is excited. And, Drew was talking about Ibaya Moreno coming up later and Alafne as well. So we're getting ready for the women. But right now we're just about a little over halfway through our heat right now, and we've had a couple of slower heats, and we started off a little slow, then we had a few really good heats with high scores, and now it seemed to have scores have gotten lower. We've seen people advancing with 3s and 4s. We've also seen, Kai Bates with a 7.5 and a 6.6. So a variety of conditions for these surfers, and I think it's like we've talked about, going to continue to change. But at one point, we're going to have some magical heats coming up, and hopefully it's for the ladies.
Yeah, that's right. I think when we see that tide start to push up as well, that we're going to really see those conditions improve. Right now, it looks extremely challenging. We're seeing a little bit of that wind come into play, but there's just a lot of closeouts. Where earlier this morning, when there was a little bit more water on, on it this morning, there was more of that open opportunity where there was quite a lot of really good rights rolling through, a couple of lefts as well. So we'll see how the conditions continue to shape up. We got a 5.33 that's just dropped through for Owen of Spain, and that puts him into a more convincing lead over Aaron Rowe with a 7.23 on the board for his requirement.
You can see on the left side of the screen, there's one of the first rocks to be exposed. So that's also showing how the tide, there's a rock formation right there on shore. And, we've talked about the surfers kind of going to the south. We look back at that high score, a beautiful fan of whitewater, and again, redirecting on rail. And you can see what we've been talking about. He's just keeping that paddle on that toe side, and again, it allows it to stick in there. And I love that combination at the end. That was a good 1-2 punch. Finishing off again. That's why he was stoked. That was awesome.
So that was the 5.33, sets him up into the lead, improves on his 4.67 from his second wave earlier on. So he's got a really good lead over the rest of the field. Aaron Rowe out of the Channel Islands from Jersey loves surfing, golfing, and walking his dogs. He's really stoked to be representing as the sole competitor coming out of the Channel Islands.
Oh, he's stoked. So he was at the opening ceremonies, both the flag bearer and the sand pourer, which we saw the sand pouring competition was happening, and he did a great job. Aaron's just an amazing guy. I had a chance to surf with him in several events, including the Canary Islands was the last time I saw him, and he's incredible. And Oyan, when people say, hey, how'd your heat go? He can say, I got a 10. It was 2 waves, but he can leave that part out, but he can say he scored a 10.
Got a 10-point heat total on the board. Team Brazil down with the flag because we've got some actually 2 Brazilians coming up in the next 2 heats. We've got Leo Jimenez and Adriano Noskovski, both for Brazil. That'll be coming up in the final 2 heats of this opening round for the men. Of course, after that, we're going to have the women that will be paddling out. We'll have 8 heats in that opening round. So we've seen a few of them around this morning already starting, to be that support crew for the men that are competing. Now we'll see the change of the guard.
Couple of waves approaching.
Good looking set rolling through here. And Aaron putting himself into position. This is a great looking wave. Hooks it up into the section, changes that paddle in his hand, and just gets nearly washed away in the whitewater, but manages to hold on to his footing.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
He did a great job there. And the wave is so tricky. You can see he was trying to time it as Oyan's having a look as well. Not able to get into that one, but you can tell he was trying to figure out when it's going to double up, and then just timed it a little bit wrong, and that's what's going to separate the higher scores from the lower scores, is how well you can time the entry into the double up, which just seems to be where the waves are offering the most scoring potential. And wow, it's just a beautiful stretch of coastline. I just couldn't even catch my words, because just looking down the coast, it's beautiful here.
Such a stunning area of the world here in Vendée. As we take a look at Oyan, just gets stuck behind the section on that wave and won't be able to build on his score line. We've got a big week of competition ahead of us, and it's going to be great to get to know more of this local area. A huge blessing to be here in La Sable d'Olonne. Such a beautiful region of France, and one of the more iconic beaches in Europe at La Grande Plage, which is specifically where all of our racing events will start off and kick off from this week. Because of the shape of the coastline and where the swell can actually hit, we're running the surfing event down at Plage du Tanchette, which is about 2 kilometers south of La Grande Plage, which you can see La Grande Plage way out there in the background where the city really is situated, and just has a lot smaller surf. The surf's not quite as big, but a really beautiful area, and that's going to be a great venue to be running our racing in later this week.
And the area is no stranger to racing, holding a number of sailing events, holding European Surfing Championships. Of course, there's the famous Around the World sailing race that starts and finishes here as well. So they're very familiar, as are the people that live around. So I think their water sports is a huge part of the community, and we saw the community, turn out in huge numbers for the opening ceremony and parade, walking through the streets, and finishing at La Grande Plage was just exciting. And another set roll, and waves keep coming all day long.
Yeah, this is great. Nice and consistent. Challenging to find the waves that are really holding up right now with the tide being low, but there are plenty of waves that are rolling through. Down to 45 seconds on the clock, and our surfer in the blue jersey has only caught one wave, a 2.43 for Marcel of Costa Rica. He's chasing down a 3.01 to get himself into the advancing position, and this could be his opportunity. He's also got that first priority, so he's able to put himself in position, but he can't quite get into it.
Oh, he can tell he wanted that one. He saw it from way out the back and was in good position. And then just 5 meters on the inside, Oyan, had to take that one on the head. And so there you see him sitting. They're allowed to sit, kind of reposition their gear, and then he's got to stand back up. Oyan, he's kneeling. It looks like he's sitting, but he's kneeling. So then you can tell that he's not sitting because he's able to just stand back up. So these little nuances of how to conserve energy while still abiding by the rules, these guys and girls, men and women, are excellent at that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full body workout, entire heat. There's no sitting down, taking a break, having a breather. The entire time you are working out how to stay on your feet. If you're down, it's just for a few seconds, knowing that you're going to have to be right back up on your feet again, otherwise incurring penalties from the judging panel. Well, buzzer has sounded, and it's the Spaniard in Oyan who's been able to take away the win. Aaron Rowe in second for the Channel Islands, and Marcel Oliveira from Costa Rica falls out in that third place position. Just can't find himself a final wave. We've got more action to come with Casper Steinfath jumping into the booth right after this.
Bonjour and welcome back to the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here in Les Sables d'Olonne, France. I'm back here in the booth, Casper Steinfath here, joined by Anthony Vela. We're going into heat number 11 of the first round of the SUP surfing men's division. We got some great action already unfolding in front of us on the screen. Joined by Anthony Vela. Anthony, you're the race director of the event, but you're joining us here in the commentary to lend your expertise and analyst mindset on the conditions and the surfing we're seeing in front of us.
Yeah, super excited to be here. We have our lineup in the water, Leonardo Jimenez from Brazil. Our first Brazilian in the contest already has a claim on his first wave. Fabrizio Rodinera from Argentina, and Cohen Proust from Netherlands. So those are our three surfers in our second to last heat of round number 1 of the men.
Yeah, and we're underway here. I was just out of the booth taking a little break, walking around. I can feel there's a little bit of an onshore breeze starting to show up. Actually, might be more side shore down by the event site here, so we're starting to see a little bit more of texture on the waves. But it's been a great show of action so far. A lot of athletes making themselves noted, giving the judges something to work on. And as we see up and riding here, blue, that is Fabrizio Rondinara dropping into this wave, but just not really making it across and seeing the big scoring potential. Kindly slapping the paddle in the white water there, Anthony.
You can tell he's a little frustrated, and I think, you know, if I was surfing in these heats, looking at what has been transpiring the last few heats, we saw Leo with the claim getting a 5.0 on that wave. You know, maybe my strategy would be to just try and get an early entry into a wave already angling, to then just do one turn. You know, these aren't the large open face waves, and the judges will reward you if you commit to a high degree of difficulty turn. And so maybe you're just looking for one turn, and instead of trying to find those open face waves that just aren't here. Maybe later they will be, but you've got to adapt your strategy according to the conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we see, Green Coin Pros taking a quick look at this wave. But so far, Anthony, we've seen, we're almost done with the first round of the men's now. We've seen the judges throw out some, I think there was one excellent score so far. We've seen a lot of good scores, and we're also becoming more aware of what the criteria is that the judges are judging the waves under and what they're looking for from the athletes. What do you make so far of the waves surfed and what the judges are looking for?
There's points out there to be had, and we'll get back to that. If he's able to get into this, just a little hiccup there.
As we see in green, Coin Prost from the Netherlands taking a nice left here, working his way down the face. Nice little slash into a little wipeout, having some white water, giving him a bath here in France. We have Drew Murrin on the beach now for a beach interview. Take it away, Drew.
Hey guys, standing here beachside with Orlan from Spain, back to back. Spain looking good in the last two heats. How'd you feel out there?
I'm really happy to be here. I was trying to take a strong wave. The waves are really difficult, like the sea is super moving, super choppy. And I managed to take my first one, and then I was trying to find the backup. So I took a second one, and I was kind of relaxed then. So feeling so nice and feeling strong.
Yeah, you look pretty confident out there. As things start to build throughout the day, how are you going to prep for the next round?
I'm trying to make the same moves. I mean, I'm going to try to take a good one and then try to find like a second wave and try to make like 2 maneuvers and 1 maneuver waves, no more. And that's it.
And I think the interesting backstory about Orlan is you're going to graduate as a doctor here pretty quick, yes?
Yes, this is my 6th year in medicine, in the medical school, and next year I have to prepare for the residency exam. So I'm so happy to be doing both things, training and studying at the same time. So
it's amazing you have time for that. So we'll be calling you Dr. Orlan here in the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships coming up.
Yeah, it could be super nice. So
Dr. O, that's what we're going to call him for Team Spain. And Team Spain looking pretty fired up there right now. Look at them in the tent. I mean, they are just ecstatic. They can barely contain themselves. Look at how wild they are. I mean, look at those guys. Did they ever calm down, or is this about as excited as they always get?
They are every time super excited, so best team ever.
Wild group, that Team Spain. Well, looking forward to more from you guys coming up and the women's heats coming up. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew. Great to hear some insights from the athletes down there. Actually, funny fact I just want to point out is Team Spain, we've had 2 post-heat interviews now with some winners. They're both doctors, so if you want to be in a team and have a medical emergency, you might want to be on Team Spain this event.
That's hilarious. And on that shot, we saw world champion Duno Gordillo from Spain just relaxing Alafne as well, Team Spain. The SUP surfers doing their job so far.
Yep, SUP surfers in full action. We got the women's round 1 coming up in a few heats. We're going to get into the women's action, and the waves look like they're going to continue firing throughout the day. Hopefully this onshore breeze does not materialize into something massive. But the situation in the water right now, with 13.5 minutes remaining, we have in first place Red Leonardo Jimenez with a 5-point total. In second place, Coin Prost with a 2.33. He needs a 2.68 to advance, or to make it into first place in the advancing position. And in third, Fabrizio Rondinaro Rondinara needing a 1.71. Replay here of red. Anthony, take it away.
As you can see on the backhand, boom, just straight off the bottom, straight off the top. And you can see he says, what? And so there's Leonardo Jimenez from Brazil.
And that's interesting. That was a 5-point ride right there.
Yeah, so this is exactly what I was saying, you know, and we heard Oyhan talk about it as well, as just adapting the strategy. Oyhan said it, you know, he said 2 maneuvers, maybe 1 maneuver, and we were just talking about that. And the judges are aware that the conditions are changing, and so we saw the 817 from West Fry from Australia. That was a huge wave, lots of open face, but we also saw Kai Bates 7.5 was 2 very good turns on a bigger size wave. We saw 5 for 1 major maneuver.
Absolutely.
So the judges also changed their scoring criteria according to what the waves are doing out there, and we'd have an expert panel of judges.
We certainly do. And interesting to see, in my opinion, how one single maneuver can actually amount to a 5-point ride. Of course, being the multiple maneuvers linked together in a critical fashion being the key to an excellent score. We're seeing Team Brazil down on the beach right now, cheering for their teammate, Leonardo Jimenez, in the water in the red jersey. He's, got a certain weight on his shoulders. Brazil being a powerhouse and a dominant factor historically in the SUP surfing division. I think Luis Diniz having won not less than 3 world titles at the ISA SUP surfing events.
Yeah, Luis Diniz, Caio Vaz has won in the past in Brazil with a long legacy in SUP surfing. You can see the team down there. They had his backup board ready, and you can see him just standing in, knee deep with his board sinking. And so they're experts at this. And we see kind of a set approaching.
There's a few lines on the horizon making their way towards the lineup here. We do have some lulls in between the sets, but I feel like the conditions have been pretty regular so far. We've had lots of action. The athletes have definitely been keeping busy with the paddle out. Anthony, can you take us through a little bit of what goes through the competitor's mindset, when going into choosing a wave, but also running the risk of being stuck on the inside?
It's a great point that you bring up about, wave selection. And you obviously want a wave that's going to give you a scoring opportunity, but you also want to put yourself in position to be back out in the lineup as quickly as possible. So, maybe you like to go left more, but the rights take you better into a position to get out into the lineup quicker. So maybe you choose that into your strategy. Maybe later in the heat, if the left is going to put you in an area that's more difficult to paddle out, but you're going to get a higher score, then you can do that. So there's so many factors that go into how to get a high heat score. It's not just one single wave, as we know. 2 waves are what counts.
Exactly.
And 20 minutes, 2 waves. We've seen most surfers, most heats, they're averaging about 4 waves per heat.
Mm-hmm.
And
which is not a whole lot.
Exactly. You're being very selective. And I think it accounts for the difficulty of making it back out as well, if you get a good one all the way to shore.
As we see, we're just passing the 10-minute mark. We're halfway through this heat. Situation still red. Leonardo Jimenez from Brazil in the lead as we see a nice set approaching the lineup. We have green in 3rd priority, 2nd priority with blue. Green sneaking a little wave under priority here, but opting not to go into it. We have some really nice sets rolling through. I like the lines, how they are, the waves are standing up as we see red take action off the bottom, off the top. Just not quite coming back down, huh?
Nope, couldn't ride that bucket Bronco there, and you can see the board just bouncing. And with that kind of turn, the timing is crucial to make sure that you come down with the wave and not in front of it or behind it, to allow you the most opportunity to actually ride out of that. That's a very difficult maneuver, that closeout section. We've been talking about how shallow it is. You can see a duck dive right there by Leo. That was well done.
A duck dive. It's possible. I remember there was a classic video of Kai Lenny once duck diving a stand-up paddleboard. Of course, the trick being to be in the critical part of the wave, where it's essentially just standing still in a tube that went over your head.
And some of the boards, they're already sinking, so to sink it and then just duck under the wave is a great strategy to save energy.
As we see Fabrizio from Argentina catching this wave, taking a good look on the outside, opting not to go to town on the lip. casually navigating the whitewater. Earlier we saw a lot of waves reform on the inside and throw out a really nice end section to play with. Not really materializing for Fabrizio right there.
Yeah, you can see him just repositioning, paddling parallel to shore to...
You think he's going to be frustrated, not making more out of a wave like that and now having to fight his way back out?
I would hope that he's not, right? We've been talking about the mental side, and if you let frustration creep in, we have a broken leash, I believe.
That is...
So this is crucial because...
This is Holland, Coin Prost, and Green losing his board. And we see his teammate on the beach grabbing the board as it washes up on the sand. Interesting to see what the course of action is going to be here. Is he going to... what's he going to do?
Either new board or new leash, but you can see how he had to come all the way to shore.
As we see up and riding, Leonardo from Brazil, nice backside off the top, second horizontal little hit, kicks out of it. As we see Coin reconnected with his board here, it seems, running down the beach, maybe to find a rip further down the beach to re-enter the lineup. There's actually some rocks in there, Anthony.
Yeah, they're getting more and more exposed, and I'm wondering, there was another board laying down on the beach, and maybe he is doing a board change. We saw Sean Porter used to do this. He did it in Denmark as well, and sometimes riding a little bit of a bigger board. For me right now, getting into the wave is going to be more critical than having a shorter board for a more high performance turn. A bigger board will help with paddling, but also in landing those critical maneuvers.
True, and that is the trade-off every athlete goes through in their mind. Like, do they take the bigger board for stability and reliability of catching the wave, or you have the smaller board, which lends itself to more performance surfing. It's a fantastic battle in every athlete's head when it comes to choosing equipment. And I don't know, you probably remember from competing a little bit yourself, the mind games athletes can play on each other as well in regards to what equipment are you going to choose?
Oh, for sure, and also just positioning in the lineup. Even though we have a priority situation where athletes have priority, there's still some, kind of playing and jostling out there with positioning, and having a bigger board allows you to paddle around more and maybe put a little pressure, maybe coerce your competitor to take a wave maybe that they really didn't want and then to lose priority. So there's a lot that goes involved outside of the surfing in just positioning in the lineup. And I think, right now everyone's trying to find the best place to take off. When we get towards finals day, you'll see the athletes, a little bit closer together, and you can see that rip current there is just, it's like a river moving out and sideways as well. So he's right in that rip.
Absolutely. As we see with 5 minutes on the clock left in heat number 11 of the first round, we have 3 athletes in the water. Still situation, Leonardo Jimenez in the front with a 9.4 heat total, consisting of a 5-point ride and a 4.4. This leaves Fabrizio Randinara from Argentina needing a 7.23 to overtake the lead. Fabrizio has a 2.17 and a 0.63, so no good scores yet. He's still searching, but sitting in that second place, fending off Coin de Prost in green from the Netherlands. Coin only needs a 0.47. What do you make of the situation in the battle for that second place and advancing position right now?
Well, even Steven right now, 2.17 and 2.33 are both of their highest scores, virtually interchangeable. So a 0.7 is basically just angling down the wave, maybe redirecting one time. You've got to think about those things. You only need the score that you need. You don't have to try and get a 10 on every wave. And I think Leonardo's done a great job as well. He has, the aerial surfing game as well as the progressive game, but he's surfing a very smart heat. You don't have to get 8s and 9s and 10s. Of course, we all want them, but you only need to get a higher score than the competitors in your heat, and you have to do that by staying on your board.
Speaking of excellent scores, we have Leonardo Jimenez taking off in this wave, chasing something that will improve his scoreline. A nice, powerful off the bottom, carrying some speed off the top. Gets kind of just shut down by that section there, it seems like, but carrying a lot of speed in his bottom turn, and that is the setup for whatever you're going to do after that. Like, a good bottom turn seems to be the opening for so many more moves on the canvas.
Yep, the bottom turn is everything, and that was a beautiful wave. And one turn, but one fantastic turn. I think it's going to at least be better than his 4.4. It might even better the 5.
And we have a change of situation right now. There is a new second place. We have Koen de Proost from the Netherlands sitting in second place with a heat total of 3.36. He is fending off Fabrizio Rondinero from Argentina. Fabrizio needs a 1.2 to retake that second position, which is the advancing position. We see Fabrizio paddling right here on screen for this wave. He needs a 1.20. Will this be enough to take him there, as he just doesn't quite make it on that wave? Will that be a counting wave, do you think?
That's a good question. I believe so. That first section was a wave, but then it was doubling up, and he didn't drop in a second time, so that will be a scoring wave. You can see Leo doing a great job of kind of a half duck dive there, just standing up. And there we see our first lost paddle. So here's that wave of Leonardo that we just saw. Just one turn, and you can see him using his paddle beautifully and throwing a lot of spray. One turn on a smaller wave, and he bettered his 4.4, and he was able to improve his overall heat total. Checking the time right there. And
he's probably considering whether he will have the time to make it back out to the lineup. That seems to be a decision a lot of athletes are considering towards the end of the heat. Is it possible to make it back out and do a final hooray? Right now, the pressure is definitely on Fabrizio Rondinero from Argentina, the 17-year-old from Mar del Plata. He needs to chase down a 1.20, definitely something that is achievable with the waves on tap. Koen de Proost sitting with priority, and Anthony, this could potentially be one of those situations where priority comes into the fray.
Oh, this is exciting action, just a small score needed. Ooh, and that was on the way. That's Koen, he's trying to maintain his second place to stay in that main round there, so maybe a defensive maneuver by not catching that wave all the way in and staying on the outside, because he will maintain priority.
Maintaining priority. And take us through, Anthony, what goes through the mindset of an athlete, in this part of the heat? If you have priority, you're in a defensive position, you got this position, but you're fending off the attackers. What do you do?
Well, you can see on our screen on the left side, you'll see the number 1 next to Koen. He has first priority. So he can take any wave that he wants, even if somebody else is on that wave. And so let's say that Fabrizio was able to paddle out.
As we see Koen taking off on a nice looking left, beautiful carve on an open face here. He will be, was he going to claim it? He's from the Netherlands, he's casual. But nonetheless, a really nice wave going through the white water here at the end, realizing this is probably the end of the heat for him. He'll be looking over his shoulder to see what Fabrizio's doing.
Yeah, and that was a great turn right there. I think that's right along the waves that he currently has. Fabrizio is not going to make it out. So Mar del Plata, the heart of Argentinian stand-up paddling, is going to be relegated to the repechage round.
Absolutely. That will be a big moment for Koen de Proost. Nonetheless, on the beach now from the Netherlands, walking up to greet his teammates. We see Leonardo Jimenez in red here from Brazil, opting not to drag his leash through the sand.
I think someone told him. And you can see how small his board is. Oh, look at that wetsuit. I love that. Wow. Red polka. Is that
I'm not sure.
Taryn King maybe? No.
Well, we got lots of action coming up soon. We got costumes on the beach as well. We got lots of good energy. We're going to cut to a short commercial break. We have heat number 12 of the men's SUP surfing coming up now. Stay tuned.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport it's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Bonjour, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we are sending live from the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Vendée, the Sable d'Olonne in France. We're into the 12th heat of the men's SUP surfing. We've had 11 great heats so far. Heat number 12 featuring Brazil, New Zealand, and the Netherlands. Adriano Nozakowski from Brazil, Carlos Arsen from New Zealand, Pascal van der Mast from the Netherlands. Anthony, I'm joined here by you, Anthony Vela, former athlete, technical race director. What do you make of the day's competition so far? As I'm going to cut you off right there, we got blue up and riding here. Nice little off the top. Is it going to be a single maneuver wave, just casually taking a plunge in the whitewater? Yeah, that was a nice wave right there. What do you make of it, Anthony?
Yeah, that was an excellent wave. You can tell that one looked a little cleaner than some of the other waves that we've seen previously, and he's paying for that wave right now, taking a few waves on the head. But what is the strategy? One maneuver, two maneuvers, three maneuvers? Probably we haven't seen any waves with three maneuvers in quite a while, so they have to adjust, and I'm sure they'll do that well.
There is definitely a bit of time between those big open faces that allow for a lot of scoring potential. But the ocean keeping quite busy today. You know, we're only 3 minutes into this this 12th heat of the first round. And actually, just before, when I was taking a break outside the booth, I took a stroll down the beach. You can see in the background here. I walked into one of the tents, which was the tent sharing information about the Around the World race. As we see a replay right here of Green.
So Green, that is our surfer from
the Netherlands.
And he had a couple of turns, just wiggling his way down that wave. And I think that's a great way to start, to make sure that you land. And this was the wave we're talking about. Beautiful fade off the top. Just would have liked to have seen him get through that white water a little bit more to add a little more kind of spiciness to it. But nonetheless, was able to get a score on the board with his 3.10.
So Carlos starting off with the 3.10, setting the tone for the heat. In second place, we have Pascal van der Mast from the Netherlands. He needs a 0.28 to make it into first place. First and second place are advancing positions from this heat in the first round. They'll advance directly into the second round. The third place finisher in this heat will be relegated to the Repechage series, but have another chance to surf tomorrow. The plan for today is we are going to finish this first round of the men's subsurfing shortly. Then we're going to go into the first round of the women's, followed by the second round of the men's later this afternoon. As we see up and riding red, Adriano Nozakowski with a aggressive approach to that lip, going for a little head dive.
Yeah, he did a great job. It was a small, compact space. And by showing us that he can actually get into that turn, I think we're going to see some fantastic surfing from him. Although he was unable to complete that maneuver, he kind of let us see what he's capable of, able to at least attempt that maneuver, and again, in a very compact area.
Absolutely. Adriano, showing he's willing to take risks. That's something that I think we viewers especially enjoy watching, is people that are willing to put it onto the line. As we see in, I believe, green paddling here. It's hard to see for the glare of the sun, but a nice looking right. The first attempt at a barrel. Anthony, take it away.
Well, that one was a little cleaner than the head dip we saw, and I'm not a judge, luckily, because I might give that a 10, just for the sheer effort. And, a lot of times, pulling into the tube is better than riding out as far as conserving energy. And so here we go, super slow-mo. Oh yeah, that was great positioning.
He had a little bit of travel time inside it looked like.
He definitely did. That was very impressive. Live action now.
As we see red up and riding, nice front side bottom turn off the top, goes over with the lip, comes back down, and very solid single maneuver wave. What do you make of that?
The judges will like that. He timed that very well. His board was up and over the whitewater. I believe that's, I think that's the best turn of the heat so far. The one we saw from Carlos Arson, again, he was a little late and the board kind of punched through the whitewater, whereas Adriano went up and over the whitewater and seemed to have come off the bottom, off the top a little bit more, which is what the judges like to see.
Absolutely. And situation in the water right now with a 13.5 minute remaining of this heat. We have Pascal van der Mast from the Netherlands in first place. Green, Netherlands leading with a 3.96 heat total. He has 2.83 backed up by a 1.13. Carlos Arson from New Zealand needs a 0.86 to take away that first place. So still very much a heat that's open. We're waiting for a score to drop from Adriano from Brazil. Probably safe to say that's going to be a score that's going to define a big part of this heat. But Adriano looking for a way to get out of the third position that he's in right now into either first or second.
So Casper, I've been noticing your French is coming a long way. And, for you seeing obviously the Denmark team, but also just surfers and stand-up paddle racers from, the region, where you're from, what's that like seeing somebody like Pascal come and rip and leading the heat right now?
Well, to be honest, it's like I actually got really excited when I saw Pascal was in the lead because, he surfs the same waves that we do up in the North Sea. We share, coastline in the North Sea. And I think we always, have a pride connected to each other, being able to, challenge these waves. As we see the replay of Red.
Yeah, again, he timed that very, very well to not get stuck. And here's our surfer in green. That's Pascal, our heat leader. Oh, there's the super slow-mo too, Brian.
Nice.
Travel time that you talked about. He's still going.
Yeah, he committed.
Oh, that was, come on, give him a 10, judges.
It's definitely, the stoke factor is high right now. But just back to that, it is interesting, like, with the North Sea surfers, there is an element of, we can easily feel ourselves as underdogs coming from the far north, right? So I think Pascal has something to prove here. He wants to show that he's not just, not just one of the northerners that's happy to be here, but wants to be in contention as well. So, yeah.
No, it's and I know you're very humble, but I can brag for you with one person doing so much for the sport, obviously in your country, but in the area. I mean, competing in Sunset Beach and surfing. I think you're maybe more known as a racer because you've had more success in racing, but I think in your soul you're a surfer and love competing at places like Sunset Beach and having the opportunity to SUP surf that with 3 other guys. And
absolutely.
I remember we had a heat together, you and me and Connor Baxter in one of the repechage rounds in Sunset. Yeah. And that's a fond memory for me because you guys are obviously, amazing athletes, and any chance you get to share in that is incredible. But thank you for all that you've done for the sport of stand-up paddling, and of course in your area.
It's been a great ride so far, and it's far from over. But you're right. Like I always think personally saw myself as a surfer that liked racing, and the racing has taken me all over the world. And now I'm a commentator here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship, which is it's interesting to be sitting here watching a screen, seeing all the athletes rip it up. Well, let's take a quick overview. We're almost halfway through this last heat of the men's first round of SUP surfing. We have Adriano Nozikolski leading the heat now. He got a 5.17 for that wave, one maneuver wave we saw before. He is trailed by Pascal van der Mast. Pascal needs a 3.78 to take the lead, and Carlos Arson needs a 0.86 to advance into second place. So still, what do you think? A wide open heat?
Still wide open. I think Adriano looks, has the best form right now. Obviously with the highest single wave of the event. Carlos with a 3.1, that's a solid score. He's still looking for his second scoring wave, so obviously that will change. But it's still a wide open heat. A 3.78 for the lead for Pascal is not out of his reach. And so I just want to get back to Casper Steinfath. So that's the second time now that I heard you say that it's definitely not over. I heard you in the opening ceremonies when Shannon asked you about being retired, and you quickly steered away from that. And now to all of the stand-up paddle world, Casper has for the second time talked about it not being over. So watch out. And I heard that the next year's event is in Denmark, where you happen to be from.
It's true.
So is this maybe the last day an announcement? Casper is competing in Denmark?
Well, I like the suspense. I like keeping you guys in the unknown. And, the reality is probably in my mind. I'm not made up yet, so I'm just, keeping some doors open. I love competing. Look, I love being an athlete. I love racing, surfing. But to be honest, I love also just commentating and nerding and sharing the knowledge I have to the viewers out there. I hear we have Drew Murren down on the beach with the winner of the last heat. Let's hit it over to Drew.
Time call, 8 minutes.
Thanks, guys. Down beachside right now with Team Brazil. And I'll tell you what, Luis Diniz might not be at this World Championship because he's preparing for the Pan Am Games to come up, but they keep bringing the heat with my good friend Leonardo Jimenez. Great heat there for you. You got to feel good coming out of that one.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great heat, like to start warming, and yeah, just surf, free, and prepare heat. I'm going to surf what I surf, and let's represent Brazil, Luis, and yeah.
Let me ask you this: Brazil is always a powerhouse when it comes to surfing. You guys have a lot of support. You always seem to be pumping out athletes. Why do you think that is? What is going on in Brazil to nurture and bring up all these young surfers?
Do you know, it's Brazil is have so many poor guys, it's starting to surf and have a big dream. Brazil have a lot of energy in the people that motivated to chase their dreams, with so much energy that we are the Brazilian Storm because of it, I think.
Well, it's great to see it in the amateur ranks here at the ISA and even the professional ranks. I mean, Brazil's always a powerhouse. Now, you got another one of your fellow countrymen on the water right now, huh?
Yeah, Adriano Trincaferro is my one big inspiration for me when I start in the stand-up paddling. And yeah, he's 41 years old, it's the Masters. Yeah, he's an inspiration. He is in the heat right now, and yeah, let's keep the energy up there and let's go.
Well, congratulations, Leo. We'll look for you in upcoming heats, and go Team Brazil.
Let's go.
And as mentioned, Luis Diniz, our world champion from last year, going to be competing in the Pan Am Games at the end of the month, and we wish him luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew. And we're back here in the booth. A lot of action unfolding behind us. Look forward to catching up on some replays here. But as Drew mentioned on the beats, lots of energy. Keep it going. We have the situation in heat number 12 right now. Just over 6 minutes remaining. Adriano from Brazil still in the lead. We're just waiting for a score to drop, but he's sitting with, I believe, a 6.6 heat total, followed by Pascal van der Mast from the Netherlands. He has also a 6.6 heat total. Anthony, take us through the situation there.
So we have a replay. Boom, Adriano on his backhand. Oh, yes.
Another claim.
Another claim. They are known for good surfing and good claims. And that was a great post-heat interview from Leonardo, just expressing the dreams that many Brazilians have, and also, his mentor being in the heat after him. So that was a wonderful heat interview.
And here we have Carlos Arsen taking off on a nice-looking right, rushing down this right-hand wall, getting some speed, but getting a little bit stuck behind that section. Goes for an off the top, but becomes more of a flyaway. Was that wave too fast for him?
That wave was very fast, but there was a tube inside that one.
I saw you were looking at something,
and that tube was makeable. Maybe not on a SUP, but I don't know. There was the only place to be in that wave where you could have gotten fast enough was in the pocket. He was a little too far in front of that one, but a great looking wave nonetheless, and I think that's a good thing a good sign of things to come for later.
Carlos Arsen in third place, needing a 3.51 to get into that second position and advancing. We have a replay here of that. Here's the wave you're talking about, Anthony. Was there a little tube?
Oh, here we go. I think it was before that section.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely had a nice speed line to it. Just looked like he got a little bit stuck behind the actual freight train part of the wave. But it's interesting, though, we have Carlos Arsen and Pascal van der Mast in the battle for that, second advancing position. Pascal having a 6.6 heat total, Carlos a 5.4 3.10. Carlos needs a 3.51. Totally achievable in the conditions out there right now.
Yeah, and Adriano throwing up a 5.6 with that backhand, with that backhand turn off the lip and the claim. So he knew it was his best score. And so he's also going to have bragging rights over Leo Jimenez to be able to say, hey, little youngster, I had both my 2 waves were higher than your highest wave. Leonardo's highest wave was a 5.0. Adriano, with both of his scoring waves, higher than him. So this is where we see the cagey veteran.
The mentor prevails.
Yes, the mentor prevails.
For now. It's always the story of, there's many athletes out there that have mentors they look up to. But at some point, a successful mentor passes on the torch to the young up-and-coming.
And it's always an interesting thing in sports and in life when, mentors evolve into friends, and there's, many different, athletes have talked about this, and, I've shared it. Or the reverse happens where somebody who's younger than you, then becomes somebody who you look up to, right? And obviously in sport that happens. And beautiful shot right there. There's the Institute of Sport.
As we see, that's the entire event site right there. We're looking at the judges' tower. We have the teams on the beach with the flags. Team Germany. That's Team Germany standing right there. They have, we're probably going to see them in the next heat, yeah. In the second heat of the women's, we have Milanka Lindig coming up. So they're probably getting ready down there. Brazil cheering for their athletes in the water. As we see up and riding, that's Pascal.
Yep, having a look, and boom, throwing some spray right there. A little bit of a flat turn, not quite on rail. And then we see that that kind of over the hip, over the shoulder paddle poke in. The Brazilians have made that famous. And we'll see how that goes. But 3.77 and 3.10 are the 2 highest scores for Pascal and Carlos. So very comparable. Carlos needing just a 3.51. Like you mentioned, very achievable, but time is running short for him. So he's going to need to do something quick. And
yeah, absolutely. With only 1 minute and just over 30 seconds on the clock, time is ticking down for this last heat of the men's SUP surfing round. We're going straight into the women's after this. We have 8 heats of women coming up after this for the initial round, and then we're going to go back to the men's second round later in the afternoon. But conditions still staying pretty calm. We don't have that wind that picked up yesterday. You can see some small white caps out there. But Anthony, what is the forecast for today? Do we have a rising swell, or is it staying around?
Today and tomorrow should be the biggest days, and I think it's definitely pulsing out there today, picking up today, maintaining through tomorrow, and perhaps dropping a little. It will be excellent to talk to the experts, and again, looking at our teams down there.
Team England.
Watching their athletes and preparing. We saw Team Australia in that shot before. Skylar Rayner getting ready. And
so we see up and riding red, Adriano from Brazil. Nice backside hack. Another backside vertical hit. Is he going to climb it? Is casually diving over the white water. That was 2 good turns.
2 good turns. Will that be better than 1 good turn? Or we shall see. I think that wave was a little smaller also, so the judges will be looking at that. And you can see he stands right up, takes some strokes on his belly, stands up as per the rule. So it looks like
we got a replay coming up here, Adriano.
Yeah, perfect turn right there, right in the pocket, and is able to squeak in another turn there. So great combination of turns. Unfortunately, that was a smaller wave, so I don't think that's going to better either of his 2 5s. But you still want to keep catching waves and try to figure out the break. So Team Brazil looking good in this round 1 of the men.
Absolutely, yes. It looks like the buzzer has sounded. We are wrapping up the 12th heat of the first round of the men, the last heat before we go into the women's. It seems like Adriano from Brazil has secured the first place, and we're waiting for confirmation about Pascal van der Mast from the Netherlands in a good, solid second position, but it's tight between him and Carlos, and I don't believe we have more scores waiting, but we'll confirm that. Next up is going to be the first round of the women's, and we have a crazy heat coming up. We got Ibaya Roeno, the, I believe, 2018 Vice World Champion. We have Billy Scott from New Zealand and Holly Bassett from England. So we are going to take a quick commercial break here, but when we're back, we're in with the first round of the women's. So stay tuned. Conditions are firing. Let's go.
welcome back to the action. It's been an incredible way to kick things off here in France for the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships this morning. With our men's main round one opening up, we ran through 12 heats throughout this morning, and we are now into our women's main event on the SUP surfing side of things. We've got Billy Scott from New Zealand now up and riding into her first wave. Couple paddles to try and project down the line a little farther. She can't quite get there, but she'll get that first score to roll through. And she is in the water up against Ibaya Ruano from Spain and Holly Bassett from England. Shannon and Casper here in the booth to call the action.
Yep, great to be back. We got the first round of women kicking off here. We got Billy Scott taking the first wave so far of the event for the women, I believe. And yeah, Billy from New Zealand. We got Holly Bassett from England. Holly being a 3-time British champion in the SUP surfing, I believe. Ibaya Ruano, no stranger to the world of competition. A 10-time world champion windsurfer. Ibaya from the Canary Islands in Spain. Also, I believe, a vice world champion of the ISA Worlds in 2018 and world champion of the APP World Tour as well one year. So a very good heat we got on our hands right now.
Yeah, an incredibly good competitor all around, regardless of the craft that she is riding in Ibaya. She's also got those 11 Spanish SUP surfing championships from home. So she's really that reigning national titleist for over 11 opportunities. As we take a look at Holly, Bassett goes down on the inside section. Nice couple snaps on her forehand, though, to kick things off for Team England.
Holly, a very solid, very stylish goofy footer from England. She's she's been around the scene for many years. I remember competing with seeing her at the competitions 10 years ago as well, and she's stuck around. But really, when the conditions turn on and she gets a good left to work with, she's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
25 years old. She just absolutely loves being in the water. She's a 3-time British champion. As we take a look at Ibaya, just gets clipped by that section.
She just exactly made it over that wave. That's one of the, you have, when you're going over a steep wave, you have like a brief second in your mind to consider, like, am I going to toss the board over? Am I going to Hail Mary through it? That's always a fun moment.
Always a challenge. Nice to just at least get that board poked through the lip of that wave rather than getting sucked back over the falls.
That's the main objective, right? Like, you don't want to be stuck in the lip going backwards. You want to get over, and if you can just briefly kick the board, like you'll see a lot of guys, if they're just on the verge, they'll just kick it over casually and like let their body drop back, but at least the board, which is the main component of resistance, will stay over the wave and not get sucked back.
A lot to factor in when it comes to SUP surfing. More challenging than just paddling out there on a normal surfboard. If you're tuning in from around the world and you're a surfer, you're typically riding, a shorter board, maybe a mid-length that you can duck dive easily. Part of the, the challenge to riding a SUP board is that they're big, they've got a little bit more length and weight to them typically, as well as that extra buoyancy to allow the ability to float while standing the entire time. Now these surfers that are in the water, there is a rule and a requirement from the judging panel that they're allowed for about 15 seconds to be paddling in a prone position or even on their knees before they need to be back up and riding. Typically that happens in the impact zone because it's really challenging to get those boards into stand-up position through the impact zone.
Yeah, and that's a rule that's implemented, to give the abilities, as we can see right now, like in the fight to get back out to the lineup. Sometimes it's just not possible to get up on your board, and especially going through white water, that is the tricky thing on a stand-up paddle board. But you also got to remember that it's not just a hindrance having a paddle, it's a huge opportunity because you can propel yourself so much more powerfully and paddle faster. Like as we see the girls paddling out right now, if you were on a short board, you would be paddling half the speed as well. So it's a trade-off between, like, yeah, you are a little bit less agile in terms of getting over or under waves, but when you have a break, you can cover distance super fast on a stand-up paddleboard.
And that's one of the things that we'll get to witness specifically in the racing later this week, which is exciting. We've got the winner of that last heat down on the beach, ready to go with Drew, so let's catch up with them now.
I'm just kidding. Thanks, guys. I'm here with Leandro, the winner of our last heat, and Adriano, Adriano, the winner of our last heat, and Leandro, his interpreter. And Leandro, I just want to ask Adriano, just first of all, I mean, one of the elder statesmen, one of the elder competitors, how did he feel his heat went?
Você é dos competidores mais velhos, como é que você se sentiu nesse primeiro hit?
Pô, eu fui bem, acredito que usei toda a minha experiência nessa condição, o mar estava bastante difícil e eu acho que eu me saí muito bem. na escolha de uma onda ali que eu pontuei a minha nota para fazer a passagem da bateria.
He felt well. He used all his experience to handle these conditions, and he was wise enough to choose the good wave to score enough points to pass.
And I want to ask Adriano, he's got to feel pretty good because him and his fellow countryman now moving on in this heat. How does it feel to have both team members progress into the next round?
Ele quer saber se está se sentindo bem, que o Léo também passou e você também passou, e qual a expectativa agora para a próxima.
Então, o Léo é meu companheiro de equipe e ele surfa muito bem e a gente tem avançado aí para a próxima fase. Isso dá uma energia bem positiva para o nosso time e estamos confiantes para a próxima fase e vamos com tudo. O time do Brasil veio para vencer e estamos amarradão de estar conhecendo a França e é isso. Muito obrigado.
He's very happy and says one hit after another, and happy for Leo, and we come here to win, and very happy to be in France, and stoked to be here.
Well, we're good to have Brazil back, and let's see if you guys can repeat as world champions here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
That's the plan.
All right, good luck. Thank you, guys. Adriano Ferro, look for him coming up in upcoming heats. And in other news, ladies and gentlemen, I was just talking with the Saudi coach, and an interesting story coming up about their first ever ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. I'll have more on that coming up for you guys. Back to the studio.
Thanks so much. Great to hear that from down by the water. Adriano getting a convincing win, and Team Brazil looking really stoked as we're heading into the women's side of the draw, and exciting to see some of those newer nations represented this year.
Absolutely. As we see, quick in and out here by Ibaerueno. In green, we had a ride here from Holly Bassett. Nice little open left facing wave. A couple of good bottom turns. She's got some really good flow going there, top to bottom, seeing what the wave can do at the end. But yeah, this was her wave where she just kind of got clipped at the end, and yeah, I think still two really good turns on that wave that'll factor into her scoreline.
Yeah, I really liked the look of that. Nice, clean, open face as well. Not a very big wave, so she'll be looking to maybe get a wave with a little bit more consequence to it, but finding that speed, really connecting with the rail as well for those first couple of turns. So at the moment, it's Holly that's currently sitting in the lead. She dropped in a 3.83 for that that second wave, which sets her up in first. Billy with the 2.50 on the board, and Ibaya with just a couple small scores in the 1-point range, sitting down in third. Still a lot of time on the clock, just about 11 minutes remaining for our opening heat of the women's round. And this is going to be a great week of competition. Of course, we're seeing a lot of familiar names in the draw, former world champions, whether it's through the ISA and gold medalists. We've got APP world champions in the conversation as well, and so many competitors that are heroes in their home countries that are national champions as well. But we've also got nations that are first-time representatives, like that of Saudi Arabia and Belgium, for the very first time putting teams into the SUP and paddleboarding world championships for the ISA. So it's going to be great to have them in the conversation as part of, 2 of the 30 teams represented this week.
Absolutely. And you got to remember, every single athlete you see here competing have gone through a huge process just getting here. Like, usually it involves qualifying for the national team, making yourself, just getting here is a success in itself, and then starts the whole competition of going up against the world. So, each and every athlete that is here is an accomplished athlete, one has to remember. So, so that's, there's so many stories hidden behind every athlete we see on the water, and I think that's one of the cool things that we get to dive into and learn about during an event such as this.
And with the ISA, it's a national representation. So, of the different countries that have national surfing federations that are part of the International Surfing Association, the door is wide open to be bringing teams together. Now, we've only got 30 teams here, which is a lot of teams represented, but there's the potential to go up to, 100 teams around the world. And so if you're one of those that's learning how to stand up paddle, or, is in that paddle community, whether it's the surfing side or the racing side on SUP or on prone paddling, there's an opportunity to connect with your national federation, your national surfing federation, and try and put yourself into the conversation for getting here and getting your team represented if you're not already represented here already.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And I mean, just being represented is a big thing. And I think there's a lot of athletes out there that hopefully can, make it here in the future, at future editions. Looking at the judging, we got the judging criteria right here.
So competitors are judged in the same way as shortboard surfing, talking speed, power, and flow, critical maneuvers in the most critical sections of the wave, etc., but considering the use of the paddle, which is very important in the judging criteria.
Yeah, and I spoke with Anthony about that earlier. You know, the paddle being the different factor here than, say, if you're in a shortboard or longboard competition. It's not, you know, a great surfer can pick up a stand-up paddleboard and put a paddle in their hand and go surfing. But what really distinguishes good from great stand-up paddlers is if you're able to unlock the potential that the paddle has, both for getting over flat sections, but mostly using the paddle as a means of propulsion and like a ski pole. When you're skiing down a mountain, like you can use the pole to actually set your turns and get the right radius to execute the maneuvers you want. So that's something the judges are looking for.
Really to use that paddle for function as opposed to flair. Yeah. As we take a look now at Ibala, nice opening section, beautiful line as she just draws that line from top to bottom, finds that in connection as well, looking smooth as ever. What
we see right there is the seasoned expert competitor that Ibaya really is. She, she has so many years of competition under her belt. Of course, the heat's winding down, and she hasn't got a combination of scores that she probably would want. But she is so experienced that she can turn even smaller waves into decent scores, and I'm sure we're going to see that single maneuver right there be something that'll change the situation in the lineup right now.
Down to 7 minutes on the clock at the moment. It is England's Holly Bassett who's currently in the lead. Billy Scott flying down the line. We're not sure what happened at the beginning of that wave. If she was able to get a connection with that open face and a redirect, then she could be looking at a good score to back up her 2.5. Holly comes in deep behind the section. Yeah, that was a little bit late right there. I think Holly hit the eject button, and that was a good call at that moment. So scores to roll through now for last of Ibaya. And it'll definitely be her better wave. We've got a 1.98 requirement on the board for the Spaniard. Billy Scott with just a 0.97. For her last wave doesn't factor in too much for the young Kiwi competitor who's been putting together some great surfing around the world. As we take a look now at our surfer in green, nice snap off the section to start things off, and just can't find that projection rolling through. No, she didn't. Holly didn't manage to get the flow going there. She had a nice bottom turn, but the wave didn't materialize, and I don't think she got what she was looking for. Holly, great at finding those lefts out there, though. Like, being a goofy foot myself, like I think that's when I see that wave, that's what I would like to take. Here we go. Ibaya on her wave before. A nice little check turn initially, lots of power. Finds that section, the lip coming over. She puts her board right in the position she wants to. Knows she got a good wave there. Casually jumps off. Still waiting for that score to roll through as we take a look at the replay here from Billy. Yeah, that was a quick in and out. Billy, seeing some potential in the wave, but just getting kind of stuck behind that section and not making it to the fun part of the wave. Yeah, unfortunately not able to get that good maneuver in at the start or anything really, so she just got shy of a 1-point ride for that last wave. Still sitting in second, but we're waiting for that score for last of red, which is going to be a really important moment within this heat to see, where she sits in that conversation, maybe to even take away the lead from Holly Bassett. And she does. Here she goes, a 6.17 for Ibaya Ueno. The judges definitely took some time deliberating where that score would come in, but it's in the good range. So Ibaya definitely turning this heat around, I would say, and that's the seasoned competitor right there. She knows she can flick it on almost when she wants to, but she's going to look for a backup score still, because she is in a vulnerable position without a proper backup. Super impressive for that last wave. I love them rewarding just the flow within it as well. That one big turn on the finishing section, but that top to bottom rail surfing looked really, really good. You could see the speed that she was carrying as well. It was very elegant. She's she surfs the powerful waves of the Canary Islands, and she's no stranger to good surfing. So, that's the funny thing. Like, all these surfers are very accomplished, but you see the ones that have that refined style, and that's what Ibaya gave us a little glimpse of there. She hasn't quite cracked the code on winning an ISA World Championship yet. So I know she has a hunger. She wants to show all of us what she's capable of also in the final. Yeah, that would be really exciting to see her walk away with that, coveted gold medal. She's already got a silver medal to her name from previous year of competition. But to walk away with the gold would be a really exciting thing for Ibaya this week. Of course, last year we saw Luchi Cosoletto of Argentina take away gold in the women's SUP surfing. Before that, it was 2019 when the last ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships took place, where Justine Dupont of France took out the lead. Prior to that, we had Shakira Westrop of Australia take out the previous 3 events.
Shakira, that's right, yeah.
Really impressive performances from her. We've got Izzy Gomez from the USA, that's a former gold medalist. Emily Merrill, also from the USA. Nicole Pacelli from Brazil, and Emily Merrill with that second win, which was actually back in 2012 as her opener.
That's an impressive list of champions right there. They're each and every one of those girls have at times dominated the sport. It's interesting to see, and who's going to come on top this year.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see. We've got names like Luchi and Justine that are in the draw that could be going for another gold medal to their name. We've got someone like Ibaya, who's been in that finals conversation and has been such a consistent threat on the world stage. Will she, at 45 years old, finally be able to walk away with the gold medal?
I think Ibaya she's very comfortable where she is right now. No, she's proved so much throughout her career, and just the experience of being in positions where you're under extreme pressure to perform. You also have a team that's expecting you to perform. Like she knows how to handle it. And I have this feeling about Ibaya, this event, that she just looks very happy where she is, and she's got the team behind her, and if the conditions allow her to unfold her potential, like I would definitely expect to see her in the finals.
2 minutes remaining on the clock, and there you can see with the tripod, the camera tripod.
I think what we're witnessing right now is a secret form of communication.
Definitely.
Tripod communication.
Includes the leash, includes the flag, all sorts of things. If you can make it out, do your best, but definitely some communication going on for teams.
Yeah, and that's the key, especially as the heat's winding down, is what's going through the athlete's mind is, okay, stress is on, especially if you're in a position where either if you're defending or attacking, needing to defend or build positions, you want to maximize the last part of the heat, and when you're in the water, you sometimes just don't have that overview that your team possesses on the beach. And that's the golden key. If your team is able to convey the communication to you so you know what you have to do. And that's easier said than done, because if you're under pressure in the water, someone might be waving a flag on the beach, but if you don't know what that means, doesn't help much.
Doesn't help the situation entirely. Down to 1 minute, 5 seconds on the clock. Holly is chasing a 3.85 to get herself into the leading position over Ibaya, and Billy is chasing just a 2.57 to put herself into second and avoid the repecharge round. Billy is sitting with Priority, the 24-year-old out of New Zealand, positioning herself now. She's a 2-time New Zealand SUP champion and is proud to represent her country once again. She wasn't in Puerto Rico, but she was at the 2019 games in El Salvador as her first major international event. So it's great to have her back in the conversation, as Holly is now up and riding and just switching that paddle from side to side.
Yeah, she's
a little bit of rail work.
Working her way through the inside there.
She's doing everything she can to throw in those little points of differences. And
I think she might be going in.
Just working her way into the shoreline, chasing down that 3.85.
Takes a little plunge at the end.
5 seconds remaining. Will Billy Scott be able to get an opportunity? And she does, off the buzzer. And she's going to need a 3.17 as Holly has increased her scoreline, but these are 2 great turns and a third connection with the lip to finish off for Billy. What a way to stay with it all the way to the finish.
That was almost as if it was scripted right there. Can Billy do something? And Billy right there on a buzzer beater had a nice combination of turns. Really nice backside carve there at a point. I'm really excited to see how the judges reward that. Is it a 3.17? I'd say it's right on the borderline, but thankfully I'm not a judge.
You can see the tide really starting to rise here on the beach at Tunchette. Let's take a look here.
Yeah, here's Billy's wave. Building some speed, a little top check turn. Here is the money turn. Nice carve, uses the paddle, gets another hack, and gets her board up against that white water. Not entirely flat to like really get the flick out of it, but I'd say that carve right there was one of the better carves I've seen in this heat. So the judges might take an extra look at that, but my gut feeling is that it's definitely a wave that's in contention to change the position.
So she's chasing a 3.17. It's not a huge requirement. highest wave of the heat so far was a 617, and there it is, a 3.23, just gets her the nod to take the
exactly enough for Billy
advancing
Scott.
position.
Wow. Yeah, that was right on the line, but that's competition right there.
And impressive for her to hold on to that priority all the way to the finish and to find that last wave. Holly Bassett had also put in an effort on her last wave, which jumped into her top 2 scores, but unfortunately she just didn't have that open face or that pocket opportunity that we saw from Billy. So a great heat to start things off. It's the Spaniard Ibaya, who is just one of the best competitors of all time in SUP surfing. And she takes away the win. She'll be heading through into the main rounds tomorrow. And we'll have more action to come. Women's heat number 2, round 1, right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Shannon Hughes alongside Anthony Vela to call the action as we are in women's heat number 2, round number 1 in the water. And it's been great to see that first heat get underway with the APP World Champion and former silver medalist in Ibaya getting the win off of that first heat. Taking a look at some live action now. Straight into it is Veronica Silva of Portugal with a quick kick in and out.
Yeah, and just noticing Ibaya's board as well. That's a new board. She's been riding a different brand for a lot of years, so we'll see how that works for her throughout the event. You guys mentioning her vice champion and her journey to perhaps be the world champion. I remember in El Salvador, she was leading the heat in the final for a very long time, and until Justine Dupont was able to outscore her in the end. But Ibaya just not able to gain that championship. Will France be her year? And can you imagine the momentum that would send to Team Spain heading in from racing into surfing?
It would be so incredible to be able to see them walk away with, you know, a team medal like that, something that they haven't been able to find on the ISA side of things for the team specifically. Of course, finding those individual gold medals in the past. As we take a look at some of the other competitors that are getting ready to paddle out, but in the water right now, we have our surfer in red, Takayo Yokoyama from Japan, who's got that score to roll through. She opened up with a 2.33, now with a backup score. In blue, we have Claudia Postiglione from Italy and Veronica Silva of Portugal, as we take another look at this wave from our surfer in red.
Yeah, that was Takayo there, and she was able to find some open face and a bit of a flatter turn, but still nonetheless trying to do something out there. And there is our surfer from Italy, Claudia Postiglione, and a little bit of a bigger board for her. Smart maneuver. We've been talking about board size. So she's, you know, just able to go straight and angle down the line using that paddle for bracing. And there you see our full lineup there. Beautiful shot down there at Place Tonchette. And we're into the women's division. So the men ran a 48-man format where the women are running a 32 women format, so less women. So this is our first heat of 4, our second heat of 4 that we've seen. The men were all heats of 3, but later, through the later stages, we'll be running all heats of 4, and that always makes it more exciting, more waves being caught.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of nice when you do show up and it's those first rounds, there's only 3 people in, and you know, okay, there's better chances to advance because it's going to be top 2 going through. So 2/3 of the field is going to be advancing through as opposed to just half of the field. But on the women's side of the draw, because of the way that it has worked out, some of the heats will have 4 women in. Takayo goes down on a steep section, as does another surfer down the line that looked like Veronica in the white jersey, possibly.
Oh, that was heavy.
That was really heavy
and
section.
Veronica got, dragged in so far. These boards, when you're attached to the leash so the board doesn't go away from you. But the bad news is that if that board's going, it's going to pull you as well. And that was an incredible wipeout from Takayo. But no worries for her. She's back up and still in the lineup.
Already getting herself into position. This is her 6th time for the Japanese surfer to be competing at the SUP and Paddleboarding World Championships with the ISA. So she's well experienced, having a blast as she drives down the line, connects with that first section, goes for the layback, and balances herself with that paddle in the foam of the wave. Nice kick out for the 47-year-old out of Shonan.
Oh, yeah, layback right there. Great style. Or maybe it was more function, but I'm going to say that it was style. The layback turn is one of my favorite turns in surfing. I really love that. We've been talking about tubes. I love the layback tube as well. Obviously not applicable here. Kind of going off topic. But so there's our score lineup. And again, these beautiful shots showing this beautiful city. And we thank them so much for inviting us for this World Championship competition.
Yeah, it's been really incredible to be here in Vendée in La Sable d'Olonne. Such a beautiful region of France to be spending some time in. Beautiful beaches. We've had, a bit of a variety of weather conditions throughout the week as everyone was arriving, getting used to the area. As we take a look at some replays here from Milanka Lind of Germany, steep takeoff.
Steep takeoff. She did a great job with a wide stance there. And here's that beautiful wave we saw from Takayo, and using that layback right there, that's where the paddle comes in handy to brace with. A little more leverage with the paddle versus the hand. And she's got a couple of scores on the board that have put her into the lead. And Milanka Linde from Germany currently in 2nd place. And Veronica Silva still waiting for her 2nd scoring wave, so she's the only surfer with 1 scoring wave in her lineup. And we see a lot of sailing here. We've talked about that. You can see look to be like 50 to 100 boats out there having a sailing race.
And they were out so early this morning. It's been the same kind of conversation every day. It's been fun to see them out there, but it was surprising to see the sailing boats out bright and early just as the sun was starting to rise.
Which it doesn't rise until about 8 o'clock. Yeah. I remember the first day waking up at like 6, and then it's still dark. Okay, I'm going back to sleep. And then 7:30 rolled around and it was still dark. We had a beautiful sunset last night, sun setting, approximately 8 o'clock. So it's like an 8 to 8 sunrise to sunset here in this part of France. We're, of course, in the western side of France, kind of the southwest side of France. This is the Atlantic Ocean that we're seeing, and warm water and warm weather. So I heard Kai Bates talk about he was in a spring suit, or a springy as they call him in Australia. And I believe that's our surfer from Iran. Iran bringing a strong team this year, brand new boards, and she will be our first surfer ever in the SUP and Paddleboard World Championship from Iran. So looking forward to that.
Very exciting to see Roya paddling out later on as we see Milanka putting herself into position for Team Germany. She's currently sitting in that 2nd place spot. Top 2 will be advancing through. Bottom 2 will be heading to repechage. And Milanka is looking to position herself now on the inside, having a dig, really trying to get herself some speed and momentum. She's not going to be able to quite get there for that wave, but she is going to be out the back, and she'll hold on to that priority as the rest of the field is already on the inside. We got some small scores across the board. Currently in the lead is Japan's Takayo with those couple of 2s on the board. And it is in third place, Veronica Silva with a 1.23 on the board for Portugal, and Claudia for Italy with a couple of scores just below that 1-point line. And that's a challenging position to be in for Milanka, you know, kind of trying to position herself in a little bit closer from that last wave that rolled through to be able to catch it. But then as those sets build, as they're rolling through, just getting caught out of position.
Yeah, it's hard. You can see warm up there's Team Canada there. And we have our next heat on the right-hand side. Aya Yurekusa from Japan, Laura Del Pont from Italy, Bettina Cole. But talked about just being a little further in, because maybe the bigger ones aren't the ones she's looking for. So sometimes if you're looking for kind of the smaller ones that maybe line up better, the price that you have to pay is maybe taking a couple waves on the head. But it's worth it if, you know, your strategy, and it looks like she's paddling into a good one here.
All right, putting herself in position. Looks like she's right there in the takeoff zone, nearly had it, but decided to just pull out. Challenging too when you can see that that wave is going to stand up and start to close out rather than offer that shoulder.
And it takes a lot of skill to do what she did and pulling out of that wave. It's, you know, in other types of surfing where you're laying down, you can just kind of sit back on your board and lean back. But to actually, you know, use a J stroke and kind of turn your board around takes a lot of skill. So great job by Milanka. And she's got great paddle work. You can see she's standing on her board very easily. So different than some of the guys with the shorter boards, she's doing great on her board.
Well, Shannon and Anthony here in the booth to call the action. It's been really fun to see the men throughout the morning, Anthony, and to see some of the strong performances as we're now into the women's side of the draw.
Been looking forward to watching this event since it was first announced, and we've had exciting action. We've had scores in the excellent range, a lot of good scores as well. So Abaya Moreno advancing in her heat. Now we're into heat 2. We've got 8 heats of the women today, and then we'll move on to the men's round 2.
And taking a look at the women in the water right now with Milanka putting herself into position. This has been a challenging few moments for her because she's had a few opportunities, Anthony, where she could have almost gotten into those waves, but just hasn't quite been able to find it.
Yep, there we see our sailboats out there having a go as well. And, you know, it's a challenge, and I've always been of the mindset that, you know, I'm just going to commit to a wave. And she's kind of half committing, maybe a few, you know, 5 or 6 strokes earlier will give her more speed to then, you know, get in front of the wave. And, you know, when you're surfing steep and fast waves, one of the things, you know, we've heard Jerry Lopez talking about in Pipeline is someone told him, hey, start angling at the takeoff. And he's like, ever since I learned how to do that, it's been easy. Well, we know it's not easy, but it's something that's resonated with me as well, not in Pipeline, but just in regular surfing. So you can see they're having a straight approach. And because this wave is so fast, perhaps having a more angled approach with more speed can allow more access and entry into the wave to do that 1 or 2 turns that are needed.
Yeah, that's a great bit of insight. Having, especially with that length of rail on boards that are so long, having that angled takeoff is really important in moments like this.
Yeah, and it just, you know, it just sets you up so you don't have to drop in and then turn if you're already turned. And there you see all smiles from Team Japan. And looks like it's Rai Taguchi there with the hat sideways. That's 2 hats, actually, he's wearing, maybe.
Does look like he's got a couple on, huh? Well, Milanka's been able to hold on to that outside positioning for a long time. Now, finally, getting herself into a great-looking wave. Nice redirection on her forehand as well. Board just kind of flips out from underneath her, but she looks like she'll be just fine. She'll grab that once again and get it under her feet. As we're down to 6 minutes on the clock, and it's been a long time since we've seen anything from our other 3 competitors, which to me shows that they've been stuck on the inside, struggling to get back out.
Definitely. You can see the beautiful shot there. The tide's, you know, now starting to push up, it looks like. And there's our, you know, judges tower. You can see our, that's the Institute of Sport on the left-hand side there. And you can see in the back there's a huge bay body of water, so they are sailing, paddling. I mean, what a fantastic setup. You can surf on one side and have flat water on the other side. This could be, like, I mean, the best training center for stand-up paddling that I've ever seen. And this water, the high tide, will continue to push up, and by the end of the day, there will actually be no beach. It will be all water then.
Yeah, all of this great space for the surfers to prepare for their heats will be gone. As we take a look now towards La Grande Plage, that's where our racing divisions will be competing, our racing side of the event this week. And let's take another look here at this replay, though, because Milanka is in a position where she's been looking to get in the lead, and she's dropped a 2.33 for this last wave.
Yep, that's equals the highest score of the heat. And, you know, she did a great job of angling down the wave and redirecting. And then here is Takayo's. This is kind of a comparison between the equal 2.33. So great job by our webcast crew bringing the two highest single waves of the event, two different styles of waves. And then here again is that wave. Great wide stance there. That's one of her earlier scores. That's her 1.13, I believe. And great job by Milanka.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock for our SUP surfing divisions. We are competing at Plage du Tanchet, but for our racing, we'll be right in the middle of town down at La Grande Plage, a beautiful beach here in Europe that attracts a lot of tourists from around the world. And that's going to be a really fun destination as we get into the end of our week.
I can't wait. Then our broadcast booth, we're down here at the Grande Plage, and you can see the racers out there preparing. They have double duty today, helping support their surfers, but also helping themselves to prepare for their events as well. So we see Claudia just leaning into that one.
All right, so she is way down the beach, and she's getting a piece of the action here, chasing down a 2.56 in order to get herself out of this knockout position. A little bit far back on her board as we see her readjusting her feet there. You can also see it looks like Takayo has herself out at backline once again as well. So we saw the men struggling with it earlier today. We've seen the women struggling with in this heat, which is a challenge specifically within SUP surfing, but it also adds a very interesting dynamic to the heat strategy side of things. Knowing that you might not have a full 20 minutes sitting on a backline, but you really need to capitalize on the moments that you have there.
For sure, I think you hit it perfectly, and and it has to to also add in the fitness or the amount of energy expended in one of these heats. In other forms of surfing where you're just sitting on your board, it still takes some strength, but not as much as having to stand up on your board, and so that plays a huge role. And also paddling out takes a huge role, the constant up and down on your board, as we see live action from the drone shot. And just want to mention also, we saw some of the next heat paddling out, and you are allowed to paddle out laying down for the next heat. And here's back at live action.
All right, Milanka, steep takeoff, looking to improve on a 1.13, would increase the requirements on third and fourth place position. We also saw a wave there from Veronica, which is just her second wave of this heat. She'll be chasing down a 2.24. We're down to 1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock. Strong paddle here for Takayo. As she drives through that bottom turn, leans into that paddle just to hold her balance in position. And now just stroke through to the inside section. She's going to kick out, hoping for one more opportunity. And that was an interesting comment that you made. So we know that once that buzzer sounds, these surfers are allowed 15 seconds of prone paddling or paddling from their knees before they need to be back up and sitting on their feet. But prior to the beginning of the heat, at the 5 minute mark of the heat before, when they're paddling out, they're allowed to paddle out to backline without needing to stand.
Yes, that's correct. So just for those watching and you see people laying down, the whole heat was paddling out together, and that's the reason why. And just look at that set. So here's a couple of replays here, and just falling there, and this is replay from Milanka's last wave. You can see angling down, and although we're not seeing the scores yet, I think we're seeing the wave potential start to increase. There is definitely some more scoring potential now than we've seen in some of the previous heats. So I think that we can definitively say that the conditions are improving, although the scores aren't necessarily reflecting it just yet. I believe over the course of the next few heats they will be, and then of course when we get into men's round 2, it should be better conditions, and we'll start to see more scores in the excellent range I'm predicting.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We're already seeing the change over the last hour. The conditions improving a lot with that water starting to move up the beach, as we saw earlier this morning when we just arrived and we had that sort of mid-tide that was beginning to drain. So some great conditions that will be coming up through the rest of the day. We're down to the finish of this heat. Takayo manages to hold on to the lead with small scores, but she gets the job done in that leading position for Team Japan. Milanka Lind of Germany in second. She'll advance through, held on to that priority for ages before being able to get that backup score to her name. Veronica Silva of Portugal in third, and Claudia of Italy in fourth. We have more action to come, so stay tuned. We'll be right back from the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
Ta-dam!
Bonjour, welcome back to the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne, France. We're in the Vendée region. My name is Casper Steinfath. I'm joined in the booth by Anthony Vella for this third heat of the first round of the women's SUP surfing here at the ISA World Championship. In this heat, we have Aya Yurikusa from Japan in red, Laura Del Pont from Italy in blue, Bettina Kohl representing Germany in green, and Roya Bakhtiarania from Iran. Anthony.
Well done with that name, Casper. And there's Milanka. She's shaking her head. You know, it's a little frustrating out there. Even though she had advanced in her heat, you still want to kind of show what you can do. And you want your waves to be interpreted by the judges and kind of give you an idea of where you stand surfing at your best. So same thing for the Japanese surfer who advanced in first, although she just got a couple of twos. And won the heat, which is really what you want, but you also want to display your best surfing as well.
Yeah, so sometimes the safe surfing is what gets you through the heats. I know we all want to go out and set things on fire, but that's not always the case, right?
But one thing that is on fire is the waves have been coming all day long. We've got a great forecast. And it's a difficult thing with running surfing competitions is you're at the mercy of what Mother Nature gives you, and we're very thankful to have waves.
Exactly.
We'll go through a lot of changes, but we do have some very compatible waves.
Yep, as we see blue, Laura Del Pont out of Italy looking at that wave. Red, Aya from Japan taking a look at this right. Driving down the line, has a nice section in front of her. The wave just kind of fizzles out and she is not able to hit that section right there. A few of the waves, you know, opening up and allowing a lot of potential, but some of them still fizzling out. Do you think that's a high tide syndrome we're seeing right now?
Well, I think it's just wave selection. You know, if you have a wave that's walled, I think on the right tide, eventually it's going to get good. And here might be a good wave right now.
We got Bettina Kohl from Germany up and riding, just not quite navigating it down that face. Bettina, a seasoned veteran as well. She's been in the stand-up paddling world for many years. I actually surfed with Bettina the other day up in Klitmøller in Denmark. She's a frequent guest of the cold Hawaii coastline. But just not, you know, getting her campaign started at least, but probably not the wave she was hoping to start out with.
Oh, that's awesome that you had a chance to surf with her, and you know, she frequents your area. That's really cool. How far is Germany from Klitmøller?
Well, Bettina lives down in Hamburg, in the Hamburg area. That's 5 hours from Klitmøller. So it's a commute, but it's actually really interesting. A lot of the Germans end up driving up on the forecast to Denmark, you know, because they don't have so much coastline in Germany. So they're longtime guests as Bettina makes it over this wave. We have a big set approaching with just over 15 minutes left of this heat. let's see where the competitors are and if they're able to take advantage of these nice Atlantic waves rolling in.
Oh, this is a big set. And yeah, that was a great flyaway from her as well, and quite a nasty wipeout as well.
It can certainly be, yeah. As we see Blue taking a look at this wave. I really like this angle, Anthony, right here. Like, you get to see there's actually some size to the surf today.
Definitely some size, and you know, we keep talking about it, but replaying the waves in our mind from earlier in the day, that 8.17 by the Australian competitor Wes was just a
it
was well overhead, and I think, you know, a great sign of the waves that we're going to be having today and throughout the rest of the event. Laura not quite able to get into that one, but a lot of waves coming through.
A lot of surf here in Les Sables d'Olonne. They're at the Plage de Tanchette, the wave venue for this event. And Les Sables d'Olonne, for those of you that are just joining us, is the venue of not just ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship, but also a huge sailing culture that is embedded here. So we see Laura taking on a nice little wave here on a left, just quick in and out, doing a little floater, but not making it. We have Ben Way down on the beach. Ben, I'm sure, has some interesting conversations lined up for us. Take it away, Ben.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm here with the winner of the women's round one, heat number 2 for Team Japan, Takao Yokoyama. Mazu omedetou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
So she doesn't like to speak English too much, so I'm going to go with 2 questions. First one is, she comes from Japan, which we're just at the end of the typhoon season over there. The water's really warm, and coming over here using a wetsuit, it's got to be a little bit different in the amount of exercise, I mean, the amount of movement, everything else, and the freedom of movement. So I'm going to ask her about that. 今もうまだ日本の夏の最後、水温が全然暖かいこっちよりで、多分家の地元で全然ウェットスーツ使わなくて、ここに来ると急にフルスーツ使うと疲れますか？
そうですね。地元湘南は結構もう今年異常なぐらい暖かいので。海水サーフパンツで OK なんですけど、ここはもうフルスーツいいのでフル装備できました。3着ぐらい持ってきました。はい。
で疲れました？ウェットスーツ。
そうですね。ずっと夏場着てなかったので、はい、少し疲れたんですけど大丈夫です。
So she's in Shonan where the water is really, really warm. Not a lot of swell that moves the currents around, so it's like a big hot pool. And she's been training without a wetsuit, and so coming here took a little bit more work. それで横山さんのヒートに潮が上がってだいぶ流れが強くなってみんな選手が向こう側に流してあれ結構大変だったそのカレントのファイト。
そうでもなくてカレントはピークを狙いながら動いてたのでみんな多分、海を見て左側のピークを狙ってたと思うんでそれで流れたと思いますね。はい。
So I was asking her mid heat. There was that incoming tide, and it seemed to draw all of the other competitors over to the other side. She said where she was positioned, there's not much current, and where the other riders were lined up is where the current gets stronger. So, それでは応援してる方、日本人の見てる人に応援メッセージお願いします。
はい。なんとか今日ラウンドアップしましたので、明日も頑張っていきます。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。応援してます。Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks for the Japanese lesson there. It was really cool to have Ben Way down on the beach translating. Ben, obviously very fluent in Japanese. Anthony, we were just talking about here, we have a great overview of the lineup from this drone angle. You could kind of see the rip over on the left side of the screen being maybe the gateway to the lineup. What were you thinking?
Yeah, it just looked like, I think that's Laura Del Pont on the bottom of the screen. It looked like she was coming in to maybe paddle back out around that section, but and also just in that post-heat interview, she was talking about the current, not just on the inside, but on the outside. So she strategically positioned herself away from the current and the other girls. You know, sometimes, especially on stand-ups, it's hard to maintain your ground, so the current kind of takes you, and they were, as she was saying, they were kind of bunched up together. She was able to separate herself, which was maybe what helped her to win the heat.
That is very interesting, like more than just actually catching the waves, but separating from everyone else out there. As we have a replay here.
That's our heat leader and angling down the line. And here she's setting up for this turn. You can see her smile right there because she knew that she mistimed it. And here's another replay right there. That's our surfer that's Petrina
Cole from Germany, Bettina, and one more replay. That's Laura Del Pont from Italy on her backhand. And there, she's just not able to ride down, just needed to be a little bit lower.
She almost came down there. Maybe a little bit lower center of gravity would have made the difference. But as we're almost halfway through the heat now, just over 10 minutes on the clock remaining, we have a situation in the water with red. Aya from Japan in first place with a 2:17. Laura Del Pont from Italy in second place with a 1:53. Bettina Cole chasing down a 1:04 to advance into that second place. That is will move her on to the second round. Roya from Iran still fighting in the whitewater, it looks like. She needs a 1:54 to make it to the advancing position. And Roya, a 37-year-old from Tehran in Iran, making her first ISA World Championship debut. And she's definitely facing the North Atlantic swell that can prove very tricky for a lot of the competitors today.
Yeah, this definitely isn't a playing field for beginners, and she's obviously experienced and representing her country here. But we've talked about it in every single heat, how challenging the conditions are. Even seasoned competitors having a difficult time out there. So it being her first competition, the nerves, trying to adapt to the conditions, and we applaud her for doing a great job.
We certainly do. We see Aya taking a quick look at this little bump, but not materializing too much. Actually, Roya from Iran is used to the water. She's a swimmer in the Iranian army. She's won several championships in Iran and has recently become a member of the Iran national surfing team in 2021. And she currently is a law student. So thankfully very skilled in the water, but I think a lot of the athletes are having their work cut out for them today. As we heard in the last post-heat interview, victory at sea might be the theme right now.
Yes, and you can see on that angle just this great shot. You can see there's a little bit of a channel. You can see the white water on that kind of top right hand of the screen. That's not the white water on the inside, but the water that's being churned up on the outside from the rip current. So this is the current that they're talking about. The Iranian competitor Roya still trying to make it out to the lineup to then get her first ride. But honestly, maybe a strategy is just turning and burning on the whitewater and standing up to at least get some points on the board. If you stand, you're going to get points.
Turning and burning. That's a term we might see someone implement later today. But it's right. Like, you could spend all 20 minutes fighting to get out to the lineup. But reality is, if you take off in the whitewater, you can get probably not an excellent score, but you can get a decent score that can put you on the board. And especially looking at some of these heats where the scoring maybe isn't so high, it is a strategy that might be worth considering. So Anthony, how would you approach a heat like this? Seeing that the shore break is becoming increasingly problematic, there's not a whole lot of good white waves on offer. Like, what would you take with yourself in the mindset of an athlete approaching a heat like this?
Well, first of all, it's pumping right now. We're just seeing set after set. But I would have, obviously watched some of the other heats, figured out and watched where the best and fastest place to paddle out would be, and then go and try and execute the game plan.
And right now on the screen, what we're seeing is right down at the Grand Plage, the central of the town. This is where we're sitting in the webcast, looking down at where the racing is going to be later this week. The waves are a little bit more calm down on this end. Down where the surfing is, back what we're seeing on the screen now, it's a little bit more, I would say, chaotic, a little bit more rough and unfiltered, which is also why we've chosen to have the surfing venue down there, because there is just potential for bigger waves. And that's, it's going to be interesting to see the racing later this week taking place.
Yeah, it's definitely rugged on this on the surfing end, both in the coastline and in the water. And then on the other side, the Grand Plage side, it's a little more beautiful and pristine. It's beautiful here as well, but just a little more rugged. You can just see all of the water moving around right there, making it tough. But the more water that's moving, that means there's energy that's in the ocean. So we want that. So it's kind of like beware what you wish for sort of thing. We want the energy for waves, but that's going to also create in some environments all of these currents and water moving around.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the athletes are doing their best to navigate it right now. They're down at the Plage du Tanché. It's approaching high tide. I think high tide is in half an hour. So we're seeing definitely the beach being, you'll see it come into view here from the drone angle in a little bit. The beach has minimized. It's not a big sandy beach anymore. Tide is high, pushing up against the rocks. So we're definitely seeing the waves also change due to that. The situation in the water now, with just over 5 minutes remaining, we got in red Aya from Japan leading with a 2:17. Taking a look at this wave, not quite making it into it. Laura Del Pont in that second advancing position right now with a 1:53. Bettina from Germany with a one wave of 0.5 in the mix. So at this point, it's very open as we see Aya from Japan take off on this wave, see if it can reform on the inside. She's standing in the white water, making some small adjustments with the board and the paddle, milking the wave. And like you said, Anthony, what was it? Turn and burn?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great wave, but she made the most of it. And with her first scoring wave of a 2:17, she just needed to get something, and that's what she did.
Up and riding Laura Del Pont on a beautiful looking right. Just, she was in the right position. I think opted to opt out.
That's an opt-in. She
Yeah.
needed to opt in on that one. When you're in second place, and maybe she saw something that we didn't see, but we were both frothing at that one.
And that's the thing, right? Like, we're sitting here in a commentator booth. It's nice. We have a comfy chair, right? We don't have the consequence of, being pounded underwater. That's always one thing I find interesting is people that are sitting and watching at home, myself included sometimes. It's easy to be a couch commentator. We're not the athlete facing, that wave about to break on us. But definitely something triggered her to opt out.
And there's that backup score we were just talking about for Aya, 1:53. So
absolutely,
even a small whitewater wave can get you, a score. And Laura Del Pont on a smaller wave this time.
Nice looking right, powers off the bottom. Nice little correction turn, going left again. She's eyeing something, making her way through this whitewater, bracing with the paddle. Really, using her paddle as a functional tool to redirect her board. She's going to milk this wave all the way to the inside and, casually making it in. Laura throwing a claim in there. I think it's merited. It's deserved.
I think it was more a claim of survival than anything.
But that's the best claim. That's the best claim.
Oh, man.
As we see a replay here of Laura.
So here you can see she's having a look at the right and kind of fades right and then goes left. That was a good turn there. And here's her pumping. You can see her feet on the rails of the board. And then she's able to, like you said, use that paddle. And, according to the rules, we want to use the paddle as a force multiplier. And you'll see these surfers in the later stages of the event. There's the claim right there and the smile.
Oh, beautiful. Laura, definitely one of those competitors, always showing great energy, great sportsmanship from Italy. As we're nearing the end of the heat, 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, we have a situation where we're waiting for a score for Laura Del Pont in second place. She needs a 2.17 to advance into the first place. She is currently in an advancing position, but an athlete is there to win. And I'm sure Laura has her eyes set on that prize of being the first place advancer.
Yeah, I think that was definitely worthy of a score higher than a 2:17. Come on, Raya, go get a wave. Just turn around and go.
As we see a replay here of Aya.
So this was her backup score. This was her 1:53. And you can see her trying to figure out what to do. And that turn right there, just a little kind of turn in the whitewater. Oh, here's the big one from Laura.
Yeah, this is beautiful right there.
I mean, there's the shot for but I mean, it looked like down the line, maybe it was closing out. We have just a very small window of the angle that we're seeing. So,
but what we are seeing is a ton of flags. We got 30 nations here at the ISA Stand-Up Paddle World, SUP World and Paddleboard Championship. I was actually going through the list of participants the other day, practicing my pronunciation of the athletes. And that really made me shocked to realize we got athletes from so many different cultures and countries. And, to bring together so many of them, it kind of gave me goosebumps. I know it sounds weird, but there was something special about recognizing what an event like this can do.
Well, two things. First, that's great that you're preparing. Of course, of course you would. And,
I am an athlete.
And you hit it right. This is all about experiencing culture. And I think that's what creates a bond between athletes is just sharing culture. We all love to surf, but we all have different parts of our culture that we enjoy and learning from others, and that's what ISA surfing events are all about.
And wrapping up, we are 30 seconds away from the buzzer of this heat. We have a change in situation. Laura Del Pont taking over the first place. She got a 2.43 on that last wave, which sends her into first place. Aya from Japan now needing a 1.8 to reclaim the first place. Bettina Cole needing a 3.2, and Roya from Iran a 3.7. With 5 seconds remaining, I think we are probably not going to see more waves ridden this heat, but we had a change right there, Anthony.
Right there, we called it, and that's why we're not in the heat. Laura pulled out of the big wave, and she got the smaller wave and got the score that she needed in order to win the heat. So great job by the young surfer from Italy, and I know her team will be stoked, so she's going to be staying in the main round.
Laura staying in the main round. She's not going to be surfing today. We are going to finish the women's first round. Then we're going to go into 6 heats of the men's second round. But really great surfing here. We're going to be back after a short break. The waves are pumping. We got the tide coming in, so stay tuned. What's going to happen? We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. We'll now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Hello everyone out there, welcome back to the live webcast of the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in France. Le Sable d'Olonne is the beach. The SUP surfing is currently taking place at La Plage de Tanchette. We have the heat number 4 of the women's round 1 in the water. And up and riding right now, we're seeing, can this be Emily Wink out of New Zealand? And I'm joined here in the live commentary booth with Anthony Vella from USA. And we've had some great heats so far. Anthony, what are you expecting from the conditions out there right now?
We're expecting the scores to continue to improve and live action.
With Camille Dubrana from France, finding a nice little right-hander, getting her paddle tangled a little bit in the leash there, but didn't look like that wave had the huge potential. But here we go, 17 minutes left of this heat number 4.
And all 3 of these countries represented in this heat, Australia, New Zealand, and France, have all had medal winners in previous years. Not these individual women, but of course, Shakira Westthorpe from Australia winning 3 times in a row, Stella Smith from New Zealand, earning a bronze medal. And there's our heat, Camille Dubrana from France, Amélie Wink from New Zealand, and Skylar Rayner from Australia.
Those are 3 powerhouse nations in the world of surfing, and especially stand-up paddling.
Yes, and again, Justine Dupont's a 2-time winner of the event as well, from France.
Yeah, so a lot of good action to come here in this heat number 4. We are going to head down to the beach now. We got Drew Murren scoping out everything that's happening down there. Drew, what's going on?
Thanks, guys. Down here beachside right now. As mentioned in a previous break, we were talking about this team from Saudi Arabia. It's their first ever ISA World SUP and Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championship, and they are competing in the SUP surf. However, part of their training, it is absolutely illegal in the country of Saudi Arabia to enter the ocean for any way, shape, or form for multiple different reasons. I was trying to catch up with the coach earlier. Obviously, he had other things he had to get to, so he's unable to join me in this interview. However, they don't allow stand-up paddlers to go out in the ocean. Therefore, their training in the surf has been nil. So actually, this is the first time those two team members have ever actually been in the surf. So very interesting news. And how do they train, and why they train and how they train mostly is in enclosed facilities and whatnot, mostly flat water. So we'll look for them coming up in the race events, but it is an interesting nuance here in the SUP surf events. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that insight, Drew. Lurking around the beach, finding all kinds of interesting information for us. I'm curious to hear more about board design later today as well. I'm sure Drew can scope out some information on what equipment the riders are using, what paddle sizes are being used, and what are the thoughts among the competitors and teams. But interesting with Saudi Arabia, it's a new team joining the mix this year. I spoke to them yesterday. They have a lot of athletes that are super eager and hungry to learn from an event like this. So I think it's really cool, to bring them together. As we see right in front of us, hard to see with the backlight here. Got up and riding. That is Camille from France, taking a look at this right. A little bit of a mushy wave, but finding some nice carving turns. Doesn't quite connect to the inside. Do you think the waves are... I sense a little bit more bump on the waves right now, Anthony. Where do you think that's coming from?
I think it's just the changing tide. It doesn't look like the wind's picking up. It could also be the location in which they're surfing. Maybe they're surfing a little further south where it's a little bumpier. But the score is right now, as we see, 257, 367, and 273 from Camille, Emily, and Skylar, respectively. Those are the highest scores that we're starting to see. So there's definitely scoring opportunity out there. And I think now the surfers are starting to capitalize on that opportunity.
They certainly are. We've got the situation with under 14 minutes left on the clock. We got Camille Dubrana from France in first position with 4.07 total. We got Emily Wink from New Zealand needing a 0.4 to take over first place. Skylar Rayner needing a 0.95 to advance. And Emily having a 3.67 under her belt. Skylar a 2.73. And live action, we got Skylar on a decent wave. Just not kind of, maybe like we talked about Laura Del Pont before, there was some part of that wave that was just not usable, but a beautiful wave nonetheless.
Yeah, and she, unlike Laura, continued with it, and it's definitely going to better her 0.0, and it does. It comes in at a 1.8.
1.8, yeah.
And Skylar doing the opposite training of the team from Saudi Arabia. We mentioned her and her boyfriend Wes, who has the single highest score of the day, and also Kai Bates, all riding the same brand board, all cruising around Australia looking for waves and finding the best waves and surfing them. So we're going to be looking for Skylar to have an excellent performance here, as well as the Australians. Great to have them back. Drew was talking about with Kai Bates, kind of the Australian powerhouse. They haven't sent a full team in years, and funding is one of the hard parts for many of the countries. And so, get those sponsorships out early, and let's get ready for Denmark next year.
Well, we got Denmark on the calendar next year, September, I believe. It's going to be that's going to be an interesting event. Again, obviously super biased because I'm from Denmark, but no, it's interesting to see Australia back in the mix. With some new faces. It's a change of the guard. Well, in Kai Bates' situation, of course, it's a return to competition, but. New faces, Skylar Rayner making an impression here. In red, we have up and riding. Ooh, Camille, nice off the top right there. What do you make of that, Anthony?
That's the best turn of the women so far, I believe. Ibaya had that kind of two-turn combo, but in my opinion, that was a very well-placed and well-timed turn there. It would be great to see that replay.
Yep, the replay will be coming right up, and Camille, part of the French team, going for a three-peat of the team world championship, which is what the athletes also are competing for. Of course, they're in their individual discipline looking for glory. As we go to live action, blue, we have Emily Wink doing a quick in and out, opting, again, not to pursue that wave to the end. But returning to France, France is, obviously we're in the home country of the athletes here. With Camille looking to make a dent in the SUP surfing rankings. She's going down the right here, Anthony.
Yeah, so there she is. This was a previous wave ridden, not the wave that she just did that turn on. Here's one more replay, and this is Skylar Rayner driving down the line there. Just a little, half turn halfway up the face. She was able to get a backup score, and that's what that wave was about. So smart surfing by her. She's put herself in position.
Yeah, she got a 1.8 for that wave before. Of course, the judges probably not scoring higher because there was no critical maneuver on that wave.
Yeah, and then, of course, that last replay right there from Camille, just excellent turn there. And, yeah, the judges know what they're doing. We have an international group of judges from all over, from Great Britain, from Australia, from France, from Portugal, from Mexico, from Brazil, so an international judging panel.
A truly international panel. Anthony, talk us a little bit through the priority system. Like, we see the numbers out next to the athlete's name. There's a 1 out next to Skylar and a 2 out to the left of Emily. What does the priority mean? Maybe we'll take a wave here first, but curious to hear a little bit of an explanation on the priority system. How do the athletes use this system?
So it's used to, it's surfing has been an evolution. How do you properly judge and score a surfing competition? And what you want to see is riders riding waves so that they can earn scores. And so the priority system has evolved to have a way of giving priority to the surfers that have, it's kind of like when you're out surfing and free surfing, the guy that caught the last wave should get the next wave. And so that's the basics of the theory. So there's one judge that is a priority judge. He's only looking for when the surfers attempt to catch a wave. Whether or not you catch the wave doesn't matter, but if you make a paddle and you make an attempt to catch the wave, you lose priority. So you go from first priority to third priority. So right now, Emily from New Zealand has first priority. That means she can catch any wave. We haven't talked too much about it today because the field of play is so spread out, meaning the girls are so spread out that they haven't been going for the same waves. They've all been going for different waves. I believe as we start to, as the waves get better and maybe there's a takeoff zone that's a little bit more compact and closer, the priority will come into play. We've seen it a couple of times where I think Benoit had to pull off of a wave.
That's right, yeah, it came into play.
He knew that he didn't have priority. If you do drop in on somebody, so to speak, and when it's not your priority, and then your second highest wave gets cut in half.
It's definitely an element we'll see come more into play as the event progresses. We see the competition get fiercer, and then there's going to be a lot of athletes that are happy about the priority system, so it's not a one big free-for-all out there. We have 7 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock of this heat number 4 in the women's round 1. We have on screen right now, we have all 3 athletes spread out over a pretty big area. Conditions, not defined in exactly just one peak. The athletes opting to take different courses of strategy to find the waves that they believe will propel them into the next heat. When we are looking at a tide that is high now, the tide has definitely left its mark on the waves, I would say. We have a high tide, and here in France we have the big fluctuation between low and high, which sometimes, as we had in a post-heat interview, we got the understanding that it can actually shut down the waves and make them super mushy. But let's see what the girls can find in this heat with just under 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and there's several different reasons to choose your location according to where you want to be for these waves. Whether you're a goofy stance with your right foot forward or regular stance with your left foot forward, so maybe you're looking for rights or lefts. Maybe you're looking for a wave that's going to give you the fastest opportunity after the wave to paddle back out. Maybe you're looking for a higher scoring wave because you already have a couple of waves under your belt, and here's a paddle.
Up and riding. It looks like we got red Camille from France. Just going for a little off the top there, not making it back into the wave. She's going to want to get back out quickly, hopefully not get a big set on her head. Also paddling for this wave, I believe it's Emily Wink in blue from New Zealand, opting not to go it's definitely a lot of strategy going into picking what wave they choose and what they don't choose.
And you can see, we're talking a couple of 100 meters of, maybe 100 meters, 200 meters. There's a nice looking left into the rip.
There is right there. No, that's a right.
Excuse me.
Good old right. I believe, is it Skylar we have going here, or Emily? But really nice wave. A little carve back to the white water, walling up again on the inside. There might be a good little section to hit. Definitely one of those better waves written in this heat, with a wall that opened up a little bit more.
Yeah, so again, hard to see with the glare. I believe that was Skylar. Yeah, and great job catching the right into the rip current. Maybe the rip helps keep it open a little.
As we see Camille take off on a nice looking left, going off the top, down to the bottom, casually saying, that was it.
Not going to better the 2.57, but she's got some great timing, going off the top there. We saw on her 3.83, again, in my opinion, the best turn of the event so far on the women's side, with a lot of surfing, still to come. But she's got great timing and great execution on her off-the-top turns.
Absolutely. Camille Dubronat from France leading this heat number 4. She has a total heat score of 6.4. It consists of a 3.83 that we saw before and a 2.57. This leaves Skylar Rayner from Australia needing a 3.68 to take the lead. As we see up and riding in blue, Emily Wink from New Zealand. Nice little cutback. We got a double-up situation here where the wave kind of mushes out and she doesn't get over that hump. But nice wave nonetheless. Situation, Skylar Rayner in second, needing a 3.68. In third, Emily Wink needing a 1.46 to advance to the second place position, which also is an advancing position. 4 minutes remaining on the clock of this heat number 4. And the girls are definitely, they're fighting out there with the conditions on hand.
Yeah, and we were talking about the priority. If you're looking on our information board on the top left of the screen, so the left-hand side where it has the colors, you don't see any numbers there now. That means nobody has priority because they're all on the inside. And then you see a little dash, and that means someone maybe made an attempt for the wave, so their priority's been suspended, which is a whole another thing. But then on the right-hand side, like you just mentioned, the 3.67 that Emily needs, that's for her to move into first place. The 2.85 that Skylar needs, that's for her to move into second, which is the advancement place. So the important thing is to advance in the top 2. But if you're in second, you want to move into first. So this is all the information that we have up there.
It gives you a better seating, I believe, if you finish in first place rather than second place.
Yes, for sure.
And then the third place of this initial round will not be eliminated. They will go to the repecharge round, which is a second chance where you can continue, and actually you can still win the event if you're competing through the repecharge series. It's going to definitely be a longer road to the final if you go through the repecharge, but nonetheless you have a second chance. Anthony, what do you make of the Australian contingency this year? We talked a little bit about it, but Skylar Rayner, representing in the surfing, it seems like Australia is sending a really strong surfing squad this year. What do you think on the racing side?
Well, there's this one guy, Michael Booth, who's coming, who's done pretty well.
It's wrong of me to say it's not a good race team.
He's got a couple of distance world championships under his belt, winning in China in 2018, and then again. But I know he's going to want some revenge from last year. That was an excellent race with Shuri Araki and Tituan Puyo, who led the race for 17 of the 20 kilometers. And Boothie was, in there drafting. So that's going to be an amazing distance race. But I also know that he's got a hunger to do well in the technical. And he earned a medal last year, but he wants to win. And
he does.
It's going to be exciting, to see what he does and what the rest of the competitors do on the racing side. They've got a few more days to relax, to watch their surfers and help cheer them on, and also to prepare at the racing venue as well as we begin to wind down this heat number 4.
Exactly. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining of heat number 4. We are in the first day of the event. We have 3 days of surfing coming up in front of us. We have the initial rounds today. Tomorrow we're going to plow through the mid rounds. And on Wednesday, we're going to have the finals of the SUP surfing before we go into the race events starting Thursday. And as we see up and riding red, Camille Dubronat, getting a nice takeoff, but just not getting in sync with that wave. Breaking right there. 1 minute remaining. Situation, Camille in first place. Emily needing a 3.67 and Skylar a 2.85.
Ooh, that was a nice body variable pull out, though. Body variable.
Body vario?
Yes, not variable. Body variable where you spin around. And then, looking forward to this next heat with the current world champion and the two-time champion French competitor Justine Dupont. This next heat's going to be fantastic.
It is. Looking forward to the next heat with, 2 world champions. That's going to be one to watch for sure. As we see them actually paddling out in the background right there. I think the athletes are allowed to paddle out, was it 5 minutes before?
I didn't hear what it was. It would appear to be, so each day the head judge makes a determination when they can paddle out based on the conditions.
As we see Camille do a nice off-the-top floater. Again, doesn't quite make it to the safe zone, but she will be advancing through this heat, it seems. Up and riding, there is someone in the background, but Camille definitely in an advancing position, and Team France will be happy to have their athletes still in the mix.
Still in the mix, advancing. I'm not sure if this was before the buzzer, so an athlete has to have stopped paddling and riding the wave under the wave's power, not their paddling power. So we don't know if that was before or after the buzzer.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to clarify because it looks like Skylar Rayner right there making a nice little connection on the inside. But stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll have an action-packed heat for you with 2 former world champions. We'll have some fresh commentary for you as well. So stay tuned. Conditions are looking up. Sun is shining. Welcome to France.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. It's been a really incredible day of competition so far. We began the day with our open men's round. We're now into our open women's round and taking a look at heat number 5 in the water with one of our surfers getting a great looking wave to start things off. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth now by Bo Nixon. Bo, fresh off the plane from home in the UK. It's great to have you join in the call.
Oh, it's fantastic to be here, Shannon. Thanks so much. Yeah, fresh off the plane, but I've been tuning into the webcast on my travels, and it's been an amazing morning of competition, opening with the men's opening round 1, and then now with the women in the water. They are really pushing the level out there, these women.
Yeah, it's been so exciting to be able to see some of those scores rolling through, conditions starting to improve throughout the afternoon, as well as with that low tide, it was looking really challenging.
Yeah, a lot of waves that kind of stood up really steep for the competitors. So quite a few closeouts. As we check out the draw of this heat, we have a couple of world champions in this one, Shannon.
That's right, Justine Dupont and Lucia Cosoletto, France and Argentina, both with those gold medals and those world titles to their name, up against Lisa Richard from Canada. So she's going to be that underdog factor. How will she go, and where does that pressure mount psychologically walking into a heat with 2 world champs?
Yeah, I guess, as that kind of lower seed, it's really interesting. You can kind of go into a heat really fresh and open and kind of just let your surfing do the talking to begin with. It is going to be a tough call coming up against the, long-time veteran competitors of both Justine and Lucci. But yeah, hopefully she gets a few waves under her belt, and it'd be great to see her start off her campaign here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Games.
Taking a look down the line in the sunshine, it looks like our surfer maybe in red on her forehand, Justine, getting that first wave underway.
Yeah, that was a great off the top there from Justine.
5-point ride in for first of red, and Justine DuPont at 5 months pregnant, out in the water right now, dropping down a solid way to open up her campaign.
Yeah, that was a great wave. That one turn, big off the top. You can see that front of the board really getting above the lip there. So very critical surfing, which is why she gets that 5-point ride for her first opening wave.
Looking to position herself just underneath. She'll be in that third place priority, still waiting for priority to open up for both Lucci and Lisa. Looks like our surfer in green may be in position for this wave, so we'll track with live action for a moment. Lucci as well having a paddle in the blue jersey, and we could have some split peak action going on here as we've got our surfer in green that goes in deep into the lip. Just can't quite pull out of that one, and we'll see if Justine's able to get into this. Doesn't look like she will. Lucci with a paddle quickly now onto her backhand. Great use of that paddle, really just throwing that board up into the lip. Getting a lot of power out of those first 2 turns. Great composure as she finishes off on the inside section. And she's looking maybe for one more little foam climb here if she can find on the inside. Either way, she's going to get herself to where that rip is to paddle out quite easily to backline. Now in that last heat, we saw a great result. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew Murin in the winner of the last heat.
France, winner of heat number 4, Camille. Not the best in easy conditions out there right now.
No, it was super hard. It's moving a lot, so you need to find your balance and to find the wave at the same time. So it's not easy, but I found some couple. It was my first heat, so I try to manage to be concentrate and to don't stress too much. I stress a little bit, but I think it's going to be better for the next one.
No, definitely. You looked like you really started to figure it out there in the last 10 minutes. Let's talk about the equipment you're on right now. You're on a little bigger board than we're seeing most of our participants on. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that? What size is it, first off?
Yeah, I live in Brittany, so we take like some not too small board because it's moving. There are a lot of wind. It's moving a lot. So my board is like a new Starboard Pro. And this is a 7.5. Like it's a really good one. It's like before I have a smaller one, but this one is moving like the same, and it was bigger and more stable. So today I just take this one for be sure to take my wave and to start early for do my turn like early also.
Perfect. And I see you got your fellow countrywoman out there, Justine DuPont, a strong contender. One of the top contenders in this year's World Championship. Do you guys train together? You guys surf together a lot here in France?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be with Justine in the team. It was my first time with Justine, so I'm really proud. We're training a lot 2 weeks ago for the selection together, and with other girl, Caroline also. And now we train like this week before the contest, but that's it. But I'm happy to know her now.
Definitely one to follow along. Well, we'll let you get after it. Congratulations. We'll see you in the upcoming rounds.
Yeah, thank you.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Team France, one of the top contenders in this year's team overall World Championship. Look for them. They're always a top contender, though. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. France has been so strong in the last couple of seasons, Bo. It'll be interesting to see how they go here at home.
Yeah, definitely. There's some big names in the French team, and it's fantastic to see these women surfing back-to-back in the heats. Camille coming off a nice win there. Justine currently leading this heat as well. We did see during that interview, Justine had another nice wave, so backing up that 5-point ride with the highest score of a 6.
As we see one of our surfers just get knocked off her board, unfortunately, but right before we went to that interview, we saw Lucci unleash into a beautiful looking wave, drops in an 8.33 on the board. So she's now sitting in that second place position, but only chasing a 2.67 to take away the lead.
Yeah, the one thing I really liked about her wave was that she was so fast to fit the maneuvers in. These waves on that lower tide, it's quite fast, so you have to be quick on your feet. So she did well to fit 3 turns in on that wave, and the judges really rewarding her highly for that score.
Really fantastic from the 27-year-old. One of the higher waves of the day. We saw some excellent scores coming through from Team Australia on the men's side earlier on. So great to see the scores going into that range on the women's side as well. Like we were saying earlier, those conditions just, I mean, they're changing so much where we've got that wind that's up, so that adds a different factor, but also the tide pushing through does mean that those waves just split up a little bit more. They're not quite as straight coming into the bank here.
Yeah, that's right. So the high tide coming up to right about now, I think actually we're on the high tide. So these women getting the best of the conditions in this afternoon, and then we'll see that tide start to go back out as we see Lisa here having a paddle into the wave, and she just gets hung up in the lip there, but trying to get into that one. Stood up quite steep on that inside sandbank. But yeah, competitors trying to get into their waves. You can see it's a bit of a struggle on the smaller boards as well. I know you were mentioning it earlier in the day with that bit of bump on the face, but also that the waves have that deeper section, deeper water out a bit further, so the competitors really having to paddle hard for their waves.
Yeah, it's looked really challenging all day to get in with some kind of speed and momentum on that outside section because it is really soft.
Yeah, that's right. So competitors having to opt to get really far forward on their boards to be able to paddle in, or maybe opting to ride a slightly bigger board, longer board as well, get a bit more glide and paddle speed to get onto the waves. But ideally, these competitors looking to get on their small boards to fit into those steeper sections on the wave.
We got a future world champion there learning how to paddle in Koa King from South Africa. His mom and dad, Taryn and Tom, are in the draw. And Taryn's going to be coming up as well as her teammate Yvette in this next heat. So 2 South Africans up against 2 Brazilians for the next round.
Yeah, another big heat coming up after this. But great to see the South African contingent here. A lot of cheering on the beach. And I know that Taryn and also Tom there with their family. So they're having a great time on the beach. And looks like Taryn is just chilling out. She's ready for a heat. And be exciting to watch these ladies go for it in the water in the next heat.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. Taryn has a gold medal in the SUP sprint race from a few years back, but she's also a very accomplished surfer across multiple different disciplines. So it'll be exciting to see her in the water with her kids down on the beach, Koa and little Izzy, who's just eating some sand, you know, getting prepped, ready mentally to undergo the stress of seeing mom paddle out.
Yeah, cool bit of tasting the French sand coming from South Africa. That's very cool.
Great. Yeah, it's incredible to see those family elements of a lot of different surfers around the world now. We're seeing it on the, the championship tour. We're seeing it at the World Surfing Games. We're seeing it here at the World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. There are a lot of competitors that are now parents like yourself, like Casper, traveling alongside with their kids and their families in tow. Yeah, that's right. It's fantastic to be able to travel with a family, and I think it just gives you that little bit more confidence as well. You're kind of a bit more relaxed. You know, you've got someone cheering you in your corner. But yeah, bringing your kids along, it's honestly an epic experience that hopefully everyone can experience one day. But yeah. Well, we're down to 10 minutes on the clock. Justine in the lead. Those couple scores pretty quick off the buzzer, that 5, and then improved with a 6.00. So she's been pretty patient, wanting to now try and increase, hearing that Lucci dropped in that excellent score of the 8.33. Team Brazil there heading down to the beach to support 2 women that will be coming up in that next heat in Kilvia and Aline. So that's going to be an exciting heat to be able to pay attention to. Some of the heats in the women's side of the draw do have 4 surfers in them, while some have 3. Just the way that the draw has kind of worked through, where there wasn't enough to have 4 competitors for everything, but we also couldn't cut it down to a smaller field. So it's great to see that inclusion of extra surfers in, and to know that for the future we could have many more competing.
Yeah, that's right. And to have at least the 6 heats of the women, or I think it's 8 heats of the women, it's fantastic to have such a high number of women competing. And definitely a lot more women getting into the sport, as we see. This is Lise as she just carves off the top there, but falls off the back of the wave. You could tell she was looking for something big on the inside there to get her scores up into the good range. She's looking for that 8.96, so quite an excellent wave score.
Yeah, really a solid requirement in front of her in that excellent 8.96. Just wanting to kind of get some of those early jitters out, competing against 2 former world champions in the water. So you can see a few other teams that are down on the beach. Nice to see that sun has peeked through this morning. We had a little bit of rain, a little bit of that cloud cover through the morning. And now as that afternoon wind picks up, that sea breeze is up, we're going to see that sun really start to cook through the afternoon. And we'll have a big day of competition. We started around 8:30 this morning. Couldn't start any earlier because it was literally dark. The sunrise wasn't until 8 a.m. this morning. And we won't be finishing out competition until about 5:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, so a big day on the water for these athletes and out in the sun. So, yeah, getting that sun protection on. As we see Abaya on screen there. She won her heat this morning, the opening heat of the women's. So we'll be seeing her coming up tomorrow in round number 2. But yeah, Abaya, big name in the stand-up paddle, but also windsurf world. Her and her sister, multiple windsurf world titles. I think they're up to nearly 30 between them. So really accomplished water woman And yeah, it was fantastic to see her take the win this morning.
Oh, that's amazing to know that, to have that kind of sibling rivalry in a healthy way that's pushed them to being the best in the world at windsurfing. As we take a look at the replay here, what are your thoughts on this last wave of Lucci?
Yeah, this is the 8-point ride from her, and amazing surfing. You can see how fast she was, the paddle transitions as well, but getting right up into the lip of that wave. The judges want to see getting into that critical section, so turns underneath the lip, throwing lots of spray, and yeah, that's why she was rewarded really highly for that wave.
Her backup score at the moment, just a 1.33, so she'll be looking for a score to try and chase down that leading position away from Justine. We've got a solid size set rolling through at the moment. It is our surfer in green on the inside position who is going to be able to stroke into this wave. Solid sized, well overhead, and she'll just kind of get exploded off of the board, but charging.
Yeah, it looks like with that tide, those waves just standing up a little bit bigger on that inside. That was well overhead on that one. Unfortunately, it closed out on our competitor, but we'll see her get back out there. Hopefully, she'll be able to get a couple more waves before the end of this heat. Great to see her on a nice open face because, even though that 1.9 she had earlier on in the heat, there was really good signs of her power surfing, so it'd be great to see her get a couple more waves.
Well, 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, and small scores to drop through. Nothing that will change the situation. So as we wait for the next set, let's roll down to the beach and catch up with Drew Murin.
Hey, up front. Hey guys, down beachside right now with Ibea Marano from Spain, actually from the Canary Islands, but we'll call it Spain. Now you've been in the ISAs for many, many years. I think you've been here since, 2013, 2014?
Exactly, in Peru in 2013. It was my first ever ISA, and since then I've been repeating and enjoying these kind of events. For me, it's really fun and share with the Spanish team, and yeah, I feel like the oldest of the whole teams, but yeah, it's pretty fun. I still enjoy it in the water. And
what's crazy about it is you've been competing since 2013 and you're still only 26 years old. I mean, I just don't know how that works. I mean, the math is just insane, but what keeps you coming back to the ISA World Championships and competing at the highest level, Ibaya?
Well, I love the sport of SUP and the surfing, and I love the vibes and the team thing, and it's like for me a dream to be able to win one of these events, so I won't retire until I get it, so I'll stay here.
Well, I'll tell you what, the way you surfed in heat number 1 today, you're in good shape to take home a gold medal for sure. Why don't you take us through that heat?
Well, my heat was pretty hard, a lot of closeouts, and I had one good score and I was still missing one, but I'm pretty happy with that one wave, and yeah, the level of the girls is really high. I mean, I just saw Lucci Cosoletto go to 8.3, and Justine Dupont got 6 points. So, yeah, there's really good scores coming through, and a lot of high level of the girls.
Well, we're excited to see what you got, and hopefully you can chase down that gold here in 2023 in France. And my last question for you, you've been through all the events from Peru to Fiji, El Salvador, Denmark. I mean, how would you rate what we're seeing here in France in comparison to prior years in the ISA?
Well, I know to organize this kind of events is not easy, so yeah, I'm pretty happy that there is an event and we're here in France this year. And yeah, for sure the conditions can be better, but I still enjoy the vibes, and hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit less closeouts and more surfing.
And one other thing you don't know about Ibaya, at the Aloha party, she's the one to hang out with. There's been a table or two she's danced on. I mean, I'm just saying, right? It's all about the party.
It's all about having fun.
Yeah, see, love it. Ibaya, we're going to go try that table dance, and we'll get back to you guys a little later. Back to the studio.
Well, Ibaya, a world champion, has so many titles to her name, one of the most accomplished in her fields between SUP surfing, between windsurfing as well, a woman to be well respected.
Oh, for sure. Ibaya, yeah, huge name and such a down-to-earth person as well. Just getting to know her, like Drew was saying, having a drink with her as well is always a lot of fun. And she's a great person to be around, really positive energy too. So we're going to go to a replay of Lucci's wave. You can see again, right off the top there, great top turn as she gets nice and vertical up into that section, and great 2 turns, and she's going to find another turn on the inside here. So a good wave from Lucci to back up that 8.33 she had earlier.
Judges loved it. Goes to a 7-point ride. So she's now sitting on Likely the highest heat total of the event so far with that 15.33.
Yeah, amazing surfing from her. And she's finding these gems that the other competitors aren't. She's getting really good kind of waves underneath the priority as well in this heat. So she's doing really well out there. And I think reading the conditions comes into play a lot as well. So she'd probably be sitting on the beach, you know, a good half an hour before a heat, just watching the waves, seeing what they're doing, seeing how the tide is affecting the waves as well and what the wind's up to. So she's doing great.
That's right. And, you know, with that last score dropping through, it does change the situation where Lisa is now chasing a score in the 9-point range to get herself into that advancing position. But it also means that Justine DuPont, currently competing at 5 months pregnant, a former world champion, is chasing a 9 to be able to take that leading spot away.
Yeah, it's a battle between the kind of Goliaths here. They're amazing competitors, and it's fantastic to see them go head-to-head. I'm sure we're going to be seeing it throughout the contest. They're in the advancing position at the moment, so they'll be into round 2, and we'll see them a lot coming up in the next couple of days.
Well, it's been fun to call the action with you so far, Bo, in the booth, and we've got so much more coming throughout the rest of the week. It's going to be a great couple days of surfing. We'll crown our champions on the surf side on Wednesday afternoon, and then we'll roll into 4 days of racing. So it's going to be really exciting with a variety of events to tune into at this year's World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of these competitors as well competing in multiple disciplines. So you'll see some of the SUP surfers coming up in the racing as well toward the end of the week, as we see our South African contingent here cheering on the next heat that's going to be coming up. But yeah, it's great to have so many different competitors here from all around the world. It's what makes the ISA event so fun. It's just you meet so many different people. You catch up with, you know, old friends and then make some new friends as well. So it's a really great team sport, and what the ISA are doing is just bringing the SUP community together, which is fantastic.
It's been amazing. We've got over 200 competitors in the draw this week, 30 different nations, 2 brand new in Saudi Arabia and in Belgium, competing for the very first time.
Yeah, it's so great to see more countries coming in and representing stand-up paddleboarding, and amazing from Saudi Arabia. I know there's going to be a couple of events maybe there with stand-up paddleboarding in the years to come. So
yeah, I've heard rumors of the same thing.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll have to look forward to that and see if it does come through. But yeah, it's really good to see competitors coming from all around the world.
Down to 45 seconds on the clock. Surfers getting ready for their heats to paddle out soon. At the moment, we've got Lucci from Argentina, our reigning world champion from last year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships in Puerto Rico. She's in the lead. Lisa Richard of Canada. She is working her way through to the inside, getting a couple strong maneuvers connected together on her backhand, and really just trying to build on that score line. Finding that 9 is going to be really challenging for the Nova Scotia surfer. But a great showing from her, and I'm excited to see more of Lisa surfing in the days to come.
Yeah, I'm too. I'm really excited to see her getting on the board a bit more and surfing. I think just from that, showcasing that last wave there, she's got a great style and really makes use of the paddle on the wave as well. So it'd be great to see her coming up in the rapid charge round tomorrow.
Well, that was a really well-surfed heat from Lucci Cosoletto specifically, walking away with a 15.33 heat total. She found that 8.33, backed it up with a high 7. And then Justine DuPont in with a 6 and a 5, only caught 2 waves, made the most of them, well surfed all around from Justine.
Yeah, she's good across all disciplines of surfing. Amazing big wave surfer as well. She's been competing a long time on the shortboard circuit. So yeah, she knows how to surf a heat. She's got great heat strategy. And yeah, so we'll see her into the next round.
Yeah, she is one that you could say is one of the most well-rounded surfers of all time. Men or women considered longboarding, shortboarding, SUP, and big wave surfing. To have world titles across multiple fields is really, really exceptional. Well, an incredible fifth heat to get underway here in the beautiful west coast of France. Taking a look at the beach there at Tanchette, which is where our surfers are located throughout the day. We're located about 2 kilometers north of this right now at La Grande Plage, where we've got the venue set up for racing later this week, but really wanting to capitalize on the fact that Tanchette specifically just picks up all that swell and allows for the surfers to really be able to surf in some waves of consequence.
Yeah, it seems like it has some really good banks at the moment too. I was taking a look down the beach earlier as I was driving along, and there were quite a lot of closeouts along there, but it seems like these surfers are really finding some really open waves, and it seems to be a really great location to hold the SUP surfing. And as you can see, those golden sands, the sun's out, everyone's on the beach now, so it's going to get busier and busier throughout the week.
And yesterday, through our opening ceremonies, there were so many spectators down. I mean, the whole town showed up. We've got people traveling in from all around the world to be able to view the action this week, which was really exciting. And so it's great to see the beach is starting to turn up this afternoon too with the sun.
That's right. Yeah, opening ceremony is always a fun thing to watch and to be a part of as well, especially representing your country. It's like we've heard from the ISA president. It's the highest kind of accolade to have to represent your own country, and all these competitors here surfing for their country.
Well, we're going to go ahead and roll straight into our next heat, heat number 6 for women's round 1. We've got 8 heats total, so 3 more to go. And out in the water, we have 2 Brazilians up against 2 South Africans. The Brazilians, Kilvia Cardosa and Aline Arisaka, in the red and blue jersey as those higher-seeded surfers. And then Taryn King of South Africa and Yvette Terblanche, also of South Africa. Taryn up and riding on her backhand with a quick couple re-entries to get the campaign started.
Yeah, very quick start there from Taryn, which is nice. Always settles the nerves a little bit as well for the first heat that you come up in, as we see the names up on screen there. And yeah, Taryn, a very accomplished surfer herself, longboarding, shortboarding. She does it all really, which is great, and a very, very competent SUP surfer, winning the racing title as well.
Yeah, she's quite similar to that of a Justine Dupont, just well-rounded, has, walked away with those national titles or competed and represented her country on a global stage across multiple disciplines throughout her surfing career, which is really cool to see. And then for that love of SUP surfing back in South Africa, for her and her husband to be two that are very invested in that community, a lot of the downwind paddles and races as well that they've been just training in all the time. As much time as the King family can have on the water, they do.
Yeah, definitely. And they get such a wide range of conditions as well, which is why she rides all those different equipment. As you see, quick paddle there from, I think that's Aline from Brazil. But these competitors just getting into position out there, trying to find these diamonds in the rough. You can see that wind making a little bit of bump on the water out there, so making it tricky for these competitors to stay stable on their board and get in the right position for the waves. But the caliber of names we see on there, they definitely know how to navigate the lineup.
It's so true. Speaking of Aline specifically, multiple national titles, 7 in total, 4 times in SUP surfing and 3 times in the sprint racing, so well-rounded across the entirety of the sport. She's also walked away the bronze medal at the Pan American Games and a gold medalist at the South American Games. So she's really been a surfer that's been really consistent in SUP surfing, as well as walking away with that copper medal back in Denmark.
Yeah, that's right. Aline been a big name in the women's SUP world for a long time now. I remember competing with her over 10 years ago, and it's great to see her still going and still at the top of the sport as well. And I know that she kind of switches between the surfing and the racing, but she did focus on her racing for a while there, which is why she did so well in that. And then now she's back on the surfing scene, and looks like she's going to try and paddle for this wave here.
I love the way you can see her digging in so deep, getting that paddle all the way into the water, nearly up to where her hand is on that bottom handhold, and drives through that first turn. Nice engagement of the paddle into the face of the wave as well to keep that balance. Now paddling along, looking to gain some speed, and she's going to find that open section for one more tag on the inside. Looks like she's ridden out of it, and she has. That's going to be a solid way for Aline to start things off.
Yeah, it just goes to show how good she is at reading the waves and knowing that there was going to be another section there that she can get a bit more of that scoring potential on. So Aline starting off her campaign really well. We'll see that score go up into, I think, the good range. So, yeah, Aline off the top of the first turn and then again to finish off that wave. Really in control, as we'll see her finding that rip to paddle back out.
Yeah, that rip has been really important for the surfers, a real godsend throughout today's conditions, especially on a beach break. It's a little different when there's a point break or even a reef break where you can kind of paddle out into the deeper channel and avoid having all that whitewater roll through. But at any beach break, you just want to find that rip.
Definitely do, and it can change things in a heartbeat. If you just get caught on the inside a little bit, it could be a few minutes wasted, and then your competitors might have the upper hand, but then it can switch around the other way as well. So yeah, it's a really exciting beach break at this location, and I think that competitors know that, and they're really preparing for it. You can see competitor on screen here coming up in the next heat, just getting ready to get out there, doing a little bit of dancing, and I think just warming up the body because yeah, you need to give it your all in these 20-minute heats.
Yeah, it's going to be a great heat coming up in the 7th of the day. We'll have a surfer from the U.S., Kanani Yachman, up against Puerto Rico's Nimse Garcia and El Salvador's Jocelyn Alabi. So that's going to be a really good one. And then in our final heat for the women's draw, we'll have Spain, Puerto Rico, and England with Alonze, Marie Carmen, and Sarah paddling out.
Yeah, a couple of nice heats to finish off the women's round 1. But as we see in the water there, Taryn for her first wave, dropping that 3.10. Eline, she just drops a 5-point ride for her last wave. So those 2 turns, getting into that good score.
Finding that combination of major maneuvers. Taryn will be looking for something similar. She's just repositioning herself, doing well to hold that balance. Talk to us about how challenging that is when you're out there, there's a little bit of bump on the surface of the water, and you're in competitive mode, needing to put yourself in position with the right waves to actually be able to stay up on your board.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of these competitors are riding boards that you can't really stay still on, so you have to keep moving around the lineup to keep that balance and kind of just paddling in circles as we see our competitor here.
Taryn on her forehand, nice snap to start things off, but something goes wrong and she'll go down.
Yeah, couldn't quite hang on to it. And then we have Kilvia here from Brazil, nice off the top, and she rides down through that one. So nice first turn. She dismounts gracefully there.
That'll be her first wave for Kilvia, so she's going to put herself into the conversation. Taryn will have another score to drop through, but it'll just be that small backup score without really going complete. Waiting for Yvette also to get her opening wave, the other South African in the water. Yvette from Cape Town, also from the Muizenberg area, same as the King family, as Taryn. So cold water that they're used to training in, a lot of wind, really exposed to the elements on the Cape.
Yeah, it really is down that way, and you can see that Taryn having that experience in those conditions as well. She seems really stable on her board as she's paddling out there. As we see just on the left of screen here, Aline taking a look at a right-hander down the beach. See if she gets onto that one.
Yvette also having a look. She's unable to get into it as we track now with Aline on her forehand. So a couple foam climbs, doesn't go complete on that finishing maneuver. May have had something a little bit better at the start of that wave. We'll just have to wait to take a look at that replay. She opened up with that 5-point ride, and another surfer goes down in a challenging section. We're down to 12 minutes on the clock, and as we wait for those scores to drop from last exchange, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew and the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, guys. Here beachside right now with Luci Osoleto. There you go. Had to pronounce it right. Hey, first of all, she's our reigning world champion trying to come back and defend here in France, and we're super excited about it. And I'll tell you what, you came out, you said, I want to put on a show, and you sure did with that 8.3, the highest wave score of the entire contest so far. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy to be part of Argentine team one more time and represent my country here in France. And I'm so excited to compete.
Is it hard when it's so cold back home to come out to the sun and get in the water and is it hard to shift gears away from winter season to summer season?
It's hard, but I was in Peru the last month, so I was surfing with 3-2, so it's like here, so I'm okay.
And how do you feel about the France break so far?
It's really nice. I really like this place because it's like home. It's like Mar del Plata. I surf in this city, and it's a beach break like this, so I feel in my house.
So is there any pressure about trying to defend the gold medal this year, or is it just go out and surf your surf?
Yeah, I came here and I say, okay, I have to surf, have fun, and I was training a lot this last year, so I just want to show my surf.
And let's talk about your training. You said you've been putting in the hours, and it definitely shows. What exactly technically were you working on in your surfing?
And this last year, I was training a lot to do turns more like radical and power with my SUP surf. I surf with shortboard too, so I was like training to do the turns that I do in the shortboard in the SUP board.
And did you change your equipment at all to accommodate that?
Sorry?
Did you change your equipment? Like, I know you went to a smaller, more lower volume board to accommodate that.
Yeah, now I'm surfing with a 6'7", 23.5", like 58 liters. I've got a new board, but it's less liters, so this wave, and it's not really strong, so I prefer surf with my old board that is better for these conditions. But yes, I've got a lot of new boards that are really good. I just want to say thank you to Rodrigo Gamarra, that is my shaper, and all these boards are magical.
Well, Lucia, I'll tell you what, you're surfing extremely well, and you're looking really good to defend that gold medal, so best of luck in the upcoming rounds.
Thank you, thank you.
Lucia Osoleto looking to defend that gold medal here in France at the 2023 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. Back to you guys. Now get out and train.
Lucci putting together a really solid performance. How was that? 15.33 heat total.
Yeah, one of the highest heat totals of the day. You could just hear in that interview that she's been riding smaller and smaller boards and really practicing her turns, and that you really notice that in that heat.
Calvia now on a heavy lip line, nearly makes a landing, but those legs were so straight.
Oh, yeah, she was so close to landing that, and yeah, like you said, just stood up a bit too tall there.
Taryn King now up and riding. Nice snap under the lip to start things off with. Great looking right in front of her, but also just digs that outside rail and can't keep that kind of flow moving forward on that wave, unfortunately. Taryn's currently sitting in the lead. That last section for Calvia, had she been able to ride out of it, would have been very impressive.
Yeah, it was big off the top, and it was very critical, that drop down into that steeper section. So, yeah, I think it would have been a great score had she landed it. But now she knows what she needs to do for the next wave, which is good.
So true. Let's take a look at some replays here. One of the waves that we've seen from Taryn King so far.
Yeah, so backhand there, a couple of turns on that wave. So backing up her highest score, as we see Aline off the top. That was a nice turn off the top there. So just that one where, I think this was the one where she connected it through and got another turn. So identifying that second section for her to get this 5-point ride on this 2-turn wave.
That first wave for her as we take a look here at this last of Calvia.
Yeah, you can see her setting up here. She knows to hit it off the top, and then this was one of her earlier waves actually, so making that one and getting the nice dismount, getting underneath that white water.
That 2.5, and then Taryn finding herself on the right. She's looking to improve on the 4.17 that she has on the board. So a few replays of the smaller scores that have rolled through so far. That 5-point ride of Aline Adesaka of Brazil being the highest score of the heat so far. Taryn's done well, though, to get that backup score in the conversation, which has her currently sitting in the lead, with the requirement in the 2-point range on Aline.
Yeah, so we just had a situation change there from Aline's last wave. So a 5.1, she betters her situation. So Taryn now looking for a 5.93. She's still in that advancing position. So really focusing on 3rd and 4th position surfers. Calvia looking for that 4.84. And, I think with that one big turn off the top, she could definitely do that, as we're just under 7 minutes left remaining in this heat. And Yvette yet to really open up her account. We did see her on a little wave, just a 0.5, a very small score. So hopefully she can get back out there and get into this heat.
Down to 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Our surfer in the white jersey is sitting with first priority at the moment, Yvette from South Africa, specifically from Simonstown and Cape Town. It's such a beautiful, small coastal town. She absolutely loves being on the water, downwinding the Miller's Run specifically. She's 47 years old, one of the older competitors in the draw, has 2 teenagers, and has been a wife for almost 17 years, and just loves getting to spend that time with the family on the water. Great to see Yvette representing for South Africa this year. And she hasn't been able to really find that rhythm in this heat, though. She's sitting on that 0.5 at the moment, not chasing a giant score, but a solid score in a 6.84, which could be the strength of 2 rides. If you're in this kind of position, what are you looking to do out in the water, Bo?
Yeah, it is kind of hard, but as well with 4 competitors out there, only a couple of competitors are going to be getting the better wave. So it's just a matter of being patient, having that priority. She's in 2nd priority at the moment, so waiting for a good wave to really get her up into the contention to fight for that 2nd position and advancing position. But it definitely, the nerves start to kick in now as we're ticking down toward 5.5 minutes in the heat. That the next heat's paddling out, your time's running out. So it is very nerve-wracking for her, but hopefully she can find a good wave to start off her campaign here, and then we'll definitely see her in the repechage round if she does get knocked out. But it's going to be interesting to see her coming up, because I know, coming from where the Kings are as well in South Africa, that she's very, very competent in her SUP surfing.
5 minutes on the clock. Our surfer in the red jersey, Calvia, is currently sitting in that 3rd place position with a slightly smaller requirement than what we see on the board for Yvette. She's chasing just a 4.84. Her highest score at the moment being a 2.5. And Calvia has been surfing for most of her life, began surfing at just 8 years old, transitioned onto SUP surfing, stand-up surfing, when she was about 14, and that's when she really said she became an athlete and started pursuing that more intentionally.
Yeah, it's amazing. Some of these athletes, they just take really naturally to stand-up paddleboarding, and using the paddle in the waves especially comes natural for a lot of people, and it seems like Kilvia there just taking to SUP really well, becoming an athlete at the age of 14. It's incredible. As we see Aline dropping into this one, bit of size on that sandbank, but couldn't manage to find a turn on that wave, having to straighten out.
That was a really solid size set, well overhead, kind of bowly as she was coming through the section. Was looking like she wanted to try and commit to something, but that wave just closed out so quickly. So down to 4 minutes on the clock, and Taryn now on her backhand. Nice quick snap. Setting herself up through here on the inside section, and looking for one more opportunity. As she comes through the inside, she's gonna just redirect, but stay on that backhand. Nice whip. Reading this wave really well as she connects through to the inside.
Yeah, multiple turns on that wave from Taryn, and like you said, reading it extremely well, managing to get lots of turns, and she finishes up there, checking her watch. Maybe she can get back out the back. 3.5 minutes on the clock, but she'll back up a score there. It'd be interesting to see if it is that 5.93 to change the situation there, but still in that advancing position for Taryn at the moment. As we see maybe a paddle out the back there from Yvette.
And you got the runaround for Taryn King, sprinting up the beach, having a look to her team and her family there, trying to get herself back to where that rip is so she can get into backline a little bit quicker.
Yeah, paddling straight out through the waves he's going to waste a lot of time doing that, so Taryn opting for the runaround. As we see a nice wave coming through here.
Yeah, this is a good looking set. We'll see if Yvette can get herself in position. She's trying hard to put herself into a place where she can get a strong paddle, but just can't quite get there. Kilvia now out the back and sitting in position as well. She's chasing a bigger score, though, as the requirements have changed. Taryn King drops in a 4.67 for her last wave, which rolls through as her as her highest score so far. And that means the requirements are up into the 6-point range for third to advance through and into the 8s for fourth.
Yeah, so really at this point maybe thinking break it into 2 waves, but then you've only got 2 minutes on the clock, so competitors having to wait for a really nice wave to come through, and then trying to open up on that big section to get the highest scores. As we've seen earlier in the day, a lot of competitors getting really critical, getting vertical, and really committing to that end section. So hopefully we'll see a little set roll through here within the last 2 minutes, and we'll get these competitors on another wave.
Just a little bit more opportunity. It has been a really fun opening day of competition here. It seems like all the surfers have been really stoked to just be in the water. They've been enjoying getting to know a little bit of a different break. Some of them have a break like this, beach breaks, that are similar back at home. Others, surfing waves quite different, as we take a look at the replay of that last bomb that Aline took off on.
Yeah, and then as we see a replay here of Taryn's left, it's just really smooth style, nice top turn there, throwing a bit of spray. Really hurt the bulk of the score coming from those 2 outside turns. A bit more critical, the wave's a bit bigger, a bit steeper, but she manages to link it through here for another couple of turns on the inside. You can see her setting up, waiting for it with that paddle switch. Really nice style. Then off the top here, comes a little unstuck on the end there, but a great wave from Taryn, so that's her highest wave score in this heat.
Talk to us about that paddle switch and the control that's kind of shown.
Yeah, definitely. You really need to be in control with that paddle switch, and that's what the judges look for, is that smooth transition as well. As we see a big off the top. Nice from Kilvia, so that's exactly what she was looking for. Claimed it as well at the end there, so she knows that was the wave that could get her up into that advancing position.
That was awesome. That was such a good re-entry and well read. She's been waiting for a moment like that. We've known that, she's capable of getting a solid score, of getting a wave like that, but it just seems challenging to find, and I love that coming down to the final minute, she was able to get herself something good. She will be chasing a 6.34 in order to get herself the advancing position. What are your thoughts on this one?
Really nice carve off the top there, throwing a bit of spray as well, in control. She lands it really well, so I think the judges are really going to like that. A little bit of a, not the biggest wave we've seen, but definitely a bit bigger than some of the other scores we've seen from Taryn and Aline, so we'll have to wait and see what the judges lock it in as.
And Kilvia, having a strong paddle, wanting to just roll it all the way out until that buzzer sounds. And they'll hear that siren starting to go now as this heat winds out. It's going to be the Brazilian in Alina Adisaka who takes away the lead with that 5-point ride. And that score for the last of Kilvia drops through as a 3.8. It does come through as her highest score of the heat. Unfortunately, it's not enough with the strength of just a 2.5 backup score to take her into that advancing position over Taryn King from South Africa in second. And it will be Yvette and Kilvia dropping out into the rapid charge round with more opportunity to come in the coming days when they have those rapid charge rounds running. We're going to go to a quick break. We've got so much more action coming from this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Women's round 1, heat number 7 to come right after this.
And welcome back to the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne in France. We have heat number 7 of the women's round 1 coming up. Kanani Yockman from USA in red, Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico in blue, and Jocelyn Alabi from El Salvador. I'm joined here in the booth by Anthony Vela. We are back. We have beautiful blue skies above us now. A little bit of clouds out in the distance, but still beautiful conditions here for Indian summer in France.
Indian summer, man. Look at that. It's just so beautiful, and the surfing has been hot right now. Just like the weather, we saw highest single wave and highest heat total by our reigning world champion, Lucy Cozzoletto, but then also Justine Dupont throwing in some highest scores. Ibaya throwing in a 6.83 earlier in that first heat of the women. And this heat stacking up to be a good one as well.
We got some good action coming up here. And yeah, it is funny what happens when you go to lunch for 2 heats and you come back and there's a lot of action that has unfolded. We're seeing that tide is receding now. We've had high tide and we're going to see plenty of action coming up here. We got a replay, Anthony.
This is Kanani Yockman from the USA, from the Big Island in Hawaii, and just a smooth wave and pulling out of that one. We've been anticipating the conditions improving throughout the day. And I think by the scores of the last couple of heats, that's been reflected in those scores.
There were some really high-scoring heats in there. It went from, into the excellent range, I believe, even on some of the scores.
Yep, with 8.33. So take that, men. Lucy with the highest, and then Justine Dupont as well with a very high heat total. Again, she's a 2-time former champion going up against the current champion, and I think the current champion sent a message to the rest of the girls.
There is definitely an encoded message. There's some business to be made here. As we look at the backdrop here at Les Sables d'Olonne, a beach and a city very much known in the sailing world for the Vendée Globe, the around the world sailing race. And I actually went and talked to some of the organizers earlier, and that it is a sailing race where it's you solo commandeer a boat around the world. It takes around 2 to 3 months, and they start and finish right here in Les Sables d'Olonne, right at the pier where we're going to be racing later this week.
Yeah, that's pretty cool to be a part of that, kind of in a way, in the same location at least. And, just setting this heat up in the earlier rounds. Kanani represented the U.S. last year in Puerto Rico. Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico. Her brother Omel also competing. And she's kind of, an up-and-coming charger and ripper, relatively new. And then, of course, Jocelyn Alabi, who was one of the key players in us being in El Salvador a couple years ago back in 2019.
I'm joined here in the booth with Anthony Vela. My name is Casper Steinfath. I'm really excited to be here commentating, giving my insights and digging out Anthony's insights with all the action happening out there. We are into the women's first round of the SUP surfing. We've got plenty of action to come because when we're done here with the last heats, we're going to go on to the men's round 2. And conditions they're looking up, I would say.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see some high scores for sure. Men's round 2 is going to be all of the men that were in the top 2 of their heat. So it's all the heat winners and second place finishers. So we're going to see some high scores.
As we see in blue, Nimse Garcia riding this nice left-hander, doing a layback. Does she layback sit down? Almost comes out of it.
Almost comes out of it. It's like that. We don't need to mention that one Kelly Slater air where he landed it but kind of fell and got a 1.67 or something. But it was an awesome maneuver nonetheless.
There are those moments where you see athletes trying something above and beyond, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. We are 5 minutes into the heat. We have just under 15 minutes remaining. Nimse Garcia in blue from Puerto Rico, having a 1.33 on her scoreline. She is chased down by Kanani Yachman from the U.S. And we're still about to get started with this heat. Kanani having a 1-point score so far. I like this picture, Anthony, right here.
It's just beautiful and cleaning up. We have, obviously when you have an event running all day, you have a lot of variety and changing conditions. I think the change right now is going to be favorable for the remainder of the day.
As we see Kanani Yachman up and riding, having a nice left. She went for an off the top there, but looked like her center of gravity did not match the trajectory of that wave. And blue, Nimse Garcia taking a look at this wave, not opting to continue on it. Plenty of time left on the clock. Anthony, we've been looking a little bit at the history of France and the history of the ISA. We are in France, the home of the 2024 Olympics happening, in just a year. We'll get back to that as we see Jocelyn from El Salvador up and riding on the left. Nice little slash, does a turn, makes it into the inside section, eyes a little ramp. Yeah, that was 2 or 3 really nice turns there.
Yeah, she's stoked. This is what we like to see. The surfers have just been enjoying some great waves. Well, most of them at least. Some of them have been taking some, definitely some poundings. But Joss, as she's sometimes called, is stoked. And you can see she's rewarded 3 good turns. Not, super on rail. The wave wasn't huge, but she goes to the lead in this heat from that wave ridden.
With a 2.83, yeah, that's what it takes. It was a beautiful combination. Like, we talked about earlier how, the judges are scoring, obviously, the big radical maneuver high, but there's also the combination of turns. And, that's cool to see 3 turns results in 2.83.
Yeah, and I think that's why...
we got down on the beach right now. Our good man, Drew Murren, walking around, taking the temperature. What do you got for us, Drew?
Thanks, guys. Down beachside right now with one of my favorite interviews, Aline Adesaka from Team Brazil, and one of the best smiles on tour, for sure. Aline, good to have you back.
Thank you so much.
Let's talk first about your shoulder injury. Last year in Puerto Rico, you injured your shoulder in the sprint races, wasn't able or really wasn't up to snuff in the SUP surfing. How's that injury sort of repairing and healing for you?
Well, first of all, I'm so happy, honored, and feel really blessed to be here. It's pretty much a miracle that we're here, and so I'm just really grateful for this opportunity to be competing again, especially after the injury, yeah? So I had to make a choice, leaving the race behind for this year, so focusing on the surfing as I qualified for Pan American Games in Puerto Rico.
Now, you got Pan Am's coming up at the end of the month. How good would it feel to take a gold medal in this event? That's got to springboard you going into the Pan Ams.
Well, gold medals obviously are gold medals, and I honestly feel like a winner just to be here. So no matter what happens, I am so grateful that I'm able to be here competing. For the first time, I've got my dad here, and my birthday in 2 days, so it's like the biggest gift I could ever have to have my dad here with me.
Aline, you're like one of the most humble, most admirable people on tour. This is why I like about her. And let's talk about your dad first. Your dad's over here taking photos right now, and we'll bring him in the picture here in a minute. But what is his influence and what has his tutelage meant to you over the years?
Well, my dad is the one that taught me to surf, and he brought me into surfing. So surfing has always been part of our life, and then I have my brothers as well, and my younger brother has competed at ISA Surfing Games for juniors representing Brazil. So we come from, surf has always been part of our life, and no matter if it was good or bad times, surfing was always part of it. So surfing is pretty much my life, you know, and you know, my dad brought me into this, my dad and my mom. So yeah, I'm grateful for my family.
Well, I'm gonna bring your dad in here. Come here. What's your dad's name?
Jackson.
Hey, Jackson. How you doing?
I'm fine, very fine.
I'll tell you what. You just heard your daughter talk highly of you and sort of compliment you and give you credit for a lot of the things that brought her along to be the world-class athlete that she is. How does that make you feel?
I think all the parents, they have to support their sons and daughters, and she really would like to be a professional surfer, so we are supporting her. Of course, it's really proud, and we cry together, we smile together, we celebrate together, because that's it.
And I want to ask you this. I mean, Eleni is one of the nicest, most kindest, humblest person that I've ever met. How did you raise such a great human?
Actually, I don't know why. We are understanding that we have Almighty God, you know, over of us, and all of us are the same, you know. So the first commandment is love your next as much as you love yourself, you know. And maybe she's trying to do that, and maybe that's happened. Surfing is life. Surf is healthy. Jesus life. Practice surfing and follow Jesus.
This is why I love these people. I mean, how could you not? Eleni, you and your family are absolutely tremendous. I'm honored to know you guys.
I am honored to know all of you guys, and for me, ISA Surfing Games, you know, and all like the teams, even though from all the nations, I feel like we are all a family, you know, one big family that love surfing and love competing. So, you know, no matter what happens, no matter what the result is, we are one big family.
All right, let's close the competition. Just pull the plug. We're done. That's pretty much sums up what the ISA is all about. Eleni, one of the strongest ambassadors we have at the International Surfing Association. Thank you for all you do. And Jackson, congratulations on raising such an amazing human.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys. You guys are fantastic.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you for the great interview down there with Eleni Arisaka and Father Jackson. That was an interview, Anthony, I feel, that summed up a lot of the values that we appreciate watching here at the ISA Worlds family. Eleni, a very seasoned competitor as well. Very happy to see her do well. And while we've been away with the interview, a little update on the situation. We still have Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico in first place with a 2.93 heat total, and Jocelyn from El Salvador. Jose in second place, needing small score to advance. Still seeing the girls get busy. Anthony, what do you make of that interview with Eleni there before?
Simple, 5 words. I can sum it up in 5 words. Basically, what she was saying is a better world through surfing.
There you go.
And I just came up with those words myself.
As we see live action right there, Nimse Garcia, beautiful floater. Almost stuck it there as we see Kanani from the U.S. going for the backside floater, rides down through the whitewater. Yes, raise those arms. That was a beautiful floater there.
Yeah, she doesn't quite have the speed as some of the other girls, but she has the commitment. I've seen her charge. She's from Hawaii, so you automatically are born charging. And this is, again, her second time competing, representing the United States at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. But, of course, we know the better world through surfing is kind of the mission of ISA, and Eleni represents that mission, like Drew said, as well as anyone. It's great to have her competing here and have her being prepared and ready for the Pan American Games coming up in Chile later on this year.
Speaking of Pan American Games, that's a topic we're going to cover a lot this week. We have it coming up here shortly. The Pan American Games, of course, being the multi-sport Olympic events, Olympic Games of the Americas, so to say. Can you give us a quick brief? What are the Pan American Games exactly?
So it's basically you've got the Olympics, and then if you were to go underneath the Olympics, you've got the Commonwealth Games that include a lot of the Commonwealth countries, and then you have the Pan American Games, which is almost the equivalent of the Commonwealth Games for the Latin American countries. So for many of these countries, the Pan American Games is almost bigger than the Olympics because it is only for the area. So for these athletes in surfing and SUP surfing, and technical racing, and also in longboarding. These are the 4 disciplines under the surfing umbrella in the Pan American Games. So surfing is one of 36 other sports that are there. There's close to 100 different disciplines within all of these sports. And for a lot of these athletes, earning and winning a medal at the Pan American Games also leads to some financial help from the government, as Jackson was talking about there. You know, the families support the athletes, but it would be great if the families didn't have to support them, if they can get support from the government. And the Pan American Games for stand-up paddling is the highest level that stand-up paddling has ever been presented on.
And it's important to look here, it's not just stand-up paddle racing, it's stand-up paddle surfing as well that is included in this huge mix of sports. And I remember talking to some of the athletes that went to it last time in Lima. This time it is in Chile, in Santiago. But speaking to some of the athletes that have competed there before, they described it as a mini Olympics. They'd never, been to the Olympics themselves. They spoke to, for example, Connor Baxter. He was hoping to go to the Olympics one day. But the description I was receiving of the event was like, wow, you're at the event with hundreds of athletes from your country. You are really part of something bigger. And I think that's a very neat thing.
Yeah, and we'll get right back to that as Kanani Yakbin just drops that 3.93 to take her into the lead. So again, with that, a very aggressive turn, and she was excited about that as well.
Sure
Lots
was.
of smiles we're seeing now. I think the sun's out, the waves are improving, and that's awesome. But yeah, back to, at the Pan American Games that were in Peru last time, there were 8 finals.
You were down there as well.
I was
right?
down there working as the race director and helping with the SUP surfing competition. And there was a there was a Peruvian in each of the finals. So a Peruvian won a medal in each of the different finals. The president of the country was there, and it was at the beginning of the event. So it's a 2-week-long event. Surfing was in the first part of it, and these athletes then were presented to their country as Pan American Games medalists. So, for instance, Itzel Delgado, who won a silver medal, Vanya Torres. We see some live action.
As we got Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico up and riding here, a nice little check turn, making her way through the midsection. Yeah, it just doesn't quite catch the train to that inside there. But as you were saying, like Itzel Delgado from Peru, obviously one of the athletes that really stood out at the Pan American Games last time around. When was last time? That was
2019.
2019.
So it's every 4 years, before the year before the Olympics. And I was beginning to talk about there. You see the athlete getting prepared for round number 2.
That's the family right there, probably.
Yeah, but they were all the medalists were taken to the track stadium during a track event. So 70,000 people were in the track stadium as stand-up paddlers were walking as champions and being a standing ovation from their country. And can you imagine the feeling of all the hard work and sacrifice that goes into it to then be celebrated, not just by your family and friends, but by your entire country?
I can definitely put myself in that situation. Being an athlete myself, you have that dream of performing on the biggest stage. And I think for myself, that has been the World Championships, of course. But with the Olympic dream still very much alive, thanks to the leadership of the ISA. And, it's something every athlete dreams about. And I just remember Itzel's description of it. And I would love to hear it later this week when we speak to him at some point, what it was actually like to stand there, like you said, in that stadium of 70,000 people.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine. And we've been talking about Casper not retiring. So maybe if we get the call up to the Olympics, maybe that's when he hangs up the announcer hat and starts training again to possibly represent his country.
Who knows? There's a lot more ground we want to cover there. Olympics is a topic we'll return to more later this week. There's a lot of interesting things happening on that front. The ISA has been very committed to pushing the Olympic agenda. The inclusion of stand-up paddling in the Olympics is high on that agenda. And, there's still some things in play for LA 2028.
Yeah, so, just to inform a lot of the stand-up paddlers out there watching that the technical racing was first proposed to the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, back in 2015 when surfing was first proposed as an Olympic sport. It wasn't accepted, but people should know that it still was proposed.
It was proposed, yeah.
And then again in 2024, it was proposed on the list for France. It wasn't accepted. And then it was proposed again in 2028, LA 2028. It hasn't been declined yet, which is a positive, So it's currently in the possible stages, and there have been a number of back and forths, and we'll wait for a decision hopefully sometime soon.
And the Olympics is something we'll return much more to as we see up and riding Nimse Garcia. Nice backhand attack, making the most of this smaller wave, milking it all the way to the inside. Nice little hack in the white water. She might look for one more move there. Oh, why not go for two? That is definitely making the most of this wave, riding it all the way to the beach with only 10 seconds left on the clock. She's probably not going to make it back out again. In first place, we have Kanani Yokman. She has a 5.5 heat total. Nimse Garcia needing a 3.91 to advance into that first place position. What do you think of that wave, Anthony? Does that qualify for a 3.91?
It's going to be close. Remember Kanani's wave, it was more of that, it was just that one turn, but it was a great turn nonetheless. That was a smaller wave, more turns, more action. So the judges now have the ability, so here we see a smaller wave.
This is Nimse's wave. Going
on her backside. Nice turn right there. And then again, setting up for another turn. Would like to see her get that paddle dug in more to really, amplify that force there. And again, these are more, smaller turns, but more of them. So this is that eternal question. One move or one big move or 6 or 7 smaller moves. I think it's going to be very close. And this is when the judges will pull up the replay. So they have the ability to look through any wave and compare it and kind of decide which wave is better. And so that's what they're doing right now. The judges are going to take their time, and they're going to do their due diligence, and they're going to give the score that's deserved.
Yes, and we're still waiting on that score from Nimse Garcia. And actually, there was a change of situation. Jocelyn in second place right now before that score from Nimse drops. But here we go, Anthony. We got the score coming from Nimse. It's a 3.13.
Not enough. Close, but not enough. So again, the judge is rewarding that one maneuver on a bigger wave more than those multiple maneuvers on the smaller wave.
Yeah, and that's a saga we're going to see continue throughout the day. The saga of small maneuvers versus big maneuvers, flow versus power. There's a lot of action still to come as we see Team Puerto Rico.
Yeah, celebrating their surfer who was in second, dropped down to third, but then that last score moved her back into second into the advancement fit position in the last stages. And congrats to Team USA's Kanani Nachman taking the win.
And we will be right back with a lot more action here. This is Casper Steinfath joined by Anthony Vela. We're going to take a quick break, but get back to action really soon.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Hello, welcome back. Bonjour, my name is Casper Steinfath. I'm joined in the booth by Anthony Vela. This is the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard World Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne in France. We got a beautiful backdrop with the city in the background. As we take on heat number 8 of the women's first round, we have Alasne Aurecoechea from Spain, Maria Carmen Rivera from Puerto Rico, and Sarah Perkins in green from Team England. Anthony, what do you make of this lineup?
Well, first off, well done with Alasne's name.
I practiced it.
That's one we definitely have to practice. And Alasne,
seasoned competitor here. This is her third time competing, representing Spain. And again, we're talking about the team competition. Alathne getting on the board first with a 1-3-3. But three of the three previous Spanish surfers have made it into round number 2, and Alathne is going to try to do the same.
Yeah, definitely a lot of action to come. Alathne, no stranger to competition, also a very active athlete on the APP World Tour over the years. She has been at, I've lost count of how many competitions. She's one of those faces that's been around from a very early age, but one gets the sense has really progressed through the recent years and could be someone to really keep an eye on this week. We see a little bit of texture on the water here, a little bit of afternoon wind kicking in, as we have live action right here in front of us.
That's an Alathne right there again.
It is in red. Alathne getting a quick in and out on that wave. Nice little carve on the face, seeing if the inside section here offers anything out. Do you think, Anthony, she's catching this wave in now to milk it or for another strategic reason?
I think she's motioning for something, or maybe she has a wrist, like a wristband on. So I think this is a positioning thing. She's going to most likely walk up the beach towards the top of the screen, or run if you're fit.
Run.
For me, I'd be walking. So yeah, she's running up the beach to get into the rip tide or rip current there. And Marie Carmen Rivera from Puerto Rico, more known as a racer, but as we've been talking about, most of us are surfers that happen to enjoy or get good at racing and continue with it. But I think we're all just enjoy the ocean and love surfing. So great to see Marie Carmen. She was third place at the Pan American Games back in Peru and will be representing Puerto Rico again in racing. But now she is surfing. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the competitions she's entered in this week. Like, she's not just doing the SUP surfing, she's in the technical racing, I believe also the distance racing, and the sprint racing. That's a full plate.
Full plate. Sounds like a Casper Steinfast kind of full plate.
I would do that. I would do that.
And Sarah Perkins as well from England. Great to see the English team here, and we're still waiting for Sarah and Marie Carmen to catch their first waves. And Alathne doing she's the, I would say, seasoned surf contest competitor in this heat. So smartly catching 2 waves right off the bat, and now she can kind of sit and maybe be a little bit more patient and wait for a bigger and or better scoring wave.
As we see Team USA, Bo Gallagher, I believe it is, walking down the beach with the stripes and stars, flag, American flag, rolling it together.
Yeah, Bobo, the current U.S. champion. Dave Vaney was in that heat as well, and Bobo was just finding all of the good waves. It was very difficult conditions back at the U.S. trials in Oceanside. Similar to here, when the tide changes in Oceanside, it changes the conditions a lot, and Bobo using all of his ocean knowledge to put him in the right spot. And Dave, I would say, maybe has the ability to do turns that are higher scoring, but Bobo was just finding all the good waves.
He was going to town.
He was going to town.
Yeah,
so now he's riding an infinity. So I guess that's the thing. If you beat Dave, then you can get an infinity.
Is that what qualifies you to ride infinity? I don't know if I'll ever beat Dave. That guy has style. But as we look at the clock, 13.5 minutes left of this heat. Alathne starting off with 2 decent waves, a 2.83 being the best one of those. That definitely, gets the nerves out of the way. I remember when I was competing in the SUP surfing, one of the most nerve-wracking things was just getting started, getting a few waves under the belt. But then what strategies do you think Alathne would be applying right now in her mind, given she has a few scores on the board now?
So I think she's, the waves that she caught, she really didn't get a chance to, show her surfing. And as you mentioned, her surfing's been evolving over the last few years, and I think she's adding a little more power and, putting it a little bit more on rail. And I think she's going to be looking for a wave that has a little more wall for her to work with, and of course a little more size the judges like to see also.
Absolutely. And yeah, as we look at the conditions on offer right now, I hear we have the man, the myth, the legend, Drew Murren on the beach with some news for us. Drew, what you got for us?
Thanks, guys. I'm beachside right now with Team USA rider Kanane Yakman, all the way from the Big Island of Hawaii. And I'll tell you, Hawaii's been through a lot lately. And I know all of our thoughts, we've been talking about it all day about Maui and whatnot, but you're representing well, girl.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm stoked to be here.
Let's talk about the board that you're on first of all, right? That NSP, a little bit bigger, a little bit more, a little fuller board than most of the athletes out there. How did it perform in these conditions?
I feel like it was to my advantage because of the water movement and the wind out there, so I had more stability out there as well.
Let's talk about training coming in this, Kanane. I saw you last year in Puerto Rico. You're like, I haven't trained but like a week leading into this thing. Has anything changed in your training regimens?
When I'm surfing, I try to be more competitive on my waves. Back at home, we only have one surf spot, one break, so it's kind of hard dealing with the locals, but they help me out a lot over there. They let me go. They're cool over there.
And let's talk about Hilo. It's such a tight-knit community on the Big Island, obviously. You talk about the locals kind of being, they're very accepting of you, though. I see your videos, your Instagram videos. They seem to invite you in. How has that shaped your stand-up paddleboard, your stand-up paddleboarding as a whole? Is kind of like the surf culture in your area?
Well, there's not too many paddleboarders back in Hilo, but I share with all the locals. Everybody's my family over there. We get along with everybody. They take me in with good arms and hands, and yeah, we just share and love one another out there.
And my last question for you, very important question, probably very, you don't have to answer it if you don't want, but it's probably one of the most technical questions I've asked all day. What is your favorite Hawaiian fruit?
Lychee.
Okay, why?
It's just so good. I put it in martinis.
Oh, really? Why don't you bring one tomorrow?
I will.
Okay. I'll be going on break here for about 10 or 15 minutes, boys. I'm going to go get myself one of these, but congratulations, Kanane, and good luck in the update.
Moko Calvi, I love you guys.
Gosh, leche. I like that, leche. Let's go get some. Back to you. Lychee.
Thank you, Drew. Please enjoy your break. We're going to miss you. That was great to get some Hawaiian aloha in here.
Yeah, and we've been talking about the board size and board choice and live action.
Live action, up and riding front side, nice off the top.
I believe that was Marie Carmen.
Regular footer.
Yeah, I think so.
Maria Carmen there was a nice off the top there. The glare makes it a little bit hard for us to see exactly who we are looking at, but really nice first turn. Didn't quite materialize to much more. As we look at the clock, just under 10 minutes remaining.
I know that was Alasne.
That was Alasne,
Yeah.
waiting for the score to drop. Alasne furthering her line and drops in at a 4.17 for that, I believe, single maneuver wave score.
There's your textbook house building right there. 133, 283, 417.
Tell me, I think I know a little bit about house building, but what do you mean when you say house building in a heat like this?
Well, we'll look at this replay first. You can see a bigger wave attacking that first turn right there with the confidence from the first two waves. So just one turn. Again, we've been talking about the differences. So, you want to just start off getting your feet wet and getting some scores on the board. You see Marie Carmen still waiting for a wave with over half the heat gone. So then your nerves start, playing into it. But if you have a couple of waves ridden, it just loosens you up, I feel like. And so, the 133, not a high score, but you at least have a wave and you're in the lead. Then a 283, so she built on that 133. So she's laying the foundation, adding to it, and then your confidence starts to build. Obviously, we saw her attack that last wave, and the return off of her investment was a good return. And so she's now building her house and progressing, and that's a very smart way to surf your heat.
Well, it's also excellent way to enter the market of real estate. But we are in France. We are at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are learning about the strategies of SUP surfing, what goes into making a successful heat. As we see, I believe that was Marie Carmen here paddling for that wave. But the high tide still really making the waves tricky. There's not a whole lot of waves coming through that provide that great open wall for laying out laying out some style on the canvas. But talking about real estate, look at some interesting, look at an interesting coastline in the back. I love how the waves are all along the beach here. We're sitting up at the other end of the beach, up in the end of your screen here to the left. We're situated at the Grand Plage, which is the race site venue where all the athletes are going to be racing the technical race, the long distance, and the sprint and relay later this week. the Plage de Tanché, where the SUP surfers are right now, is where the waves are the biggest here. They are the most focused, and they're definitely putting on a bit of a challenge for the athletes, as we see Team Spain right here.
Team Spain looking ready to go. And there's
Duna.
Yes, Duna. And then on the right-hand side, that's David, multiple medal winner in the prone paddling. And just previous to this, we were seeing Marie Carmen paying the price for attempting a couple of smaller waves. And then now she's taken, there she is on the inside. So she didn't catch a wave. She just paddled for waves and now is on the inside. That's not what you want to happen.
No, now she's tied up, making her way back out to the lineup. That's, yeah, it's going to be a tough one with just over 6 minutes remaining. She can make it out, but it's really going to be crucial to find those rip currents, I guess.
Yeah, we saw, again, speaking to Lasne's experience, we saw her earlier after the 283 do the runaround and go into the rip current, put herself in position for the 417 as well. So, her surfing experience is coming into play, and we see a turn and burn right here on the inside.
Turn and burn, Anthony's one-liner. But there's something to it. The turn and burn, like if you're spending half the heat making it back out, at some point you might as well try to catch a little wave on the way, massing up a little score. But then again, that's a strategy call.
Yeah, and if you do that, then perhaps she could maybe have done the runaround as well, not taking advantage of that. Maybe didn't have, the team strategy before, and now. Good.
How much do you think a team plays a difference, like for Lasne right there? Do you think it was her sole her decision to come in and run, or did she have a coach and team on the beach waving at her to do that?
I believe they would have talked about it beforehand, and the two guys that surfed, talked to her, Oyhan and Guillermo. They could have said, hey, there's the rip over here. She's been watching it all day. You see other riders doing it throughout the day. So it's more of an observation thing, and then having your team kind of, tell you to use that. So she's using her experience as her strength in the same way right now that Marie Carmen should use her racing prowess to help her get out and possibly, get a wave. All she needs is a 1.37, which is basically down the line, and oh, here we go. Here we see another turn and burn.
This is Sarah Perkins taking a look at this wave. Very close to the beach. There's not going to be a whole lot of scoring potential, but then again, Marie Carmen needs a 137 to get into that second place and advancing position. Sarah Perkins has a 0.87 and a 0.5, a very open heat, to put it. And there's still over 4 minutes remaining. Stuff can still happen. But I remember from experience doing SUP surfing myself that, you would enter the water with a strategy in your mind, like this is what I'm gonna do. But I remember one of the hardest things was then when it didn't go your way, when you were under pressure, needing a score towards the end, perhaps, and you're stuck in the white water. As we see up and riding, Red Lasne having a very nice left here, staying at the bottom, looking for something to work with, but just ultimately getting shut down there. But I remember when I was competing, I would sometimes have an idea of what to do, but I would begin doubting myself. And I think that's where the team really can come in. Like if you get a team that's yelling something that you think also is the right thing to do, that can boost the confidence.
For sure. That's where the team aspect comes into play. And, whether it's, sometimes you need to adapt, but there's a fine line between adapting and doubting your primary strategy. And, Sarah Perkins right now with her two low scores is advancing over Marie Carmen. And Marie Carmen just spent approximately 5 minutes in the impact zone right there.
Yeah.
Whether or not she's going to be able to make it out in the next 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
We see Marie Carmen in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen on her stomach, which she's allowed to be in the white water.
Yes.
Trying to make her way out.
Yeah, so right here is where it gets, it's a judgment call from the officials. So, yes, she's in the impact zone, but she's almost in the rip where it's, maybe a little safer. So the prone paddling is allowed for safety, not necessarily to, and basically we don't want these athletes paddling out and getting slammed by a 6-foot wave on the head. So you don't have to just stand and take it on the head. You're allowed to prone paddle to get out of position and So these, there's a little bit of gray area that leaves room for interpretation from the judges.
As we see Alasne taking off, highlining, getting a nice takeoff to this wave, switching her paddle around, does a nice carving roundhouse, eyeing another section, puts the board up, floats down. I have a feeling this wave isn't quite done yet. She's in the whitewater, but opts to, call it quits. How was that wave?
That's going to be, I believe, a little bit under her 417. So again, that, was more turns, but was it a better turn than the one turn?
It didn't have that critical element.
Exactly. And you can see her paddle straight parallel. She straightens out to then be perpendicular to the wave as it breaks, and then you'll see her go to the left side of the screen immediately to get into that rip current, whereas the other two girls have been in the same zone right in the middle. Alasne just doing a fantastic job of reading the conditions.
That's right, and that's where, the strongest athlete doesn't always win. You see Marie-Carmen still paddling over there.
And again, just Alasne is paddling,
left.
directly to the left into the rip current.
There's something that we can't see on the screen here. There's a rip over to the left that's, that elevator, that ski lift. Maybe not a ski lift, but it's some water that's seeking to go back out. And if you can jump into that current, that's the golden ticket.
And she's going to be back out while the other girls, again, poor Marie-Carmen, that she's going on her 8th minute on the inside here. And remember, she didn't even catch a wave. She was attempting to catch waves and then got caught on the inside. And she's been in the same position now for the last over 8 minutes.
You can treat it as a treadmill.
Yes.
A little bit of a workout. She is going to be racing later this week, so I think she's doing a turn and burn. A turn and burn. Words of Anthony Vela.
I can't claim those words, but she knows she needs a score under a minute. And, maybe had she done 2 of those 4 minutes ago, or just follow the surfer that's winning and go to the outside. But, maybe that's something Max Torres and, the rest of the Puerto Rican team, Omel Garcia and Nimse, can talk to her about and help her prepare for the next round if she doesn't advance through into round number 2.
Speaking of Omel Garcia, he is coming up in the next heat of men's round 2, heat number 1. We got him from Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico, Benedict Goetz from Germany coming up, Jethro Johnson from South Africa, and Gabriel Bachelet from France. So stay with us. We've seen Alasne Aureko-Chea.
Yeah, she just got a 3.9 right there. So
she got a 3.9, yeah. Beautiful.
Smaller wave, more turns. The judges did not like that as much as the one wave, one turn, 4.17 Sheeran.
So that was the culmination of the women's first round. We're going to show a piece here on the opening ceremony. Thanks for joining us. My name is Casper Steinfath. I'm joined by Anthony Vela. Stay tuned for more action here at the ISA SUP Worlds.
At the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time. It's a special time. Join riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Welcome back to the action for the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. It is going to be another great heat in front of us as we finished out our women's main round and we are into our men's main round 2, meaning each of these surfers, they've already competed today and they've fallen in either that first or second place position within their heats, and they are on their way to keeping themselves in the main round now. Shannon Hughes joined in the booth by SUP professional national champion out of Australia himself, and Bo Nixon, flown in straight from the UK this morning to join the commentary team this week. Thanks so much for being here.
Oh, it's fantastic to be here, Shannon, and back straight into the action here as we see our rider in, I think it's white, maybe it is. Oh, just falling off there on that end section, but a great first turn on the outside section. That sun playing into the identifying the colors a little bit, so we'll find out who that was. I think that was Gabrielle from France.
Gabrielle in the white jersey. It is going to be a bit challenging with the backlight from the sun to be able to identify that, so we'll do the best that we can, hopefully identifying them a little bit by their styles of surfing as well. Down to 18 minutes on the clock for round 2. We're sticking with that 20 minutes. Haven't allotted any extra time or anything. When we get to the repechage rounds, I'll be curious to see if the judges decide to roll through with, or the contest directors decide to roll through still with 20 minutes. Sometimes they go down to even 15 minutes for the repechage heats. So I'll have to see what that call is, but tomorrow we will be running through men's and women's repechage as well as some of the main round heats, because we've only got 3 days to be able to run through our SUP surfing division specifically.
Yeah, a lot of surfers in the SUP surfing division, so trying to get through it as best we can as we see a paddler here. This is Olmelv trying to get onto a wave there. But yeah, these surfers advancing through their heats this morning, like you said, so they've got some confidence behind them going into this heat. I think there's some really stacked heats coming up in men's round number 2. I think just about all these heats could be a final, really. There's some great surfers in the mix, and it's going to be fantastic to see the action. Looks like the wind may be cleaning up the conditions a little bit too, so we're in for a good afternoon of surfing.
It does seem like it's just backed off a little bit from that sort of midday breeze that we had blowing in. 17 minutes on the clock. Olmev on his backhand. He took out the heat win earlier on this morning for Team Puerto Rico to get him that first victory. So he's just trying to get his feet stuck into the wax for that first exchange. And a paddle here from, I believe, our surfer in green, Jethro Johnson for South Africa. He put together a really well-structured heat, and he kind of was finding the best of the bank that was rolling through this morning, so it was exciting to see him get off to a good start as well.
Yeah, like Drew was saying, one of the older competitors here at the ISA, it's great to see that there's such a age range of people competing. He's still bringing his A game. It's amazing to see. So, yeah, well done, Jethro. And, yeah, hailing from South Africa as well. So it's good to have that South African team there. I'm sure his teammates are cheering him on from the beach.
And up against Jethro and Gabrielle, we have Olmev and Benedict Goetz of Germany as well. Taking a look down the line for one of our surfers on his forehand, tries to connect with that end section and can't quite hold it together.
Yeah, these surfers looking to do that one big maneuver or trying to link some critical turns together to get those higher scores. So, yeah, surfer there just coming unstuck on that end section. As we see some competitors getting ready for their next heats coming up.
Max Torres getting a little warm-up in before paddling out for Puerto Rico in the next one. We've got 6 heats in this next round to get through, so not a lot of surfing to finish out through today. Just about 2 more hours, but it's been a big day of competition. Kicked things off this morning around 8:30 a.m., and everyone's been down on the beach, and you've seen full team support coming from competitors that are not even here for the SUP surfing division specifically, but a lot of the racers down on the beach as well.
And again, that's the best thing about the ISA. It brings everyone together, that whole team spirit down on the beach. So you've got a lot of cheers. After you finish your wave, you can hear all the your teammates cheering you on from the beach, and even just, people from across different countries coming together and supporting their friends and fellow competitors as well. It's definitely a fun event to be a part of, and as an athlete representing your country, it's definitely one of the best feelings.
Couple scores on the board, the 4.5 and a 3.5 for Jethro, setting himself up in the lead. Going complete on his maneuvers as well, sets him up with those bigger scores. Just small throwaways for both Olmev and for Gabrielle. Benedict having yet to get his opening ride underway. And we can see a paddle here in the glistening sunlight here on the west coast of France, as that sun is going to set just behind where these surfers are at in the water, driving through that first turn for Gabrielle. That was going to be very impressive had he been able to pull it off.
Yeah, that's right. He did that big carve underneath the lip there, but just catching the nose on the way down would have been a great score. That wave really standing up nice and tall for him there, so offering a really critical section, but unfortunately just goes down in the end there.
Well, with that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew Murin and the winner of that last heat.
Pan American? I know, because we have the European.
Thanks, guys. Down here beachside with Alasne. I'll let you pronounce her last name, Casper. I know you've been working on it for months. But, hey, first of all, congratulations. Great heat for you.
Thank you. I'm so happy to make it. So let's do it.
Let's talk about your board, Alasne. This has been your board for so many years. It seems like you keep going back to it. You try other ones. What brings you back to this board each and every time?
Because I have a new one, but I'm more comfortable with this one because I try with all type of waves. So this is my magic, and I'm going to use it in all the hits, I think.
And it's just a little bit of good luck. And tell us about this board. It's got to be at least, 4 years old, 3 years old?
Yeah, I think so.
And what is it? How long is it? How tall is it?
It's 6'5", and it have like 56 liters because I'm like a minion, so.
Oh, and you surf it really, really well. And what have you noticed about this board compared to the other ones that you've actually ridden?
I don't know because all the riders have different boards, but I don't know. This one it's like more for a lot of type of waves. Yeah.
Let's talk about, you got a lot going on back home in your country of Spain. You got your World Championships coming up, correct?
Yeah.
Tell us about that. How's that shaping up for you?
My super.
Yeah.
It's from Gijón for Asturias. They are in the north of Spain.
Got it. Yeah. Got it. Well, there's a lot coming up from Alasne with more to come from her in upcoming heats. So we're excited to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And look at Team Spain up there. Well, I think they're talking about waking up. Are they woken up yet?
Yeah.
They're still asleep. We'll see if we can wake them up for you.
They are sleeping.
Is that what it is? Is it siesta time in Spain right now?
No, it's the same time, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it is siesta time. Back to you guys. Casper, let's hear Alasne's last name. Pronounce it for us. You're on air right now.
Thanks so much, Drew. He cannot actually hear us, so he doesn't know that Casper is currently not in the booth. Great work to Alasne for stringing together a few great waves as we just watched that live action from Jethro Johnson, stringing together a few great maneuvers and up and riding. I believe that is our surfer in white, Gabrielle from Team France, putting a really nice kind of snap tail slide in for that second turn, climbs into the foam for the third, and looking to get himself around the foam and back into that position for an impressive duel between those last two waves. As we take a look now at our surfer in blue, Benedict Goetz, getting going on his opening ride. So 11 minutes remaining on the clock, sat patiently waiting for this for 9 minutes of the heat, drags that paddle in the water just to give him that little extra momentum through his turn, and to get that clean kick out straight into that paddle stance.
Yeah, we just saw a real consistent set of good waves then. So those right-handers opening up for those three competitors. Jethro, I feel like getting a really good exchange on his wave there, really finding some really critical sections, a bit steeper, and doing three really big turns. So I look forward to the replay on that wave.
10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Everyone paddling hard to get themselves back out into lineup now. We've been hearing a little bit more about equipment from some of the surfers, the size of boards that they're riding. What's a pretty standard board for someone that's a high-performance SUP surfer?
Yeah, we heard Alasne there. She's on a 56-liter board. That's very, very small. You'll see a lot of these competitors riding anywhere from between that 55 liters to about probably 90 liters at the biggest board. A lot of the competitors opting for around that 70 to 80 liter mark.
As we see, Omelv just hit the eject button, wasn't able to find that open face. So you can see in the high 50s for literage being really about as small as it goes.
Definitely, that's a very, very small board. And usually you kind of match your weight, so in kilograms. So if you weigh 55 kilograms, you'd probably be on a 55-liter board at this professional level. Myself, I'm about 85 kilograms, so I'll be on an 85 or 90-liter board. So yeah, kind of matching it like that.
Love that. And then how much does length come into play as well?
Yeah, so length is important for paddle speed, but you kind of want a shorter board on the wave to fit into those critical sections a little bit more. You'd be able to do a lot tighter turn in the pocket and also just a lot snappier, and it just shows the judges that you're surfing more critical and it's just following the judging criteria. But a longer board definitely going to help with that paddle speed. We'll see a lot of these surfers opting for shorter boards with a bit less width, but also a bit of thickness for that volume.
That adds in that literage even though they're losing the length. As we take a look now at our surfer in white, connects with the lip line. Oh, he's surfing really well. He's just struggling to kind of find those in-section finishes to really get that score above that 4-point range.
Yeah, judges really want to see you finishing those waves out there today, linking those turns together, and yeah, finishing off cleanly just kind of leaves, a good taste in the mouth of the judges.
Well, down to 8 minutes on the clock. We'll see if our surfer in red's able to get into this one. He's going to stroke in, and we'll track with Omelv, currently sitting in that third place position. That was a great hook right in the pocket. He'll hit a jack, and as he does, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew again for another interview.
Thanks, guys. Down here beachside right now with Team Puerto Rico, Max Torres. Max, surfing pretty well today.
Yeah, I felt good this morning. A little off in my first couple waves, but last 10 minutes felt in rhythm and going now to round 2 with all.
Let's talk about shredded, obviously. Let's talk about training coming into this. I know you've been really working hard in the gym, putting in a lot of time on the water. Why don't you tell us about your training regimen?
Yeah, so I swim for the university back home. So every morning, 5 a.m. till 7, we swim 3 to 5, and in between I go to gym, study, and surf in the afternoons. So.
Is it hard balancing the educational aspect as well as the professional athlete aspect?
It is, but I don't work, so that's where I balance my stuff. So yeah.
How do Anthony Vela and I get on the no work program?
I don't understand the question. No.
Okay. He doesn't want to answer the question is what it is. Max, you got a heat coming up here in a little bit. What's changed from this morning's heats to this afternoon's heats?
So the tide is the same. Like 4 hours past my first heat, so it's like kind of mid-tide going down. And same strategy, just passing my heat first or second, catching 2 waves.
And you got the Pan America Games coming up at the end of the month. I know you're going to go straight from here to there. A lot of pressure on that. How you going to handle all that?
So that's a dream come true. One of my biggest accomplishments. And for sure, it's a lot of pressure, but I'm handling it with my psychiatrist, my coaches, and everything, so we're going ready over there.
Congratulations on that. And my last question for you, what pulls more chicks, 1 earring or 2 earrings?
Two earrings nowadays. One, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 1 earring was like, oh, okay, but now it's 2 earrings. So.
Is there some size, like the bigger the earring, the bigger the chick, or how does that work?
Smaller the earring, smaller and hotter the chick.
Got it. All right, Anthony and I are going to write that down. I'm gonna go get a piercing. That's all for Max Torres. You know, obviously his priorities are in place, not working and chasing chicks. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much for that interview. Max Torres, one of the better surfers in the draw this week. We'll be expecting his surfing to speak for him.
Yeah, definitely. Last year in Puerto Rico, his surfing was incredible. So I saw a lot of great photos of him online surfing really, really well. So it'd be great to see him coming up in, I think it's heat number 3.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. And we've got a few different swimmers in the draw this week. Of course, Max swimming for his university. We had Roya, who's one of the competitors for Team Saudi Arabia. She was a swimmer for the nation there as well. So it's cool to see some of that background. I mean, just all around water, whether it's riding a craft in the water on a surfboard or something like that, or just getting that time in swimming some laps. Jethro Johnson now sliding down the line. Nice opening turn, goes for that strong finish, pierces through the lip line, and rides out complete. So he's having a really solid heat right now, building wave after wave on that scoreline.
Yeah, he really is. He seems really confident on that board. He's trying, I think, trying to get a time update if he needs to paddle back out, or maybe he's going to run up the beach and paddle back out through the rip, as we see our other competitors out the back waiting for waves. We had a really good exchange of waves as well during that interview with Max. Amelv got a really great left as well, so yeah, really interested to see the score that comes through for that one.
So Amelv currently sitting in that third place position. It does look like all scores have dropped through now, and he's sitting on a 3.73 for that last wave. Has him improving slightly on the 3.03 as his highest scoring wave behind that, and in third position, chasing down a 3.61. So he's close to getting that requirement, but he'll need another wave. Gabriel from Team France currently sitting with a 4 and a 3.33 on the board for his high scores. And Benedict Goetz has been really quiet. We've only seen him on that single wave so far, and he's got a 3.2 as we track now with live action from, I believe, our surfer in white. Really controlled backhand attack.
Yeah, that last turn was really nice, kind of slicing the lip there, really showing the judges that he has a bit of power and control throughout that maneuver, so he'll be looking to better his situation out there. Trying to get a little bit more of a gap between that third and fourth position to put the pressure on them and hopefully stay in that advancing position.
Down to 4 minutes on the clock. Team USA down there with the camera, just recording some of the waves from their surfers coming up throughout the day as we take a look at I believe our surfer in the blue jersey, Benedict from Germany.
I think that was Amel, I think, in red.
Thank you. It's so hard to see
if you
with
put
the
it,
light.
yeah, it is really, really hard. It's really tough to see. But yeah, nice wave. I feel like he was doing his turns a little bit on the open face compared to his previous waves. So the judge is probably taking that into consideration. Might not be his highest score, but at least he's catching lots of waves, trying to gets a good score from these conditions. It does look like the waves are getting a little bit better as well as that tide starts to move out a little bit. You see a lot more open face. During kind of that midday, we saw a lot of 1-turn, maybe 2-turn waves, but seem to get 3 to 4 turns on a wave now.
Yeah, seeing it really start to open up for our men's round 2. Each of these competitors already had that opportunity to surf out here this morning. And the conditions were not that different because they were in the water early. They were on that sort of mid-tide in comparison to the end of their opening round, which was really through that low tide, and then through the women's round, which was towards the peaking of the high tide.
Yeah, so I guess getting a little bit of a kind of a head start on some of the other competitors that might be coming up at a different tide state that they were riding in. But yeah, it seems like they know the conditions quite well out here because they've been finding those open waves. Benedict to really lock into a good score yet, but hopefully we'll see him. He's currently sitting in that first priority, so the next wave that comes through is going to be his wave to choose. The others will have to give way to him.
Benedict has been SUP surfing since the age of 31. He's now 38 years old, so it's been about 7 years for him competing on a SUP board. And he's really just says it's an absolute dream come true to be competing at the ISA World Championships. As we take another look at this last one from our surfer in white.
Yeah, Gabrielle, just a nice 2-turn combo there. Really good. And then as we see, we catch up with Amel here on a replay. Oh, that great turn. That was that 3.73. And that last turn throwing lots of spray. As we see his last wave on replay here. He's doing those turns a little bit out on that flatter section, so not super critical as he finishes off nicely with a little foam climb.
Yeah, and same criteria when it comes to shortboarding and stand-up paddle surfing. Of course, the paddle included with the criteria here, but really wanting to see those surfers surfing with speed, power, and flow, but also finding, the best maneuvers in those critical sections of the wave.
Yeah, surfing really close to the pocket of the wave or really close to the white water is going to get the highest scores from the competitors, and the judges are really going to love that type of surfing. So you can see that 3.07 was scored for that wave that we just watched from Omelv. Not getting up into his highest score, but at least getting into his score line. And yeah, hopefully we can see another wave come through as we're just under a minute left remaining in round number 2, heat 1 of the men's.
Yeah, this heat just seems like it flew by. 20 minutes is not long, especially when there is 4 surfers and, there's only maybe 5 good quality waves that have been rolling through in the heat.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like, all the surfers had an opportunity in this, and hopefully we do see that Benedict get another chance at it. But Jethro really commanding this heat. He's into those double digits total with the heat score total. So he had some great waves. Hopefully he's still in the water. I'm not sure if he paddled back out after he headed into the beach there.
Yeah, he would have had quite a far paddle. Was sitting in that leading position. Down to 15 seconds on the clock. Now the good news for both Omelv and for Benedict, if they're unable to get themselves another ride, is that this is still a non-elimination because we're in the main event this afternoon.
That's right. That we push back into that repechage round coming up tomorrow against those competitors that unfortunately fell out of the main draw this morning. But yeah, getting another second chance, which is always a good feeling as well. You travel all this way, you want to get a good couple of surfs in, and it gives the competitors that chance to progress through to the finals.
Well, there we can see the clock has run out of time. Jethro Johnson of South Africa, the East Londoner from Slummies. He has taken through the win with a 5.67 as the high score of that wave, and a great performance to take out the French competitor, Gabriel Bachelet, who's walked away with that second place position. So those two will be advancing through into the main round 3 to be surfed tomorrow, and the bottom 2 surfers will be matching up in the repechage rounds. With more action to come throughout today. That'll be the finish of heat number 1 for our men's round 2. We'll be coming up with heat number 2 very shortly with Bobo Gallagher, Leo Nika, Wes Fry, and Kapono Fukuda right after this.
Ta-dam!
Well, welcome back to the action. We are in day one of competition here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships in Vendée in Les Sables d'Olonne. It's an incredible region of the world where these 4 surfers get the opportunity to battle out for a chance to advance through into the main round. Bobo Gallagher, Leonica, Wes Fry, and Capono Fukuda. USA, Italy, Australia, and Japan in the water, and we've got some live action right in front of us. Nice engagement of the rail for that first turn, connects through with the lip on the second. We've got some action out behind as well, so a great bit of waves rolling through for the start of this heat, and we've got a solid finish on the inside as well. Shannon and Bo here in the booth.
Yeah, I saw Wes on that first wave. Capono Fukuda on the outside there, really getting critical, getting a little bit of air underneath his board on that last maneuver. The judges are going to really love that. He saw a little bit of a claim there as well from him, so he was stoked on that. The Japanese competitors there and teammates cheering him on, loving that first wave from Capono. Really young SUP surfer out of Japan. Name came up to me first time last year, and he blew me away with his SUP surfing. He's the junior world champ as well, the APP tour. So it's great to see him here representing Japan, and he just put on a show for us there.
That's incredible. Talk to us about the APP World Tour. How many events are on the tour? What is it like for these surfers to be winning a world title on that side?
Yeah, for the surfing, there's just the one event was last year in Gran Canaria, and a lot of the surfers were there. We had Benoit Carpentier winning for the Open Men's, Capono in the juniors there. So, and then we had Kaeda Inoue in the women's.
Yes, she's fantastic.
She is amazing. So she took the world title there in the women's. So yeah, fantastic showing from the Japanese competitors.
She had an amazing opportunity on the Longboard World Tour for the WSL just last month to be competing as a wild card at the Bells Beach event, which is a world tour event. She got a second place in the trials to a surfer named Lucy Small, and the two of them got a spot into the main event. So it was really exciting to see Kaede reach that level of competition from her longboarding because she's been so successful on a stand-up paddleboard.
That's right, and her brother Tucker as well, he's on the World Longboard Tour, and he was at that event as well in Gran Canaria on the SUP surfboard, so they're very much a Waterman family.
Yeah, it's a shame not to see them competing this week, but Taka's had the World Longboard Tour that he's been really focusing on, and they had events that overlapped this week and next week as well, so the whole family's been supporting him in that venture this year. As we take a look at some scores that are rolling through, Capono, like you said, World Junior Champion at the moment, already opened up with a 4.5 and a 6.5 to get his campaign going.
Yeah, really great opening ride there. I think it was just that one turn he had, as we see. I think that's Capono there as well, finishing off second wave. As we see the replay of this first wave here, you can see that section standing up really nice and tall off the top, gets air underneath his board. Amazing, lands on his feet. He loved it. He loved the feeling of that. So that one turn, you know, garnering that 4.5.
Great surfing from Capono, setting himself up in that leading position. Wes Fry with a 5.5 to start things off for the Australian. He had an 8.17 in his opening round heat earlier today on a really solid size wave with 3 or 4 turns just found right in the pocket. So we'll see if he's able to get himself into another wave like that. But to start out with that 5.5 is really good considering the 2.67 and the no waves caught yet for Bobo Gallagher. In that third and fourth place position. As we wait for this next set to roll through, though, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew Murin.
Thanks, guys. Beachside right now with Jethro Johnson from Team South Africa. And I'll tell you what, it's always good to have the South Africans out.
It is this.
Let's talk about that heat. Surfed again really, really well. You got to feel good punching through these rounds.
Yeah, caught two quick ones early and, yeah, lucky.
Well, it looks like you're having fun. You seem a little winded, but I can't have you winded because, you know, you got to represent for us old guys out there.
Team Bali.
And, you know, Jethro, you're having a whole lot of fun. There's a lot of young kids out there. How exciting is it to have all this youth out there in the water that you're competing against? It's kind of great for the sport, isn't it?
Oh, it's very good for the sport. It's always good to beat them too, though.
Yeah, for sure. And it's always good that they push you to the next level, correct?
Yeah, I know they push you big time.
So you're only 40. You're in your early 40s. You've got a lot more competition days ahead of you, so you can't be getting that winded this soon, okay?
Thank you.
And all you back home, I got a question for you in the studio. What do you think Jethro Johnson's nickname is? Huh? Well, I'll tell you. It's what?
Shrek.
It's Shrek. There you go. Little piece of information for you. Back to you guys in the studio. Congratulations, Jethro.
Well, very fitting that Shrek happened to be in the green jersey for that heat, Bo.
Yeah, I was going to say that, Shannon. Very much looking,
very much in the color matching for sure. But definitely not surfing like Shrek, really putting on a great performance in that last
nothing
heat.
like what I had imagined Shrek to be out on the surfboard in the next cartoon movie coming out.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, no, well done to Jethro there, progressing into the round number 3 of the men's main round. As our attention turns back to the water here, Bobo Gallagher looking to open up his campaign here. He's a really young surfer too from the USA. Great to see him representing his country here. Yeah, he comes out of the island of Maui at the moment, as we see Capono slicing away at the top of that wave, but just coming unstuck on that backside turn. But he's already got a couple of nice scores in his scoreline, so he'll be he's just looking to improve on those.
Yeah, he's already found that rhythm. Now for Bobo, this will be his first wave, like you said, coming out of Lahaina in the island of Maui. He had a great heat win earlier this morning, and as we take a look now at live action with Wes Fry throwing it up into the lip on that last section. That was challenging control and well done on the timing.
Yeah, he got the board so vertical in that short space of time as well to get it up into the lip. A bit of kind of that sliding floater turn that from Wes, but really radical and great to see.
Paddle here from Bobo now into his first ride on his forehand. Little double up section in front of him. It's not going to open up, but he does really well to stay on his feet. How important is it in those kick-out scenarios to stay up and riding without falling and losing that time?
Oh, it's super important because you just have that speed and energy to get back into the lineup really, really quickly. If you do fall off, you can waste, up to a good 10, 15 seconds, and by that time there might already be another wave picking up in front of you. So, yeah, being on your feet, staying on your feet, and being able to keep that speed to paddle out the back is really key.
What are some of the things that you do as an athlete to prepare your body or to train for moments like that to make sure that you're able to, have all those little nuances that are coming into your competitive skills?
Definitely time on the board is going to help, and riding in a whole different range of conditions. But taking it off the water onto land, a lot of balance exercises is really key. I see a lot of these competitors using like a Bosu ball, standing on top of that, or even taking it a bit further and the Indo boards and those kind of styles. It really does help as a SUP surfer, especially if you're coming at that lower level, that beginner intermediate. They're really going to help you to be able to balance a little bit more and a little bit better out on the water. I know as a SUP surf coach myself that I do kind of recommend those things for people to learn on to improve their balance, and also just trying different boards, trying a bit of a smaller board as well, and yeah, just trying to keep up that buoyancy and paddling is really useful.
I love that insight, especially considering, the number of small muscles that would have to be firing to really engage all of your core muscles as well to keep that balance going. And the more that you're exercising that, the easier it's going to be when you're actually out there on the board.
Yeah, that's right.
As we take a look at Capono, huge front side re-entry, throws the claim up. He is having so much fun out in the water, and he's really making the most of the conditions.
He is, yeah. One really big turn again on that wave, so the judges are going to be liking that. But unlike what we've seen in the last couple of heats, we've seen those 3 or 4 turn waves, so we'll have to see how that fits into the scoreline. But yeah, really big off the top. Look at that spray that he throws off there as well, and he likes it. He wants the judges to give him a good score.
All right, so scores to roll through for Capono. He's already sitting on the 2 highest of the heat so far with that 4.5 and that 6.5. Judges just having a moment to look at the replays there and to get things underway. It's been a great day of surfing so far as we're down to 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And it's Team Japan that's been sitting in that front running position. Japan's had a great showing today. We had one of the women from Team Japan take out a win earlier this morning as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Japanese SUP surfers are really, taking it to the next level. We heard, there's a Brazilian storm here at the moment, but I really think there's a Japanese, typhoon happening as well. I think they're really going to step it up in the next couple of years in the sport of stand-up paddling. We are still waiting on a couple of scores to drop through, especially from Wes Fry on that kind of vertical re-entry that he did, and also from Capono on his last ride as well.
Looking at some positioning here, and a paddle from our surfer in red. Unable to get into that little corner, pretty flat. And although these stand-up paddlers are riding bigger boards than your standard surfboard, they're really small by all means of a board that you've got to float and keep your balance and paddle on. Having that paddle in hand is so useful on a variety of levels, including catching waves maybe a little bit earlier than what your standard surfer would be able to.
Yeah, definitely. That paddle just gives you so much power, and just moving your feet around on the board as well, you can really find the sweet spot and get a lot of glide and speed from paddling. That's why you see a lot of stand-up paddleboarders sitting a bit further out than surfers, because they are able to just paddle so much quicker with that paddle. And just going back to that kind of technique, standing on a paddleboard when it is a bit choppy and is a bit bumpy, and after you've kicked out of the wave, your kind of stance on the board really helps as well. So kind of standing in a little bit of an offset surf stance is really good. So you're kind of in between, you know, that standard stand-up paddleboard stance where you've got 2 feet parallel on the board, and then into that surf stance. So in the middle of that, and you'll see our competitors here. Looks like Leo trying to paddle for a wave. He doesn't end up going on that one, but there is another set behind. So hopefully we can see a bit of action.
Yeah, he had a quick dig for it. He's nice on the inside section here and really getting that body fully over the front of that board. Is that part of that technique as well? Like shoulders almost over where your toes are at, your front foot?
Definitely, yeah. Trying to get all that weight forward to be able to get a lot of speed to get onto the wave as well. And that's going to give you a lot of balance as well. The widest point in the board is a bit further forward or in that standing area. So getting your weight above that is going to really help with paddling faster.
Looking for some positioning here. And it looks like our surfer in red is going to have a paddle. He's not going to be able to get into that one.
I think these waves just being a bit of a closeout, so surfers paddling hard for it, but then identifying that it's not going to be a good scoring wave, deciding not to take it. But also, Leo and Bobo are fighting for that advancing position. As we see Capono on his backhand, a nice slash off the top again. Just that one big turn on the wave. So Capono really doing well to stick to his strategy of big turns in the most critical sections, and he's been rewarded so far with higher scores. So we'll see if Capono can get back out there. 6.5 minutes on the clock as we see our competitors just getting into position. Another couple of lines coming through. Still waiting on some scores to drop as well from previous rides. So I think the judges really taking their time to think about these scores and where they're going to sit. As we see Wes.
All right, putting himself into position deep behind the section and just has to duck out under the lip. So still a little bit more challenging to find those open face waves. Bo now finding that nice rail to rail work. Dangerous section to go down on as that board flips under it.
Yeah, it is. It really is. He went down at the top. Luckily, he didn't kind of fall off halfway down, as the board can tend to flip over at that point. But yeah, just not connecting with the wave. And also, I think he just mistimed that paddle stroke as well to lean on the paddle and just come a bit unstuck on that top turn. He'll look to reset, get his campaign started. That was his second wave there. So competitors just waiting and positioning themselves. You can see with this tide dropping out, starting to get maybe a little bit more straight. As Wes paddling there on screen, looking for maybe a one big turn on this wave. We'll see him get up into the lip, throw the tail a little bit too, so quite radical, really progressive. And he's riding a SMIC SUP, and these boards, they're called the hipster twin. So they've got, you know, big side fins, but a really small trailing fin. It allows the board to really be loose and freed up. So that's why you see Wes, you know, throwing the tail and getting that vertical kind of sliding turn as well that he did earlier in this heat.
So everyone getting themselves into position. That last wave of Wes did look really good as we've got a surfer paddling in now, and he's not going to be able to get into it. So as we wait for that last score to drop through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew Murin.
Thanks, guys. Hey, I'm beachside here with a special announcement that just came through. I don't know if you guys are aware, but due to some technical difficulties, we got some overheating of the scoring system, as well as the glare that's coming off the water right now, which I'm sure you guys are seeing in the webcast. It's really making it tough for our judges to actually make color designations on the water. So therefore, after this heat, they will be putting the event on hold, and no unforeseen time on that, but there will be updates every 10 to 20 minutes with the current update as things go along. But it could be the end of the day today as far as our SUP surfing contest here at day one of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships until they address those issues. So just a quick update from the beach. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Drew. Well, that was a really important update given that we're down to less than 5 minutes on the clock, and we haven't had scores dropping through for the last few minutes. So we knew our score screen was down, but now we know that it's happening contest-wide, and I think it's a great call from the judges to just go and hold. And it is getting so challenging to tell who is who out in the water.
It really is. Yeah, I think the camera angle's a little bit better than what the judges are actually looking at. They're looking straight into that sunlight, so identifying the surfers and their coloured rash guards are getting quite tough. But still A lot of great surfing happening out there. I think the free surf, or the surfers will be happy to go out for a free surf after and hone their skills for tomorrow.
Yeah, I couldn't agree. There's been some good scores. Now, with the scores that we have seen come through, this was prior to the 11-minute mark when our screen froze. We've got that 6.5 and that 4.5 on the board for Capono, who had that quick and early start. Wes Fry had that 5.5, and then the smaller scores is a 2.67, and so far it's showing no scores for Bobo Gallagher, but we do have scores that will come through for every single surfer. Judges will be doing that manually on their end. Unfortunately, it's not going to be information that we're going to be able to get a hold of on the fly right now, so we're unsure of exactly where this heat is sitting, but we do know that Capono and Wes have had a couple really good opportunities, so it's likely that those two will be sitting in those leading positions. As we see Wes on his forehand wrap now comes up into the section to finish off with one more foam climb as well, utilizing that paddle, getting himself into the open face again on a section that we didn't even see coming, and just slides that tail out, throws a lot of spray, and will be looking to put himself in contention for that lead.
Yeah, Wes with another really great wave there. So you can see him sliding the tail on the end section, but really linking together maneuvers, identifying that wave that has a little bit of open face. We've seen the competitors, especially Capono Fukuda, just sticking to that one big turn where Wes is really trying to find that open face to allow for more maneuvers. And like you said, Shannon, Capono and Wes, I think they are commanding this heat at the moment. We haven't seen a great wave yet from Leo or Bobo, but hopefully, coming down to, 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock, there might be another chance for them to get a good wave.
So 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. Score screen is down, unfortunately, due to the heat. It's getting pretty warm now with the afternoon sun up here on the west coast of France. And so the technical team on the contest site will be working out if it's possible to return to more competition throughout the rest of the afternoon. But we will officially be going on hold at the end of this heat with just 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Again, for our audience back at home, we really apologize, but we do not have the live scores right now. Judges will have that happening on their end. We'll inform you of that, and it'll go up as soon as it's back in live. But you might have to get a quick text in from one of the surfers in the water if it's your friends or family.
Yeah, definitely. I think just going by the look of this heat, like you've said, Capono and Wes are really leading it at the moment. It's a shame to see Leo and Bobo not having the opportunities in this heat because this was a really stacked heat. Leo, big name in stand-up paddleboarding. He's actually living in Portugal at the moment, running his SUP surf school out there, so running coaching and clinics out there. So he's doing well with that. And young Bobo is just he's taking the winging and foiling world by storm. So it's good to see him getting on a stand-up paddleboard and being out here. And we'll see them again in the repechage round. Tomorrow.
That's right. We'll have so much more surfing to come. We've got 3 days of SUP surfing in the calendar, day 1 being today, 2 more days, and then after that on day 4 of competition for this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, we will then be jumping into the racing side where we'll have distance races, technical races, sprint races, and relay races across prone paddling and stand-up paddling. So those will be some really exciting days. Some of my favorite when it comes to a competition like this. I think it's a really exciting sort of event to be able to call and to watch from the athletes. As we see some live action now from Capono. He has put together such a well-surfed heat, really finding those end sections well.
Yeah, that's right. He has surfed a great heat. And you got a glimpse of what the judges were actually looking at there with that glare on the water. So they're good reason to go and hold, not being able to identify that the surfer's riding the wave. But they will have other people on the beach there letting the judges know which surfer was which, and we'll get those scores. Just keep checking the website. Once that system comes back up online, you'll be able to see the full results.
That's right. So we will be going on hold after the finish of this heat. It's been a big opening day of competition. We're hopeful to still be able to return, and the judges tower, the officials, will be giving an update about every 10 to 20 minutes based off of the feelings of if they're able to get things rolling again from the technical difficulties we're experiencing. But it's been a really solid day of surfing, and like you said, I think there'll be a few crew that would love to get in the water for some free surfing because there are some waves out there. Bo, thanks so much for the action. We may be back in the booth shortly. We'll have to wait and see. It's been a great day calling it. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we've seen so far, though, and be sure to stay tuned for word on if we would return to competition later this afternoon.